Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
We will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican police service Latinos. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
literally not true.
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. Happy Friday. It is wonderful to be with you this afternoon. Well, I'll be with you this morning first. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself.
Hello.
Good morning. Good morning. It's morning now. I know. I just checked the clock. It's not afternoon yet. It is a late start, but not that late. So, apologize for the little delay. This camera decided that it wanted to reset factory settings from wherever it was set in China, and I had to. It was filming. It was filming in darkness. That's all we got. It was just dark. It was black. So I had to reconfigure everything, and then of course LumiaStream wanted to do the same, so it delayed things a bit this morning. But we are here. It is No Pants Friday. Congratulations to those who are participating. Keep it to yourself, though. It's nice and breezy in here. Just going to say. Let's see. What do we want? Time travel? When do we want it? It's irrelevant. We want it now. All right. We are about to get our court feed, so we have to begin our celebration promptly, mostly because I'm late, and I'm sorry about that. It's my fault. So I know the mods have been hard at work lining up the birthdays to celebrate first thing in the morning. So let's go ahead and do that here in just, we have a pretty good long birthday song today. Oh, great. Here we go. We're going to see if we can get them all in it. Oh, wow. This is the whole list, right? Holy smokes. Happy birthday to Brad R., Denise Feldman Ersland, Gurley Jones, Indy Cindy, Jovanay. Hang on, let me just click on air over here. Get Top Mark Media going. Jovanay, let's turn that on, this off. All right, good. Noxon, Laura, Melissa Webb, and Scotch's mom. That's going to be at least a 2-verser, but everyone help me. We're gonna do this. We're gonna knock this out in style. Wherever you are, stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with the neighbor, and warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. And then we'll be going to court because they're just about ready for us. So, all right, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Brad R., Denise Feldman, Ersland, Gurley Jones, Indy Cindy, Jovanay, and Noxon. Happy birthday to you. Indy Cindy, Jovanay, and Noxon. I sort of slurred that into one word, but you're all included. Next verse, Laura, Melissa Webb, and Scotch's mom. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Laura, Melissa Webb, and Scotch's mom. Happy birthday to you. Wow. Brad R., Denise Feldman Ersland, Gurley Jones, Indy Cindy, Jovanay, Noxon, Laura, Melissa Webb, and Scotch's mom. Happy birthday. I realize there are many wonderful days, but today is your special day. And there are a million places you could have been and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours, and hopefully we can turn that joy back to you and make your day more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. And happy heavenly birthday to Grandma Delilah. Grandma Delia? I hope I said that right. Genesee Gale, thank you. Boom, 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 boom. Andy, Cindy, thanks for being here on your birthday. Love it. Help yourself to the pancakes. Looks like they're hot and ready right now. All right, we are going to be going to court here in just a second, so we've got to make the switch, which means you will not see me do the air drum solo at the end. Wolf, happy heavenly birthday to your dad as well. They're bouncing the audio. Now they're snapping fingers in front of the mics. Drum solo, here we go. Beautiful. All right. I keep getting buffered with the birthday song. Are we not live?
Happy birthday. You look good.
What is the buffer? Oh. Chat. Happy birthday to all these wonderful people who we just sang to. I'm sorry. And while we now have our chat on the screen, let me also give the internet away to Ginger Snaps Out of It. Congratulations, you were first in chat. Your promptness and punctuality is being punished with internet ownership. Everything IP related is your responsibility for the rest of the day, or at least until we go live again, whenever that may be. In this case, Monday. So basically, I'm saying you chose poorly. But thank you. It's a burden off our shoulders and onto yours. Congratulations. I'm sorry. I have one job. I just need to fix that because I can set it up so that my mods can turn the chat on and off the screen. Basically, anything I do on this panel, which is everything I can do with this switcher, even turning volume up and down, I could give control to anybody who was watching, but that wouldn't be wise. In the words of Emily Baker, that would not be wise. But the way YouTube keeps acting up, I don't want to own the internet until it's fixed. Says Chris. Okay, I reached out a little bit. Well, I tweeted. I might have angry tweeted on Twitter yesterday, which is what basically Twitter is for. And I'm like, YouTube, I'm getting a lot of complaints from people all over the world on all sorts of different devices, all at the same time, who are saying, I just lost sound. What happened? And it's not happening to everyone, just some people. Can you please tell me what's going on? And YouTube's response from the YouTube team help Twitter account was like, hey, thanks for reaching out. You should tell them to update their software. Update their iOS, update the YouTube app. And if that doesn't work, going out and coming back in might fix it. Like, did you read my message? Every device, we've got people on computers, we've got people on iOS, we've got people on Android, Samsung, all the whole smart TVs, you name it. Whatever device they're watching on, they all lose sound at the same time. But not everybody loses sound. You know what that means? That means that I'm sending sound because some people still get it. So let me I know it's a little conceited of me, but I am not the problem, YouTube. But if only one person had a problem, it might be on their end. But if lots of people have a problem at the same time, it's probably between me and them. I'm not going to point fingers, YouTube, but there's only one person there, or in this case, entity, and it's YouTube. So anyway, I'm working on it, guys. I'm working on it. I'm trying. So if for some time today, if you're going along and suddenly you expect sound and there is not any, Lawyer Your Nose channel's on the struggle bus big time last night as well, says Trina. Yeah. If you right now, usually going out, refreshing, like either hopefully not shutting down YouTube all the way and coming back in, but just like refreshing the page should bring sound back. But hopefully we can get it fixed. They have been fighting a lot of issues. Lots of error messages when chatting today, says Laura. That's one that they said they fixed. There was, in one case, one of our own moderators had to type 4 times, had to type the message before it would show up the first time. Buffering, oh, that's terrible. It's terrible. You no longer need to reach out and tell me every time there's a problem directly. I just needed to understand the scope of the problem and the devices that were in use to see if it was specific to iOS or iPad or iPhone or something like that. Now that we know it's not specific to any of those, it's just specific to YouTube. You don't have to tell me every time it goes down, but We'll try just another glitch in the Matrix. Yes, Nicole, for sure. Aaron Blackman coming in with a huge gift, 5 gifted memberships first thing in the morning. Thank you, Aaron. What a generous way to start the day. Let's see. We have, I just want to check, make sure we have everything ready. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I need to kill Top Mark Media. Sorry, I just showed something I was not supposed to show. And stream. Dismiss. And we're going to get a new key, streaming key. Reset streaming key. Oh my goodness, I've never done that before. Oh my goodness. Okay. So just like that, we that's how you get your channel in a lot of trouble. Let's reuse the settings. Next. Starting right now. Now we're going to get a new key, create new stream key. Reset. And copy. Okay. Now I'm not going to show you my streaming key anymore. That is the number one don't do this thing on. There we go. Apologize if you're watching over on that channel. Now we're up. Okay, it's back up. Oh my goodness. That was terrible. I'm sorry, that was terrible. Basically what I just showed, it doesn't work anymore because I've already deleted it. But what I just showed was a list of letters. A list of letters that would, if somebody else knew that list of letters and knew when I had set up a live stream to go live on my Top Mark Media channel, they could have sent whatever they wanted live on my media channel. So that's the first and only time I'll ever be doing that. In fact, I'm going to minimize that just so even if I show the screen, it won't be there. Okay.
What more do you need to see?
You don't need to see anything more. That's everything you need to see. All right, we're back live on Top Mark Media. Hopefully somebody can check that out. Let me know that it's up and live and everything's good. Thank you, Samantha. I see you in there. All right.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
How nasty were the soup candies? This question, if you don't know what Nicole is talking about.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
Progresso soup came out with this promotional. For $3, you could buy soup candies at Walmart, and they're basically like lozenges in the flavor of beef pot roast, chicken noodle, and tomato basil soup. And Thomas and I thought it would be a great idea to try these out on the podcast to see if you guys need to buy them yourselves because they're so delicious, and they are not so delicious. They are the worst thing we have ever tasted, and we have eaten the bamboozled jelly beans, the jelly bellies that taste terrible. These are worse. These are worse. Don't eat them. They're terrible. And I would complain and write to Progresso and say, hey, I got gypped because I actually only got beef and tomato basil. I didn't get any of the chicken noodle flavor. But I'm just glad that's just one less I had to try. Don't buy them. We paid way too much on eBay for them, so they sound terrible. It's worse. You think, oh, it's like eating a bouillon cube, a soup bouillon. No, that would be like fine dining compared to what this was. They truly did suck. Sophia Starlin, can someone give me the quick run through on what's happened so far, please? Sophia, the great question. Let's focus on court, which is why we're here. The Kouri Richins trial is entering day 5, and we are in the middle of some spicy testimony. Cross-examination of Carmen Lauder, who is the cleaning lady that worked for Kouri Richins.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
And the state says she is the source, or was the go-between source for the fentanyl that killed Eric. So her testimony is key. It is pivotal. It is the only testimony they have that ties Kouri to the fentanyl so far. That's the only thing we've heard. Problems? Carmen has changed her story a lot. And the creation of her story was messy, meaning the state looked bad doing it and she looked bad giving it. It was bad. She has a lengthy criminal history. She's been addicted to drugs. She's 4 years sober right now, and there's been a lot of changes. There's a lot of we've got 3 different transcripts, binders full of transcripts, with lots of discrepancies in the story, and the defense is pointing them out. So that's where they are. But the defense has also really kicked themselves right where it hurts on this one, because Miss Lewis, who is questioning this witness for the defense on cross-examination, has come out firing, and she had plenty of legitimate, fair targets, plenty of impeachment issues that she could bring up and everything else, but she went beyond that and started attacking that, the witnesses, every failure they ever had in drug court. Okay, every time they missed a test or were late for a meeting, pulling that out. It's like, why? Why is that important? This woman can't be trusted. She can't even show up at her meetings on time. And then beyond that, attacked her for her mental health because she suffers from, has anxiety. Attacked her for her daughter having had a drug addiction and having overdosed. It just went so far beyond what was okay, that I think the jury has a soft place in their heart for this witness. And whether or not they believe her 100%, I don't know. But I don't think they like the defense. So we'll see if she watches the YouTubes last night and changes her approach with Carmen for the rest of this, because I think there is more. Bree Roz, member for 10 months. Does 10 months count as OG adjacent? I believe so. Bree, thank you very much. Let's see. Before you get rolling in trial, you had new membership and other 5 gifts this morning before you got here. Ooh, I'll go back up just a tiny bit, because I do have a time machine. There we go. Kelsey gifted 5 memberships first thing this morning to kick it off. Thank you, Kelsey, for that. Loves True Crime. Kelsey, by the way, does timelines. If you look at her profile picture right here, True Crime Timeline, she's done timelines for this case, which really, if you don't know anything about it, I do recommend popping over to Kelsey's channel and watching that either on a break or, before court starts or something. Because she really takes all the information we know, and she's also updating it with the information we're gaining in court to get a current timeline to put all these pieces together, because it is a little convoluted. But thank you, Kelsey, for that. Loves True Crimes. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Love that light blue courthouse. It's changing for you. Donna Littlefield, member for 6 months, enjoying another month with Best Court Watchers. Love RA mods and my friends. Sophia Starlin, member for 19 months. Can someone give me a quick run through what's happened so far? We'll do that here in just a second, if we get a second before court. Then there's Bree Bite Me, gifted a membership. Thank you, Rebecca, for that. And Denisha Riddle, member for 10 months. Wait, if Bree Ross is OG adjacent, so am I. There you go. All you OG adjacent folk. Okay, the big rundown. Here's the deal. Kouri Richins is accused of killing her husband using fentanyl in poisoning a drink that she gave him. This was tied to Kouri's financial troubles, which were severe, where you haven't heard exactly the full scope yet. We know that she was, in the negative, but you're going to hear a ton of just how bad it was. And when I say it's bad, it was bad. Imagine, driving at night to the shadiest part of the worst city around you to meet some guy in the back of a van to get a loan. This was the type of money she was chasing. These were hard money lenders, and the kind of people who don't just collect interest, they collect blood if you don't pay. That's where she was going. She needed money so badly to rob Peter, to pay Paul, everything was a house of cards, and parts of it was tumbling, and she was trying to shore it up with more of these loans. Her solution would be to access the $4 million that her husband was worth if he was dead while she was still married to him, allegedly. And that's why we're here. So we've had a couple body cam things. We've seen the day of what happened, Kouri's behavior when he was found dead. She says she just, she was sleeping with the kids because they had a nightmare, and she came back in the room at 3 o'clock in the morning. He was cold, and she called 911. State says, well, didn't happen quite like that. Looks like you grabbed your phone and walked around and talked, did something for 15 minutes, and then you called 911. Aunt Karen says, a great place to be. R.A., how's your mama doing? She's doing great. She's doing great. Thank you for asking. I need to call her, though. Let's see. There are people that liked the cross and thought the witness was terrible, says Nursey Dog Bomb. That's all defense needs. One juror to think reasonable doubt. However, how does one get past the meme of Jeff Bridges? I haven't seen the meme. Maybe I should. Let's see. Can't wait to hear from Selena today. Selena has told us that she is once again person number 1 in line at the courthouse to get in, which means she has a guaranteed seat out of the 12 seats available to the public. She will be one of them. And we're going to get a video from court here in just a moment that we'll probably see her. She's been great being able to give us in the courtroom take on what was happening. So let's see. We have, make sure everything is up. Both hyperdecks are recording. Both feeds are up. We're good. We're good. All right, Chelsea Gibson. We expect her to take the stand again. She got raked over the coals yesterday by defense. Brought to tears numerous times. And you can tell she doesn't like crying in public. But there was even a point where she just didn't want to answer the question. And unfortunately, when you're on the stands, and as long as it's a somewhat relevant question, you have to answer.
We're on the record at 231-500-139.
Detect Vids, OG.
Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for defendant Ms. Richins are present along with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite Ms. Lauber back in to take the stand?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis? Of course. Oh, do you need a Band-Aid?
No, no. It's a lipstick issue.
Oh, okay.
Judge thought he sees blood. Nope, that's lipstick. I can't wait to see where it happened. I am expecting the defense to make more objections.
Take a moment. That's fine.
As Carmen
May
takes
we
the stand
invite Ms.
again.
Lauber onto the stand while you're getting organized? Okay, very good. Let's do that. I'll let her know.
Make sure you tell him he can't. Make sure you tell him he can't.
Courtroom does look packed. Might be because Nate Eaton was telling people there's a lot of room. There she is. There's a lot of
Ms.
room
Lauber, good morning.
in the courtroom. You can show up and
You
probably
take
get a
the
seat.
stand again. We'll get you a glass of water.
Thank you.
And you can feel free to put it wherever is
I'm
safe.
clumsy, so I'll probably spill.
You and me both. That's all right. Okay. Ms. Lauber, we're
She
on
wouldn't
the
be the
record.
first.
We're going to invite the jury in a moment. When they come in, I'll just remind you that you're under oath, okay? All right. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
It looks like Selena's wearing red over there on the wall on the right-hand side. That's our court watcher today. She's standing up. So we would expect to hear from her on the breaks, possibly during lunch and at the end as well. Selena did see the person who was doing the artwork, a lady with a gray top, like a sweater or jacket or something. She was seated just a couple seats away from her. Oh my goodness. I thought it was like a mask of some. Well, it is a mask. There's a lady wearing a mask that's black mask. way it looked. It just looked funny on my screen for a second. Now it makes sense, but black mask is present. It did look like a balaclava. I thought it was. It blended in with the hair. I'm like, what are they wearing? But now I see it.
Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you.
Kouri does look rather diminutive. Rather
All right,
small
have a seat. Thank you.
compared to her team.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll continue with additional questioning of Ms. Lauber. Ms. Lauber, please remember you are still under oath. Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
Morning.
I want to move on to the next interview, which took place on May 4th, 2023. So I don't know if, in case we need the binder, do you want me to put you in the right spot, or can you find it? Yeah, I think that's it. And it's dated May 4th?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So you've stated that you worked for Kouri Richins for a long time prior to these events.
I worked for her aunt.
You worked for her aunt, but working through her aunt, she was one of your clients. You cleaned for Ms. Richins and
Yes, she was one of her aunt's clients, yes.
Okay. And you had a lot of communications with Kouri over the years about cleaning.
Yeah.
And you were friendly with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. So I want to ask you, so there were, sorry, strike that. You mostly communicated by way of text, right?
When I was cleaning for Kouri, yes. Phone calls or texts, yes.
Okay. Hold the mic just a minute.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yes.
All right. And you texted a lot, you sent a lot of emojis back and forth, fair?
Yes.
All right. Now, you did some other cleaning projects for her, though, in addition to cleaning just her home, right?
Yes.
For example, one thing you did was you cleaned what we know as the Midway Mansion after she purchased it after Eric died, correct?
Yes, she had me go over there and get it set, clean it out for open house, I believe.
Well, yeah, I don't know, maybe it was for an open house, but the cleaning itself was you and 3 other people went in? Nick Bonsavage and yourself and...
2 others.
2 others,
yes.
Okay. And you went in, and it was the purpose of it was to clean graffiti that was inside the house, right?
We were going through and just sweeping up and cleaning up all the garbage. People were squatting there.
Okay, that's fine. And she paid you for that, correct?
She paid Nick through Venmo.
She paid you for that, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to just turn to a minute to the check that you said you picked up on March 9th from Ms. Richins. Can you pull that up? I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit number. Do you know it, Katie? You testified, while she's getting that up, that you stopped at the house on March 9th and you went inside and Kouri wrote a check for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this has already been admitted, so can we publish this? Now, do you notice on that check, the check is dated March 6th?
Yes.
So she didn't write it then, she already had it prepared, correct?
No, she wrote it that morning.
On March 9th?
When I went to her house, yes.
So you think she backdated it for some reason?
I have no clue why she wrote the date, but the date I picked it up was the 9th that I deposited in my checking account.
Okay, I understand you picked it up on March 9th, but the check is dated March 6th, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
All right. And you were paid how much a piece for cleaning the Midway Mansion?
Nick and I got paid $25 an hour, and the other was $20.
And it came to approximately between $300 and $400 a piece, correct?
I'm not 100% sure on that, no.
All right. And isn't it true that you cashed the check and paid the other workers? You paid them. She paid you and you paid them.
Not at this, no. She sent Nick Venmo.
What about the other two?
Nick, she sent the money to Nick, and then it got paid out through.
You remember that?
We can pause there for just a moment. My apologies. Do we need to hand out some glasses?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Forgive me. One of you needs a pair of reading glasses, right? Take a moment. Yeah, grab them. I'd be useless without mine.
A juror is going up and leaving. Apparently they left him either in their car or the jury room. Hopefully just the jury room.
Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right, so when Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard came on March 4th to interview you, the first, well, I don't know if it's the first thing, but right at the beginning of that interview, they asked you if you've been speaking to anyone about what's going on in terms of your cooperation. Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
Turn to page 8 of the May 4th interview. And it's towards the bottom of 8 and to the top of 9. Now, do you recall that they asked you if you talked to anybody about what had been going on with them?
I don't see this on that page unless I'm on the wrong page.
Let me see if I can help you out. See if we're in the right spot.
Yeah.
You're not on the right spot. Here we go. Let's go over here.
Oh, you told me
May 4th. We're on May 4th now. All right. Let's see. Let's take a look.
You would back up and just ask the question again.
I was okay. I was just trying to point out, but I think it's down here, and then over to here. Okay. All right. So they asked you if you'd been talking to anybody about what's going on, and then, isn't it true you said no? You haven't told anyone. You've just told people you're in custody on a drug court violation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but that wasn't true, was it, Ms. Lover? Ms. Lover?
Yes.
That wasn't a true statement to them, that you had only told people you were on a drug court violation, correct?
Correct.
Because you had been telling people in detail that you were cooperating with law enforcement.
No, I didn't tell anybody. I don't recall.
You told Nick Bond Savage, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, you said yesterday that you had talked to Nick Bond-Savage. You don't recall what you said yesterday?
I had talked to Nick a little bit here and there, but not that I was cooperating, I don't believe.
All right. So you don't recall, all right, yesterday you told us you had talked to Nick about cooperating. Do you recall this? Do you recall a conversation with Nick on the phone, a recorded conversation on the phone with Nick, telling him all about how you were going to go meet with federal...
Here comes an objection.
With the feds.
Your Honor, objection foundation, just, when is this call? What call?
While you were in...
I need you to provide a little more detail.
Okay. So while you were in jail, you would talk with family and friends on the phone, right?
Correct.
And one of the people that you talked to regularly was Nick Bond-Savage.
Yes.
And you had a meeting set up to go and speak with a couple of people and agents from the U.S. Attorney's Office. You recall that?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And that, and you called Nick Bond-Savage, and you told him all about that you were going to go meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yes. Here and there, yes.
And that you were really nervous about meeting with the feds, right?
Correct.
So you had told Nick all about what was going on. You talked in detail about what you were talking to Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll about.
I don't recall how much detail talking to Nick with.
All right. But when you told them, I've only said that I'm in jail on a drug court violation, you were not telling them the truth, because you had told people you were there cooperating and that you were there on new charges. Specifically, Nick Bond-Savage.
Correct.
All right.
Your Honor, objection, I think that misstates both the evidence and the reality.
I need foundation in order to rule on the objection for who them is in your question.
I'm not sure what the objection is.
The foundation, yeah.
As to...
When you say you told them, who is them in your question? Could you be specific about that?
You told Detectives O'Driscoll and Detectives Maynard that you had not talked to anyone about this case other than to tell them you are in drug court violation, and that was not a true statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that... Okay, thank you. You also they give you a tablet when you're at the jail where you can text people, right? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were also texting your friend Nick Bond-Savage, right?
Correct.
And do you recall texting him about how you absolutely can't lose your drug court?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what you said to him?
No, not exactly.
Okay. I'm going to show you just a text with him. The highlighted part. I'm not introducing it. Just going to use it.
To refresh.
Yeah. It's really just this right here. Just ask her about that.
But don't.
Okay. Can if you want.
It's complete. This is everything.
Okay, that's fine. We can admit it. All right, I'm going to show you, this is marked as, well, we might want to remark this.
May I see it?
It's marked as an impeachment document, but I guess we're going to admit it.
Well, you can.
Is that okay?
It's marked how it's marked. You can
That's
still
okay.
admit it. Yeah.
All right. All right, I'm going to show you this. It's marked as, it's IMP CL1 on the bottom. Just take to look up here. Oh, you can look it on the screen, that's fine. Did you pull it up? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, that's what I was
Oh, that's
looking
fine,
at.
thank you.
Mhm.
All right, so this is a text from you to Nick at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you tell him in that text, well, that,
Ms. Lewis, do you want to admit it?
yes, we did.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, yeah.
All right. We'll publish this to the jury. They can read along with you if they want. Please proceed.
All right. And you tell him midway through, I have my ups and downs. I fucking can't lose my drug court. I fucking worked so hard to finally get clear-minded and get on a good path and live a straight life. And I have a supportive man. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So you tell him that you absolutely cannot lose your drug court.
Correct.
Okay.
I've said that multiple times.
So, and then you talk to him about that you're going to meet with federal agents, and not in this text. We're going back. You recall that you talked to him about, I have to meet with federal agents, and you were nervous about that.
I don't recall.
Well, I think you just said that was
Well,
correct
I mean,
a few
I remember
minutes
telling him
ago.
I'd met with a couple people, but
All right. But you remember that you were very nervous about meeting with the federal agents.
yes.
All right. So on May 10th, which that's the thin notebook, which we're going to be referring to now, the one that you've got sitting on the... So May 10th of 2023, there are 3 people that come to the jail in Wasatch County to meet with you, to interview you, correct?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, correct.
Okay, so there were 2 assistant United States attorneys and an agent with the federal government.
Correct.
All right. And the one who primarily questioned you, I don't know if you remember, her name was Serena Whistler. Do you remember Ms. Whistler?
Yes, correct.
All right. All right. At this point, you have immunity from federal prosecution, correct?
I'm not 100% sure when the immunity came in.
You pull up the federal immunity. Well, she's pulling it up. At this point, though, your federal immunity's not completely nailed down when they come to meet with you. Do you remember?
Correct.
Okay. You want to take a look at Defense Exhibit 1006.
Are we using this to refresh?
No, I'm planning to admit it.
Okay.
Do you recall that letter? The immunity letter?
I don't recall seeing these letters. They might have went to my attorney.
All right, you've never seen the letters giving you immunity in these cases?
No, I have not.
All right. We can just take that down there. She doesn't recognize it.
They're not coming in.
But you know you have immunity.
Yes.
All right. So in this interview, it's you, Ms. Whistler, Mr. Holden, another assistant United States attorney, and Officer Tyler Parker.
I don't recall their names, but yes, I know they were the Fed
2 men
agents,
and
yes.
a woman. Okay. And Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard aren't there to help you anymore, correct?
Correct.
And you have to give your statement by yourself.
Correct.
Nobody's there to lay it out for you, correct?
Correct.
All right.
I don't know if the witness knows what a boss move that was, not identifying the letter.
She asked
After
you
the lawyer announced
right up
that's coming
front
in.
if you talked to anyone about your cooperation also. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall that she asked you if you talked to anyone about
I
cooperating?
don't recall what was said between her and I.
All right. Well, I don't have the page number on that one, so we'll have to come back to that. All right, you tell them, though, about your drug use, right?
Correct.
And you tell them that the last time you used was in July of 2022. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of the date.
Do you want to turn to page 24 of the interview?
What's the date?
July, she has it. This is in the May 10th interview. Okay.
Oh, correct, it's right here.
Okay, so you told them July of 2022 is the last time you used.
Correct.
Okay, and was that a true statement?
It's been so long, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so you don't recall the last time you used?
Back then, I'm not 100% sure. You have the dates.
All right. Can you tell us sitting here today when the last time you used was?
4 years ago. I'm clean for a little over 4 years.
So that would put us at, we're in, I can't even think of what day it is, February of 26.
Mm-hmm.
And so the last time you used, you're saying is February of 22?
Better count, hang on.
So hold on, I gotta count back too.
I mean, that's not correct.
Whoa. Objection.
I'm not sure of the dates.
All right. Well, you told them it was July of 22.
Like I said, it was a long time ago. I'm not sure on the dates.
Okay.
Or what was said.
All right. So let me ask you, I know, what phase of drug court was it that you were using other people's urine to have drug testing done?
I never used anybody else's urine.
You never used anyone else's urine?
No, I've never used anybody else's urine.
You realize you're under oath?
Yes.
Corey's eyebrows went up.
All right, well, let's assume for a moment that the July of 22 date was accurate, since that was 3 years ago when you said that. So maybe you had a better memory then than you have today, correct?
Correct.
All right. But again, that means the whole time of what we're talking about here, the time period of January, February, March of 2022, as we talked about yesterday, you were using consistently during that time period.
Not consistently, no. Off and on.
Well, we went over drug tests yesterday where you were having positive drug tests once or twice a week.
In the beginning of drug court, yes.
And all the way through March of 22.
No, I was due to graduate probably 3 months when I got arrested, so it was not.
That's not true. There was.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll have a question coming.
Yeah, I need you to ask
That's
the
what
questions.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing. All right.
Any other objection, Mr. Glover?
That's the one.
Yeah, I just
All
need
right.
you to ask questions.
Yes. Because you had an order to show cause about how you were, that you had figured out a way to game the system, and you'd figured out an algorithm so you would know when you were being drug tested, so you would test clean, correct?
No, that is not correct.
She cracked the code. The Da
It's
Vinci
not
Code of drug
correct that
testing.
that was part of your order to show cause.
No.
So if the prosecutor in your case testifies otherwise, he's wrong?
Nobody figured out anything on how to do the UA system.
You and Nick Bonsavage didn't figure out how to game that system.
No. There was a couple of us that would text each other, hey, don't forget to go do your UA today, as a group. Nobody figured out anything.
All right.
It was a random phone call every day that you made.
I understand that. All right. So during that time period, you were selling drugs to support your drug habit also, correct? In 2022?
No.
So when you were picking up pills from Robert Crozier, You were pulling some of them out to keep for yourself to either sell or use, correct?
Skimming.
No, not correct.
So, is it true that you had a phone call with Nick Von Savage, again from the jail? This was right before, and I backed up a little bit from your May 10th interview, where you talked about with Nick, this was the last time we were able to get these pills, remember?
I don't recall that phone call, no.
Your Honor, I need to play a call for impeachment purposes. I don't know if you want,
have to dismiss
is there
the jury.
headphones so just Ms. Lauber can listen to it to help her refresh her recollection of the phone call, or how do you want to handle that?
Things. Are you refreshing her recollection or impeaching her with an exhibit that you seek to admit?
I am,
Doing both.
well, probably both. I'm starting by impeaching her recollection and then
Refreshing her recollection.
thank you so much. Refreshing her recollection, and then, yes, I may want to introduce it as impeachment.
That's fine. You just need to make sure that Mr. Bloodworth listens to it before we play it for the witness.
Okay, I think we're going to need a moment then.
Okay. Folks, this may just take some arranging of devices. If you'd give us a moment, please rise for the jury.
All right. Not as aggressive today. She's going after. Well, she is aggressive. Ms. Lewis is aggressive in cross-examination, but not the personal attacks we saw yesterday. These are fair game. These are discrepancies in testimony. You said one thing one time, then you said something else now. You're saying that now, but before you said something else. This is fair game.
Have a seat. Thank you.
For
Ms.
impeachment.
Lover, do you need a restroom break?
Where she talks about, that's the
Yes.
last time we were able
All
to
right,
get the
so-
ones we tried to get.
Please, do not talk to anybody during the
We
restroom
have
break.
to,
All right, just affirmatively avoid people?
know.
Yes?
Yeah,
Okay, you can take a restroom break. That's fine.
it's just, yeah. I just wanna make sure
This
that-
is fair game. It may get old.
Why don't we go off the record for a moment?
Oh, off the record. Judge, we wanted to be on the record. That's why we sent the jury out. I have not counted how many times, but the defense has raised on many, many occasions, counting today and yesterday, a situation where today Ms. Lauber answers a question in a particular manner, and then previously she said something different. They're trying to say that she lies. They're trying to paint the picture to the jury that you cannot trust anything this woman tells you because she's a lying liar who lies. Ms. Lauber was probably the most feisty moment we saw from her was when Miss Lewis was up next to the witness stand showing her something in one of the binders she had, and Miss Lewis asked, "So you lied about that?" I said, "Yeah." She says, "Yeah, addicts lie," and Miss Lewis said, "Addicts do lie. That's right, addicts do lie." And then Miss Lauber added, "Active addicts lie, like addicts they're currently struggling in addiction lie." Truthfulness in recovery is key. There's a point in the recovery process where you basically just have to get to the point where you admit the truth and don't hide from it anymore. Don't try to hide from anything. That the addiction grows in darkness, right? But being able to say, when you go to a meeting, you stand up and you introduce and say, "I'm an addict." It's not just like a funny meme that, haha, I'm an addict, my name's Scott. No, it's acknowledging a truth, a hard truth. And that philosophy of acknowledging the truth so you can confront it is critical in the recovery process. So Miss Lauber was quite, she was quite offended at the suggestion that she was lying now on the stand. Honesty is itself is first step. I don't know how key this testimony is going to be. Can I share one thing you lied about in your addiction? My addiction is computer gaming. It was saying I'd be going to bed in 5 minutes and staying up 4 more hours to play. So lying to family, to employers, basically stealing the employer's time. It was bad. It was bad. Telling myself it's not a problem. That's a big one. I'm not playing while driving. Yeah. Okay, true about lying while in active addiction. I did quite a bit. I think Miss Lewis is trying to confuse her so she can impeach her. Yeah, and she is. And the truth of the matter is, and I've said this, I'm super proud of Miss Lauber for how she's testifying now, just being open about very painful things in life and things she did wrong, and acknowledging that she has a part to play in this, and that she bears a measure of responsibility. I think that's that part's admirable. I'm not saying that her life and her choices and everything that led her to this point are things I approve of, but there's plenty that she can be impeached for, because she lied a ton, almost about everything. And we're going to go through all of it today. Let's see. Who's asking this question? Hang on one second. I got a text from somebody. Just somebody. Oh, Weebug. Unrelated to this trial. I'd recommend a hard holster, not a leather one. I think the judge is going to be coming back here in just a minute. It was just a short bathroom break. And I can tell you more off air about that, only because if you have to do she's talking about a firearm. Never mind. We'll talk afterwards. Let's see. We could do hard things. I'd laugh so hard if the defense counsel called her a liar again and Carmen responded by saying, I was a recovering addict. Not Jesus. Yeah. Carmen didn't even know the drugs were for Eric. She had nothing to gain. I'll say this. There is definitely a difference between Carmen getting drugs to feed a habit or to help a friend feed a habit, and Kouri getting drugs for the purpose of killing someone. Yes, there's risk involved with drug use and drug abuse, and it can be, it's a life-threatening situation, and definitely overdoses happen and worse. But I don't think there was a bone in Carmen's body that thought maybe it'll kill somebody when I get them this. I think she honestly thought Kouri's a friend and I'm going to help her out. So the jury might be here for this. Mentioned this before. The flag next to the judge, to the judge's left or the right for us, is the new Utah flag. They adopted a new flag recently. Not very often that a state changes their official state flag, but Utah did. It's much more modern looking. Hello. Who said that?
Have a seat, folks. Thank you.
Oh, Lori.
All right, have a seat. We're on the record. Ms. Lewis, I understand you'd like to refresh Ms. Lauber's recollection with a couple of audio recordings, correct?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Lauber, if you'd put the headphones on. Katie's going to play 2 audio recordings for you. Just listen, and when they're done, Ms. Lewis is going to ask you another question. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, that was it.
Okay, and then we're gonna do the second one.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
If you would hand those headphones back to Katie. Katie, if you'd take your seat again.
Ms. Lauber, were you able to hear those 2 phone calls between you and Mr. Bonsavage?
Yes.
All right. So you were having a conversation where Mr. Bonsavage was saying to you, hey, remember, Carmen, we couldn't get any more of those pills after we've got those in March of 2022, right?
Correct.
And he said, remember, we tried to get more. We asked Kouri if she could get more. And she said she didn't want any more, so we couldn't get any more, remember?
Correct.
Why was it that you wanted more pills?
I don't think I was the one asking for them. Nick did. Nick wanted to know because Nick benefited from it when he got made the $300.
Nick said that was the last time we could get them, correct?
Correct.
Meaning you and Nick.
Nick was the one that drove me down the last one, yes, correct.
And that Nick and you wanted to get more pills, correct?
I don't recall me on that video, it wasn't me asking for them.
Your Honor, can we, I'd like to admit the recording.
Mr. Bloodworth, you've heard it. Any objection?
Hello? Bueller?
No.
Bueller?
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Pause for 1 moment. Katie, let me make sure you're connected. Let me know when you have them queued up. This should work. Are you connected? Here, we'll start again. My apologies.
And this is Defense Exhibit 307 for the record.
Okay.
3007.
This is actually 308. The one you admitted before was 307.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's
Katie,
wrong
would
with-
you do me a favor?
3008.
Plug back in. Let me know when you've plugged back in.
By my count, that's the 5th time the judge has fixed an IT device in the courtroom by just unplugging it back in again.
You're not showing anything on your desktop.
It's just an
But forgive me, I'm not sure the audio player is connected. Can you drag it into?
Well, because remember I kept asking, like, hey, text Kouri, do we need any more? And that, so me and you was the last time we were able to get any because she didn't want any anymore. Because remember her guy was out of town or whatever?
I don't know.
Can we play the next part?
I mean, I know that, like, I kept asking, like, hey, does her guy want more? Does her guy want more? So, and you were like, and she'd always say no. So, like, I know you and me, it was the last time, unless you cheated on me and went with somebody else, which I don't think you would have. Yeah.
All right. So Nick said he's the one that texted, but then he said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills, correct?
That was the last time Nick and I had gone to the Maverick.
All right, we listened to the call. He said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills. That's what the call says.
That's the last time him and I went to the Maverick, correct.
Right. I'm going to try and ask the question again.
Your Honor, objection. Ask
Thank
and
you.
answer. It's in evidence. It says what it says.
Sustained. Please ask your next question.
Sure. All right, let's go back to the May 10th interview with Ms. Whistler and the others. Maybe turn to page 26, and I'll ask you if you can remember this, and if you can't, you can look down at the page.
Just wait 1 moment. She's going to ask you a question, Ms. Lauber.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Ms. Whistler asked you how often that, when you were using drugs, how often you were using. And you told her hardly ever, like maybe once a month. You recall that?
Correct.
Okay, but that wasn't true, correct?
Correct.
Because you were using a lot more than once a month during February and March of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't honest with Ms. Whistler, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then she wants to talk to you about the first drug purchase, the one with Susan Kohler. And turn to page 34, just so you have it ready. But first I'll ask if you remember, and then if you don't remember, you can look at the interview, okay? All right. Now, you told Ms. Whistler that you couldn't remember when you sold pills to, or I'm not sorry, excuse me, when you bought pills from Susan Kohler, but it was wintertime, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell Ms. Whistler the other guys, referring to Detective O'Driscoll and Maynard, they made it much easier because they drew it all out for me. Do you remember that?
No, not.
Okay, take a look at page 34.
Correct.
Okay, so you said they made it a lot easier, but Ms. Whistler's making you tell the story yourself, correct?
Yes.
All right. So again, you say you went to Susan Kohler and bought oxycodone, correct?
Correct.
That those were prescription pills that Susan got for a friend, correct?
Yes.
And I take it you don't know how many milligrams of oxycodone those pills were? Do you know that?
No, I didn't look at them. I didn't count. I didn't ask.
Okay, fair. And you told her that you fronted the money to Susan.
Yes.
You told Ms. Whistler that. And then you told Ms. Whistler and the U.S. Attorney's Office that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet in the Midway house, the small Midway house, and the money would be in the closet. But instead you decided to leave them in the fire pit, correct?
I don't recall. No.
Okay, let's go to page 46. And if you take a look at that, and look at where it talks about you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet.
What was your question?
Is that, in fact, what you said, that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet and the money would be in the closet, correct?
It doesn't say anything about the pills or what one it was.
Can you take a look? Are you on page 46 of the May 10th interview?
Yes, I'm on page 46.
And that's not refreshing your recollection?
It just says in the next day, I want to say it was brighter, and she said the money go inside the house and the money was in the closet.
Okay, that's what I'm
Doesn't
referring
say
to.
which day.
That's what I'm referring to.
Which purchase?
That you were going to leave the pills in the closet and the money was going to be in the closet. That's what you told Ms. Whistler.
Your Honor, just objection foundation, which purchase here are we discussing?
I already said that. It was the first purchase with Susan Kohler. We talked about that.
I think that clarification, we need to be much more careful about whether you are impeaching or refreshing.
Okay,
And
I understand.
I'm confused. I think the witness's responses will be tough to determine on a written record.
All right.
What she's doing.
Okay. So the question is, when talking about the first purchase with Ms. Kohler, that you told Ms. Whistler, originally you were supposed to leave those oxycodone pills in the closet and that the money was going to be in the closet, correct?
I don't recall on that one.
But you just read it, correct?
It doesn't say Susan Kohler or anything in there. It just says that the money doesn't refer to what purchase you're talking about in here. It does not say Susan Kohler's purchase, or it does not say Robbie's purchase.
Okay.
It just says.
Your Honor, could we approach for just a moment?
Okay, a couple of you have mentioned that in the background, when you look back into towards the gallery, the prosecution is almost not paying attention to what's going on in court, with the exception of they're watching the jury, and that could be very telling. It means to me that the prosecution sees the jury as very sympathetic to this witness. And if that's the case, that could explain why the prosecution is letting this go on. Basically with the little antics where he stands up slowly and is like, no objection. Just like, this is absurd. This is what the defense is doing is absurd. And as long as he feels the jury feels that way, he's going to continue that. The jury must have some great tells. There probably are a few. Hey, lady, your phone. Who has their phone? Somebody have their phone up? Did I miss it? Go back and look at I've got a delayed version going.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try this again. I'm sorry that this has been really confusing, but...
Ms. Lewis, if you don't leave it in front of her, she won't be able to read along with you. And so if we can do a combination of you having that and putting it on the screen, or however you want to do it, but if you're going to read, she needs to be able to see what you're reading.
Okay, let me just figure out where I'm at and then we'll do that.
No problem.
So media's the front row, the row of people with their heads down.
All right, let me ask you this.
They're all allowed to have phones.
The first thing you talk about with U.S. Attorney's
down
Office is
below
the
the
first purchase with Susan Kohler.
I'm not 100% sure.
All right, give me one moment.
Ms. Lewis now has to find in the transcript something that would cue in that this conversation is about the incident that she thinks it is. If it's not there, she's just going to have to move on. And that would be
Katie,
a win.
can you pull up page 34 of the May 10th transcript?
Allison
All right.
Law. Allison
You can
Lawler.
look at line
Thank you.
18.
Sleep with one eye open. Yes, it's wonderful.
And this is early in the interview. Ms. Whistler asked you, okay, so when would that have been? Referring to the first time Kouri reached out for pills. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And
Yes.
that's when you said the other guys made it so much easier because they drew it out for me.
I need you to read it exactly.
The other guys had it so much easier, drawn out for me. That's your response, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then, Ms. Whistler continues to talk to you about, just go ahead and turn the page for a minute, that first purchase.
There's an objection.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Objection under 106.
Forgive me for a moment.
Judge is like 106? That's not one we hear often.
Okay. Give me
Improper
a series of line numbers or page and line numbers that you're concerned about.
Your Honor, on page 34, the response spanned lines 20 through 23. I think that
Rule of
entire
completeness.
section needs to be read.
Would you please read the
That's
rest
fine.
of the response?
Okay, yes, that's fine. So the question from Ms. Whistler is, when would this have been, the first purchase? And you answer, the other guys had it so much easier drawn out for me. I want to say January or February, I don't know. You'd have to look at the phone records.
Wow.
Correct.
Oh,
Correct.
wow. Good
And Ms.
call.
Whistler says of last year. Correct?
You got to read her answer to the question.
Well, I was asking her to acknowledge that was the question from Ms. Whistler, that Ms. Whistler asked you of last year, correct?
Correct.
And you said, I think so. Yeah. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now you go on and you're talking about the purchase from Ms. Kohler, correct?
I think the 106 objection is the rule of completeness.
Correct.
All right.
You have to include the
And
parts
while you're
that are
still
relevant.
talking about that purchase, that was the purchase that was $600, correct?
Correct.
So let's pull up page 43 of the transcript. And Ms. Whistler says that on line 10, so at your best recollection, it was $600, correct?
Correct.
So we're still talking about the first purchase.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And then as we move forward, as we're still talking about it, on page 46, you're talking about that the next, after you got the pills, and you testified yesterday, you didn't give them to Kouri that night, it was the next day, correct?
Correct.
And then you said, and then the next day, I want to say it was brighter, and she said, the money, go inside the house, the money is in the closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then Ms. Whistler asks you, 2 lines down, 3 lines down, you took the pills you had gotten from Susan to that address, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so as you're talking about that,
You have to read her answer. The question is not evidence of anything.
well, now I forgot what the question was. Let's see.
So you're at line
Oh, I'm sorry.
19.
You took the pills you gotten from Susan to that address and you said yes, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she asked if you'd been to the house before and you said no, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then as we move to page 47, line 14, Ms. Whistler says, okay, when you got there, did you go inside, correct?
Correct.
And she's talking about the small Midway house, correct?
Correct.
And you said, no, it was late at night and I put them in the fire pit, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Whistler says, outside, and you say, yeah, correct?
Correct.
Turn the page. Ms. Whistler asks on line 7, okay, so you dropped this envelope full of pills in a fire pit in a vacant house in Midway. Did you think this was odd? Correct?
Correct.
And you said yes, but I didn't think nothing of it because if you're keeping a certain somebody out of the picture, you're not, I mean, if you know anything about the drug world, and then you don't complete that thought. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So you told.
Please pause. Go ahead, Mr. Butler.
Completeness. She does complete the thought. You just have to read down.
Yeah, we've got to read through.
All right. I don't know that it's relevant, but that's fine. Ms. Whistler then says, well, I've been doing this for 20 years, so I think I do. I guess referring to know something about the drug process, correct?
Correct.
And you say, no, I'm just saying some addicts, or, and she says, uh-huh. And you say, some people don't really ask questions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So,
Objection, completeness.
Your Honor, I think though if that's the part that's relevant to my questioning. I think if Mr. Bloodworth wants to bring in the rest later, he's welcome to do so.
No,
We're
the
actually
judge is on the
changing
prosecution
the
side.
topic here back to the investor now.
Why don't you just read through the sentence, the period on line 23. I understand your position, but I think her thought goes through before changing of a topic, the period on line 23.
All right. So when you say some people don't really ask questions, Ms. Whistler says okay, and you say, or they don't want to get caught in the middle of anything, period.
Correct.
All right. So, I'm going to give this back to you for now. So back to my original question.
Ms. Lewis is fired up.
You told Ms. Whistler that the first pills you got from Susan Kohler you left in the fire pit at the Midway house, correct?
Correct.
But that's not what you're saying today, correct?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, who could potentially charge you with a 20-year minimum mandatory crime, you were doing your best to tell them the truth?
It was a lot to take in, so I probably had confused a little bit.
Were you doing your best to tell them the truth?
Yes.
Is that fair? You
Correct.
were.
Mm-hmm.
And this conversation was approximately a year after these events took place. The conversation with Ms. Whistler took place about a year after these things happened, correct?
I'm not sure on the dates.
Well, they happened in March of 2022, February, March of 2022, and you're talking with Ms. Whistler in May of 2023, so a little more than a year, correct?
I'm not sure on that.
Well, the date is on the transcript. Do you need to look at it?
I don't think it was a year apart, but I can be confused on the date.
All right. If I represent to you that this interview was in 2023, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. So it was about a year after.
Okay.
And fair to say,
Carmen's attorney
1
is
year
there.
after the fact, your memory was probably better than it is here today 4 years after the fact, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Her attorney is there to protect her interests. He knows the deal. If she gets asked questions that are outside that deal or could implicate her, they can consult.
Okay. Now I want to move to the second buy. We're going to talk about the second purchase, which would have been the first purchase with Robert Crozier, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you reached out because Kouri said she needed something stronger, like maybe the Michael Jackson stuff, correct?
Correct.
And you couldn't remember if this was by text or phone. You said you weren't 100% sure, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you pull up page 50? You turn to page 57. I'm going to let you use the book. You put 57 on the screen for me of the May 10th interview. Okay, I want you to look at line, you're on page 53, Carmen?
I'm on 57.
Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I gave you the
You
wrong
told me
page.
57.
I might have, you're right, 57, I'm sorry.
So do I need to go back or stay here?
No, 57's correct, I misspoke, I'm sorry about that. So line 7, oh, actually, no, let's go up to line 5. Officer Parker says, when you
Lewis.
say by phone, are you saying a phone call or a text, correct?
Correct.
Talking about your communications with Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
You said, I'm not 100% sure the officers have it all, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said after that? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall telling them they made it easier for me because they draw it out? Like they laid out the whole puzzle and they fit the pieces together. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you recall that you said that?
Correct.
And do you recall what Ms. Whistler said to you?
No.
All right. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1033, the video? Do you recall that she, before you play that, do you recall that she said to you, well, we would rather you just tell what you remember?
Correct.
Okay, then maybe we don't need to play
So
it.
you can't play the video. She recalls.
Objection, that's not what the question says.
But that's her memory. So here we go. There's nothing impeachable happening right now.
Okay.
It's improper questioning.
All right. So,
A statement of facts.
again, Ms. Richins on the second time asked for the Michael Jackson drug, correct? And you told Ms. Whistler that you had to Google it, correct? Because you didn't know what it was.
Correct.
And that you discovered it was propofol, correct?
I don't recall if that's what I remember, but.
Well, you said yesterday that you discovered it was propofol.
Okay, yes.
All right. And you can't buy propofol in the streets, correct?
I'm not sure.
To your knowledge, can you buy it on the streets?
No, I don't go around asking for it, no.
Okay, that's
not
fair.
Not that I recall, if you can
that's
or
fair.
not.
And I want to go back to the pills, the first set of pills you got from Robert. Can you pull up page 59? Yeah, I'm really not going back. We're still on the first set of pills you bought from Robert. Page 59.
If you would just wait for the question.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get to the page.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be less confusing if we do it
Okay.
this order.
Ms. Whistler asked you during this interview if you'd ever taken opioids. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
All right, can you look at page, you're on 59, right?
Yes.
Line 4. Ms. Whistler says, and you yourself have never been an opioid user. I misspoke. She said, you yourself have never been an opioid user. Recall that?
Correct.
And you said, well, I was for my neck.
Correct.
Okay, and she says, okay, but I mean, and then you say, I had neck surgery, correct?
Correct.
And she said, I mean illicit opioids, and you said yes and no.
Correct.
So you're saying, yes, I had taken illicit opioids also,
Yes.
correct? All right. She says, tell me what you mean by yes or no, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I mean, I would take Roxy's or Oxys for my neck and stuff, okay?
Okay.
And then Ms. Whistler says, were they okay, but were they prescribed to you by a doctor, correct?
Correct.
And you said they were in the beginning, but not after a while, correct?
Correct.
So then she asked you, roughly when did you have neck surgery, correct?
Correct.
And you said, I had neck surgery a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, so your neck surgery was pretty close in time to when you were getting these pills from Mr. Crozier, correct?
No, my neck surgery was completed. I was out of my brace and everything.
So when you were getting the pills from Mr. Crozier, your neck surgery was over, correct?
Yes.
That's fine. I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
know that. Thank you for telling me that. All right. So my question is, when you were getting oxycodone from Mr. Crozier, were you holding back any pills for yourself?
No, I turned them in to my therapist. She kept track of them. When I had my prescription, my surgery, when I was done.
Right, but you said you were getting some that were not prescription. You were getting illicit pills. I take it you didn't give those to your probation officer.
No.
All right. So were you holding back pills from Mr. Crozier to take for yourself?
No, I was not.
All right, so then you talk more about that Kouri had asked for the Michael Jackson drug. And that's when you told her, well, it's not a pharmacy. I don't know what you want. I can't just go get you a stronger dose of pills, correct?
Correct.
All right. But the first pills you gave her were prescription oxycodone, correct?
From Susan Kohler?
Yes.
Correct.
From Susan Kohler. And then you asked Mr. Crozier for Roxy 30s, correct?
I don't recall if that's exactly what I asked for.
Well, we talked about that yesterday.
I said blues. Blues, or I asked for pain pills or an opiate pain pill.
All right. Yesterday you testified you asked for Roxy 30s or blues. Remember that? Yes, from yesterday?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not sure that's accurate.
I'm not either. Foundation.
I can go back and find it, I guess, but that is accurate. All right, let me find it.
I think the difference is whether, to be a little bit specific here, she testified to that yesterday or acknowledged having said it in a prior interview.
That's fair. Yesterday, you acknowledged that you had told Mr. Crozier that you wanted Roxy 30s or blues. We found that page number yesterday, and you acknowledged that, yes, that is what you had said at the time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So my point is, Roxy 30s, 30 milligram oxycodone, are a stronger variety of oxycodone than what you would typically get in a prescription, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you could get her something stronger and still get her oxycodone, correct?
I'm not understanding the question.
All right. There are different milligrams of oxycodone, right?
Correct.
Prescription. Yes, prescription oxycodone, and then, which are weaker, and then Roxy 30s are a stronger variety because they're 30 milligrams, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you could, in fact, get the same drug, oxycodone, and get a stronger version of it, right?
If you knew somebody with the prescription.
Okay, all right. And this is when you reach out to Nicole Cummings, and she refers you to Robert Crozier to get the stronger pills.
Correct.
All right. But you never did ask Crozier, and we talked about this yesterday, you never asked him for fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler, Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, correct? She never asked you for fentanyl.
I'm not 100% sure.
All right, can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1035? Do you need to see this? It was provided in Discovery.
Can you remind me? I don't.
What's a dirty? A dirty is a quick copy of the transcript without being
I want to introduce
cleaned
this.
up.
So we'll preview it for
Okay.
council once it's up.
Can you put the transcript next to it so he can?
Yeah, the transcript's more helpful. Can you scroll through, Katie?
And why is it that?
Nope.
Whoa, Judge.
Not
Nope.
yet.
Just let him read the transcript of what is in the video.
If you'd take the video down for a moment, Katie, let Mr. Bloodworth review the transcript. Just pause for it.
Can you go to page 71, please?
Right, through line 25.
We only have that one page, so just 71.
Whatever page you had up.
I need there to be an objection because currently we're at 67, which is just not a good number.
What was the next page? Oh, now I don't know. It was the page you had up right a moment ago. Oh, I'm sorry.
I read 70.
Okay.
Does the clip start at page 70?
It is, right? It's just, yeah, it's just a little bit
Oh,
on
okay.
page 7.
What line does what page and line does the clip go through?
Line 70, line 25.
Okay, then please back to 70.
No worries.
I don't know right now what the truth is about the pills. I do believe there were 4 total purchases, 3 of them for Robbie, 1 after Eric's death.
Okay, the state objects under completeness.
Thank
If you look at 71, page 71 of the transcript, it continues.
Well, go ahead. Let me see page 71. All right. I mean, Your Honor, I think
Through
that,
line 11 of 71 at least.
I mean, I think he can introduce that. She's testified to that.
That's not how rule of completeness
on
works.
redirect.
You gotta play the whole thought,
Well, how about if I play it and then I read the rest because the clip doesn't include that.
but you just read the complete part and then ask her if you read it correctly.
All right.
You can't play an incomplete clip.
You pull it back a page to 70. All right, so Ms. Whistler, and we're on page 70, line, let's see, let's back up.
Page 70?
Yes, public defenders.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's what I was on.
Let's go back then to line 11. Ms., do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Whistler asked you, when you met with Robbie, did you specifically ask him for fentanyl? And you answered yes. She says, you used that word, you said, uh-huh. And she said, and if, and why is that you specifically asked for fentanyl? And you said because that's what was asked for. I mean, that was the Michael Jackson drug, right? Or that was the Michael Jackson thing. So let's stop there for a minute. Is that what it says? Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
All right. But we already talked about you knew the Michael Jackson drug was not fentanyl, correct?
Continue with the clip.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So then Ms. Whistler says, okay, so that's what Kouri had asked you to get. Is that fair? And your answer is, did she ever come out and ask for fentanyl? No. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Next page. Ms. Whistler says, okay. And you say, she asked me to get Michael Jackson stuff. Yes. Ms. Whistler says, okay. Did you tell her what she was getting was fentanyl? And you said yes. And that's on the second transaction that took place in my driveway when she came to pick it up. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, but all right, we're going to come back to that because I don't want to confuse you by jumping around in sequence. So
now you're going to change.
We'll talk more about what you said about that in a few minutes, okay? All right. Now, you told the U.S. Attorney's Office when you interviewed with them that you purchased drugs 1 time from Susan Kohler and 2 times from Robert Crozier, correct?
Correct.
You didn't tell them you purchased 3 times. You told them you purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
All right. You told them that the first time from Mr. Crozier you got light green pills, correct?
Correct.
And the second time you got light blue pills, correct?
Correct.
That you got his number from Nicole Cummings, correct?
Yes.
Told him you needed Roxy 30s or blues, correct?
Correct.
Met him at the Maverick, correct?
Correct.
Picked up the money to pay him, correct?
Correct.
You said it was $1,000?
Yes.
And that means he was charging, my math I don't do, but I think it's approximately $30 to $35 a pill, correct? Maybe more?
Probably, yes.
And that's about the running rate for oxycodone. Might even be a little high, but for oxycodone, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Are you aware what fentanyl typically?
You got to pause so we can get a response on the record. I apologize.
That's okay.
Was your last answer was?
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
All right. Now, are you aware what fentanyl sells for?
I'm not 100% sure.
Because you've never bought fentanyl?
It goes for, it's a street drug. I'm not 100% sure what it's out.
Do you know that it's really cheap? At least it was in 2022, 2023, 23?
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
I just went off the price he told me.
Okay. And you picked up the money at the closet in the Midway house for the purchase for Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
In a closet, correct?
This one might have been the box. I'm not sure which one.
Wasn't the box in the closet?
Yes.
Okay, so in a closet in the Midway house.
Correct.
And you got approximately $1,000.
Correct.
And that same day you brought the pills, you bought the pills from Mr. Crozier, correct?
I'm not sure if it was the same day. Like I said, I'd reach out to him and he'd get back to me.
Okay, do you recall if you picked the money up the same day you bought the pills?
I'm not 100% sure.
So you might have picked the money up first and then taken it a day or two later?
Maybe, yes, correct.
Okay. Tell me again, so that time you go in the house, which it's a little unclear, you've said different things, if it was the first time or the second time. What was in the house?
There was nothing. It was being remodeled. It was one that she was flipping.
Objection asked and answered.
Wasn't it already remodeled?
I'm not 100% sure. She said it was a house she had done.
Are you aware? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. This is in February we're talking.
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
Yesterday you said the first purchase from Robert Crozier was February 11th, correct?
Correct.
Which you also said was the first purchase from Susan Kohler, correct?
I don't recall if that was the same time.
Okay. You don't recall that that's what you said yesterday?
I knew Susan's was in the beginning, yes.
Okay.
Not sure exact date.
Are you aware that Ms. Richins didn't own the home in February of 2022?
I knew it was a house she was flipping.
Are you aware that she'd already sold it at the end of January of 2022?
No.
All right. So you meet Mr. Crozier at the Maverick, correct?
Correct.
Give him the money and he gets you the pills, correct?
Correct.
Well, he leaves. He has to go somewhere close by to get the pills, right?
Yes.
And then he brings them back to you, correct?
Yes.
And now you're saying, now you didn't say this before, but now you're saying Nancy Peterson was with you on that trip?
Nancy Peterson drove me.
Objection, Your Honor, she did say that before.
Overruled. Let's keep moving.
Well, you didn't say that to Ms. Whistler, correct? You didn't say anything about Nancy Peterson being with you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But, okay. You said she drove you? Ms. Peterson drove you?
Yes.
Can we pull up, it's already been admitted, States Exhibit, I think it's 3-7D, 3-7D3? Can we publish that, please? Can you see that?
Yes.
That's a selfie, correct?
Correct.
And if you look at the lettering on Nancy Peterson's hat, the lettering's reversed, right? It's backwards.
Correct.
So that picture's backwards, correct?
I guess so, correct, I guess.
Okay. So can we pull up just for, well, no, let's pull up CL9 for the witness. Can you make it so it's not split like that? That's how that picture really looks, correct? Because now it's not backwards.
Hang on.
Correct. So you were driving, correct?
On the way back, I drove back, yes.
Well, on the way there, the first picture was...
On the way down, Nancy drove. On the way back, I drove because she wanted to get high.
Okay, well, you testified yesterday that this photo was of Nancy driving and you in the passenger seat. Recall that?
Correct.
But you're in the driver's seat and she's in the passenger seat, correct?
I guess so, correct.
Okay, can we publish IMP-CL9 to the jury? We'd move to admit it and publish it.
Mr. Bloodwood.
Yeah, 3,000. 3,000.
No objection.
Okay, one moment. We're going to keep this number the way it is, right?
Sure, that's fine. So you testified yesterday that...
Hold on a second. Why are we renumbering them? It makes it harder on Brittany.
Because it's changed.
All the 3,000s are impeachment documents that were not on the witness list, so to make it easier at the end. And we've been bringing the next day ones that have a new sticker on them and giving them to Brittany.
Okay. Defense 3009 offered as IMP_CL9 is admitted.
All right, so yesterday you testified that you had Nancy drive you because you didn't have a driver's license, correct?
Correct.
But in fact, you're driving, correct?
Down the mountain?
Either way,
Driving up.
you're driving without a driver's license, correct?
Yes, I always did.
Okay. All right, so this purchase is the light green pills we talked about, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them that the next time you bought from Robert was after the death of Eric Richins, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, at this time you said you did one purchase from Susan and two from Robbie, correct?
Correct.
So 2 purchases in February, 1 from Susan, 1 from Robbie, and a 3rd purchase on March 9th, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but yes, there was.
You testified there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right.
No.
Your Honor, Foundation, I'm sorry.
I need you to be more specific about when you say you testified.
Yesterday you testified that you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
Yes.
But back when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, I mean, you also said you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
I don't recall, but.
All right, so you don't recall at that time when the third purchase took place?
I'm not 100% sure. That was a lot to take in back then.
Yeah, I understand. But now you're sure?
Yes.
How did you become sure? If you didn't know then, why do you know now for sure?
My bank account. I'm the one that told those guys there was a check to check my bank account and tell them the exact dates of everything.
Okay, well, in all fairness, you talked about that during these interviews. You decided and discovered there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right. So my question is, at that time you said, though, that was the final purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
But now you're saying there's another purchase, correct?
You've confused me. I'm not understanding.
At that time you said you only purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
And now you're saying you purchased 3 times.
Correct.
All right. So now you go back and you're going to make your third purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
And in that purchase, you didn't tell him you wanted something stronger, correct?
In the last purchase?
Yes.
You've confused me.
Well, it's kind of confusing because we
You
have a bunch of statements
you
that
bounce
they're-
back and forth. It's confusing.
All right. We're going to talk about in May of 23 when you said there were only 2 purchases from Mr. Crozier.
Okay.
Okay. The first purchase you said was light green pills.
Correct.
And then the second purchase, you actually said, just give me the same thing, correct?
I don't think those are my exact words. I think he just
Okay, let's
kept
look at
purchasing
page...
through him.
I'm sorry.
I just kept purchasing through him.
Okay, let's look at page 86. You give it.
Katie, I need 86. Sure. 1 second, Ms. Lowe.
Yeah.
Here's what the jury knows. She bought drugs for Kouri from 2 people. One of them
Okay.
2 or 3
Which
times.
line number are we at, Ms. Lowe?
I'm checking.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
The details of which time they put in the shoebox, which time they put in the fire pit, which color was what. I don't think the jury cares as
Okay,
much
line
about
8.
that.
Ms. Whistler says, did you contact Robbie a second time? And you say yes. Correct?
Correct.
She says, same phone number that you used to contact, and you say, uh-huh.
Objection, Your Honor. I think we're refreshing at this point, not impeaching.
Fair, sustained. If you would just give her a page number and line range to read, and then ask your next question.
All right. Can you just read that page, please?
Start from what number?
Right where we were just talking about, line 8 through the end of the page.
You want to read 8 all the way down?
Yes.
Just read it to yourself.
Okay. I thought you meant out loud. I'm like,
No, my
okay.
apologies.
Okay, yeah.
And then will you give me the next page up on the screen, please? If you can tell me when you've reached the bottom of that page.
I've reached the bottom.
Can you turn to the next page and read through line 5?
Katie, I need 88. Thank you.
Did you read through line 5 of that next page?
Yes.
All right.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see this?
Yeah, I can, Your Honor. There's going to be a completeness problem if we get to a page here.
Yeah, well, can we just, okay. That's fair. Ask your next question, Ms. Lewis.
I don't have the right page up here. Can you?
That's okay. It just has. I apologize for interrupting. Please ask your next question.
All right. So the second time you went back to Mr. Crozier for pills, you did not ask him for something stronger, correct?
Through Robbie?
Yes.
I'm confused on what purchase we're on.
Okay, we just read it. Let's go back and read it again.
You're confusing.
Page 86.
Okay.
Thanks, Ivan. Just beat it.
And the top of 87. Let me see that. Through line 5.
Judge got a little ahead of
Correct.
himself there,
All right.
presuming an objection, which may still
Now
be coming.
Recall that you told Ms. Whistler that you just asked him for more of the same the second time.
Correct.
And she asked you, you didn't ask for anything stronger, or do you have any better? Nothing like that. And you said, no, I just asked for the same.
Correct.
All right. So the first time he got you light green pills, and the second time, you just said, give me more of the same. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And again, you picked up the money at the Midway House in the cup in the closet, correct? For that
Correct.
second purchase with Mr. Crozier.
Correct.
You went back to the Maverick, correct?
Yes.
With Mr. Bon Savage, correct?
Bon Savage wasn't that one.
That's what you told Ms. Whistler, though, in 2022, correct? I'm sorry, I misspoke, 2023.
Pause for 1 second,
I
Ms.
think
Lauber.
that question's fine. I think the lack of foundation is confusing the witness as to whether she's testifying about what she said yesterday or what she said in the course of this interview.
Or what she recalls happening. I just need you to be a little
Okay.
bit more specific.
All right, we're still talking about the interview on May 10th with Ms.
Lewis
Whistler,
developing a headache.
where you told her you only purchased twice from Mr. Crozier. First time light green pills, second time you asked for more of the same, correct?
Correct.
And that you picked the money up in the Midway House, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you said there were only 2 purchases with Mr. Crozier, and it was the second purchase that Mr. Bon Savage went with you to pick up the pills, correct?
Bon Savage was the last purchase.
Right, but in
Ms.
20...
Lauber, pause for a moment. Ms. Lewis's question is, do you recall saying that you went with Mr. Bon Savage to, forgive me, what's the name of the woman from the vet? Ms. Whistler.
Yes, Ms. Whistler.
To Ms. Whistler during that interview.
I don't recall saying I was with Bon Savage.
All right. Carmen, you were really clear in the interviews in May. You said more than once that you did a total of 3 purchases for Kouri Richins, correct?
Correct.
1 from Susan Kohler, 2 from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct at the time, yes.
All right, and during those interviews, Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll told you that you purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And you still said there were 3 purchases. So at that time, you were telling them in your interviews, I had a purchase from Susan Kohler in February, correct?
Correct.
A purchase from Mr. Crozier in February, correct? And a purchase from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, that was it. You said in these interviews, that's it. Those were the purchases I did for Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that's what we're talking about right now. I know you've changed your story, and you're now saying there was another purchase, but we're talking about what you told them a year after these events. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So, you meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office on May 10th of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but
all right. Well,
you get me confused on the dates, but
let me just show you. Maybe this will help. I'm in hand the witness, which is marked as impeachment CL8, but I'm using it to refresh.
Understood.
All right.
Can you,
Oh, I'm sorry. These are just the
you can ask for anything to refresh your
dates of all
recollection.
the interviews with. It's just the first page of each transcript. Oh, it doesn't have May 10th. Oh, it does. It's at the end. No, it's out of order. May 10th, May 12th, May 13th. I'm going to put that in the right order.
But it doesn't say who the interview's with.
Transcription of interviews with Carmen. I'm just going to get the dates straight.
Right, we know Carmen's at all the interviews. We don't know who is interviewing her by the face of these transcripts.
It doesn't matter right now. I'm just asking her for the dates because she can't remember
Does
the
matter.
dates.
Whoa.
Counsel, would you pause
When you
for a minute?
Let me see what she says, and then I'll clarify.
2 notes for the jury. 1, I need a restroom break, so we're going to take one. And 2, I recognize that the temperature is trending toward meat locker at the moment. That is my fault. I asked them to cool it off. I didn't think we were going to overshoot by this much. I'm working on it, I promise. Please rise for the jury.
I wondered why my toes were getting cold.
Witness being frozen to death on the stand. Poor Selena, she's probably freezing. She's been out there.
Ms. Lauber, please pause for a moment.
Fix the temperature. We need a meat locker soundbite. Temperature's approaching meat locker. Deep freeze.
Take a restroom break. Everybody can have a seat for a minute. We'll be in break until 10:20.
Okay.
Ms. Lauber.
11 minutes.
I have a thought here. Ms. Lauber.
You need to go.
Same rules. You cannot speak to anybody. If you need to use the restroom, that's fine. Otherwise, you got to keep to yourself. You're allowed to stand next to Mr. Moffitt, but you can't talk to him about your testimony, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you do that?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, maybe we can talk in my office for a moment. Would that be all right?
Sure. It would, Your Honor. Can I ask for a little more than 10 minutes? I have something I need to attend to.
Oh, no problem. How much time do you need?
Can we come back 10? How long am I going to be in your chambers?
You know, we can do that second.
How long are we going to be in chambers, he says.
Can we do that, please?
Yes, sir. Nobody can start without me, so we'll just take the time it takes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. When you're ready to have a brief conversation, please grab Ms. Lewis and come around.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Court's in recess. Thank you.
The judge issues an open invitation to Miss Lewis and Mr. Bloodworth for his office. It says, we need to talk in chambers. Clearly, the way this is going forward, I think the judge is unhappy with. The number of times this morning the judge has had to step in and clarify the question for the witness, and not because the witness just isn't understanding, but because the question is worded poorly, is there's no foundation. It's been bouncing around all over the place. It's the intent, the design is to confuse. It's the questions are being asked to get her to say the wrong thing and to trip her up. That is why we're here. And then to point it out to the jury over and over and over. Miss Lewis has probably gone about as far as the judge will let her in that effort. I'm sure she can continue with cross-examination and impeachment. That's allowed. But she might be held to a higher standard going forward as to the quality of the questioning, the clarity of the questioning, and the jumping around. And at some point, she just needs to be done. Okay, at what point are you finished? We know she bought drugs. We know she was a go-between between Kouri and the sources, and Susan first, and then from Robbie 3 times. We know that she said before that she only bought from Robbie 2 times, and that she either lied about that or confused the issue. But the fact of the matter is, we have photographs of her driving in the car to Draper, to the gas station to pick up drugs. We have messages on Facebook Messenger saying, "Hey, you need to talk about this. I can't talk about it on the, call me. We have other evidence that corroborates her story. And if she took the drugs and put them in the fire pit or under a rock on the porch or in the shoebox in the closet of this Midway house, it doesn't matter as much to the case, right? That's not what Kouri is charged with using drugs that were found in a fireplace or using drugs that were found in a shoebox. Okay, it's probable that she doesn't remember exactly which order it went in. She's stuck with one story, knowing that the different things happened, and she told it differently on different occasions. Great. How does that change the fact that we have a canceled check from Kouri for $1,300 for work that was never performed, and a bank account statement in Karen's bank showing that she went to purchase something and drugs? We have the evidence. We know what happened. And right now, you, Miss Lewis, dragging it in front of the jury, saying, "Hey, you addict, you were lying about your drug usage and where you were getting your drugs." Yep, we know they do that. We know they do that. We know that's very difficult to stop doing when they're in addiction. Yes, she was in a recovery. It does Ayden pointed out, most addicts remember their last use date. It's like, I've been sober since this many days. I mean, we have people who celebrate down to the day, sometimes to the hour. This is how long I've been sober and clean. For me, I don't know the last day. The last time I played World of Warcraft, I have no idea when that day was. I just know that I stopped, and that since then I haven't been back to it. And it has. I could probably figure out the year, but for me, the exact date has not been something that I celebrate. But my addiction was a little different. I think the jury sees this witness as trying to tell the truth. And a couple of you have pointed out in chat, she's blown her deal. It's gone. She's hosed, she's going to get her full sentence. I don't think so. I think she is staying true to the last story, the story that the state said, we need you to testify about this. I think she's staying true to that. And she's admitted, yeah, I lied before. I lied a lot before. It is what it is. I lied. I said something different. I think her deal is fine. I think her deal is rock solid right now, and that she's complying completely and answering all the questions she's supposed to.
Ayden.
Let's see. Ayden, hang on.
To send a voicemail, press 2.
Ayden, how are you doing, my friend?
How you doing, pal? The only thing I'll say about the sobriety date is that if she was still in drug court, every drug court I've been a part of, I've been on a couple different drug court teams. And so I know that the sobriety date is, every time they go to court, they have to go to court once a week. They have to clarify what their sobriety date is. Mm-hmm. As part of drug court, it has to keep a running total. So it would be strange if she didn't know that. It would. That date would be pounded into her head because she would be literally saying it every week in court, at least as far as every drug court I've been a part of. It is the deal. It is. Now, I don't know what that means, other than what that means. So I just know that not even, yeah.
Is it possible that that Carmen, who struggled with education, that she has a lower grade education, she's admitted that that has difficulty with dates and numbers, that for her.
Then don't say you know the date. That's the problem. Don't say you know the date. The dates keep changing is, I think, the issue. She's the one stating.
But she's working with a therapist or a counselor who's obviously going to be tracking her success as well. And so she's, they're going to congratulate her on 4 years sobriety, and she's like, "Yeah, I've made it 4 years." She doesn't know the day. Could that not be the case?
She could know with the absence of drug court. I would say yes, but like I said, that date is being talked about for every person in drug court. It's being talked about every week when they go to court. Yeah. And so every drug court I've ever been a part of, or even observed, which is dozens, is that it's every person, it's every week. So I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me. It's just the same way that they're trying to pin down these. I wish Carmen would just say, you know what? When you help people out, when you get them drugs, guess what happens if you also do drugs? You take some of the drugs. And so that's why the pills are probably 17 this time, 19 this time. Just say that. Every addict who's ever done Yeah.
I don't believe that you go and buy drugs and they're just say, I'll just take a handful. It'll be about $1,000. You know, that's the price is to the pill, right? It's to the ounce, to the fifth. That's why they use the scales. You know, that's why we have this paraphernalia to measure
per
precisely.
milligram. If you're buying a 30 milligram oxy, now this is some time ago, but if you're buying $600 worth, you're not paying $1 a milligram, even $1 a milligram. Yeah. So that leaves a discrepancy in price, which everybody would know. And so you're an addict. You admitted to using heroin. It's not a big deal in the context of this conversation. Right. Just say you're doing them. Like everybody knows that you did some.
Here's why I think the defense is dragging this on forever and ever. What is coming looks so bad for Kouri,
right?
That they need some contrast. They need to have somebody else that they can say, look how bad this person was. Look how much this person lied. Because we get to walk the dog letter and the jury is going to fall out of their chairs.
Well, and like lawyer mentioned last night, he said that's probably why the state called her so soon, is to put some time in between these little discrepancies, and then when the bombshells drop later, it won't matter that, you know, Carmen's credibility is probably not 100%. Like, why would it be? Nobody's is, and I don't think any addicts would be close. So I think that's a fair point that he made last night, where there's going to put some distance in between these little, you know, dates and time discrepancies when nobody cares about, you know, nobody cares about being grazed when an atomic bomb is on the way.
Yeah.
So, but. All right, love you guys.
Hey, love you, Ivan. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for all the super chats. You're awesome. All right, so I'm sorry, I missed a couple calls in there as well. You guys all called at the same time. Hoping I didn't miss one from Selena. But the jury's only going to remember that Carmen's charming strength came through all this. Yeah, and her demeanor, with her demeanor being consistent, I can't tell you, for me as a potential juror, how reassuring that is, and how much that builds my trust in at least the intent of the witness. Okay, and I'm not talking like stone-faced robotic answers. This is, I mean, Carmen's just being just like upfront about so much. There's no reservation in her. She's admitting to lying. She's yes, I did that wrong. Yes, I was using. Yes, I did that. Yes, I lied to my probation officer. I lied to drug court. The honesty, I feel that the jury feels that she is trying to be honest, and I think they're going to give her grace and space on this one and say, yeah, we might not be able to use her testimony to pin down the times and the amounts and which color the pills were and where they were hidden in a fireplace or in a house, but I have enough with this other supporting evidence, including the bank statements, the check from Kouri, the pictures from the friends. I have enough to show that we get the gist of what happened, and we're not here to convict Carmen. We don't need that. I think she's doing great. I think she's doing really good. All right. I live in Utah, and I personally don't think you have to state your recovery date out loud every week in drug court. Might vary. It depends if you're like in an AA type program. Some of those programs might do it a little differently. Although there's a pattern. There's 12 steps. The eldest of 4 sisters, says Channeling Letitia, 3 of whom are addicts. Alcohol is part of the addiction along with pills. It breaks my heart watching her testimony. Yeah, that hurts. I have to give a shout out to Lindsay Lou. Welcome to the gallery, Lindsay. I appreciate that. Thanks for joining us. You're one of us now. You can never leave. So take your seat by typing !seat in chat, and we have a reserved virtual seat for you right at the front row. Laura M., welcome to the gallery as well. Laura's been here for a long time. I treated myself and broke myself out of slow mode, says Laura. It's wonderful. How bad is slow mode today? It's not too bad, is it? Lewis isn't disputing if Kouri bought them, but how many times? Yeah, the 2 times from Robbie or 3 times from Robbie, and she's harping really hard on the terminology, saying, and the last time you bought from Robbie, thinking as if you were telling us that you only bought twice. You did this, right? She's like, no, I did that the 3rd time. She's like, no, but back then you said it was only 2 and that was the last time, but now you're saying it's the middle. We get it. We get it, Miss Lewis. We get it. All right. The mods appreciate the slow mode today. Thank you for the patience. All right. Kouri buying drugs doesn't prove anything to me, says Jay. This poor woman will be here until Tuesday. I think we're actually nearing the end. And hopefully with this long break and the Miss Lewis and Mr. Bloodworth going back into the judge's chambers to have a little chat. I think we'll be effective at moving that forward, because at some point you've got to say what are we doing? Okay, that we've got 1,000 lies, right, documented in 3 binders of transcripts from years back. Are we going to go to every single one of them? Are we going to literally rehash every single one and ask, do you remember this specific thing you said where you got it wrong or where you lied? Or are we going read the room a little bit, look at the jury, and decide what, maybe the defense says yes. And if they do, we will, because that is their prerogative. But I don't think they will. I think the defense at least has somebody on their team who is sort of keeping the ear to the ground and listening for hoofbeats. And when the natives are restless, maybe they should run. So, let's see. Court's instructions: watch, enjoy, and hit like. Thank you, Camilla. Appreciate that. Kouri's guilty of sin, says Lori Genealogy. This line of questioning is doing nothing to prove otherwise. It doesn't take anything away from Kouri. Now, I've said this yesterday, I'll say it again. Defense wants 2 things to be true at the same time that I don't know how they're going to get. They want you to believe that you cannot believe anything that Carmen says. That she is a lying liar who lies, a drug addict who lies about everything. Goodman Law's on the phone. Hang on one second.
It's Nicole.
Nicole, hang on just one second. The other thing they want you to believe is that when Carmen said, I didn't ever buy fentanyl, which was like her first story, I never bought fentanyl for Kouri, that part's true. Because if she didn't get fentanyl, then the fentanyl in Eric's system came from where? We don't know. So, Nicole, what's on your mind?
Just to give you an insight, and I'm sorry for the echo, I'm painting my house still.
I need pictures.
Forever.
I used to run a painting company, right? I used to.
Did you really?
Yeah, we called it Prime Painting. I don't think we ever registered legally.
I will never paint again. This is horrible. I don't know how you did that for a living. This is like the worst. This is torture. This is worse than her cross.
I didn't say I was good.
Anyhow, I'm getting good, but it's taking forever. So what's happening right now, just to give you a little bit of insight, having been on a case where, not myself, thank gosh, but where opposing counsel has been called into chambers like that, defense counsel is getting chewed out. She is definitely getting chewed out. She's getting chewed out for the way that she has sort of told the judge what to do at several points. And he's telling her, this is my courtroom. When I make a ruling, I make a ruling. You don't tell me what to do or how to run my court. And he's probably telling her she needs to move on. And my guess is he's probably telling the prosecution, you can object a little bit more.
Please stand up
because that's
so I don't have to. He's saying.
Exactly. I'm not supposed to be jumping in. This is your job. Yeah. But as far as, the only reason I think that Carmen doesn't know her sober date or recovery date or whatever you want to call it is because this defense attorney has grilled her on so many different dates. Honest to goodness, I think she really, at this point,
she wouldn't remember her birthday. Yeah. There's so many dates in her head that she's just like.
Exactly.
She's
exactly. And I think she's nervous and every time she says a date, she keeps saying, I'm not sure of the date. And then, defense counsel keeps badgering her over these dates. And so she's just like, I just don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, that's the easiest answer is, I don't know. I don't remember.
The 106 objection that we had this morning was a rule of completeness objection where a couple times the defense has tried to cherry pick sometimes even just
and that's what she's getting chewed out about.
Just the question that she was asked in a previous interview to try to impeach the witness. And the judge is like, no, you don't do that. And he's actually made her read a lot more. She's like, you don't understand the law right now, the rules of evidence.
Right. She does not. Well, she knows the law. She doesn't know how to do it.
But the judge having to reword her questions for her is just, that's terrible.
Yeah. She needs to learn how to impeach a witness with a document or a recording, she doesn't know what she's doing, unfortunately. Or if she does, she's certainly falling behind on what she's supposed to be doing.
And she's blurring the lines
what
between
she
the
is
two.
doing is not what you're supposed to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
She's blurring the lines between the two. She's like, I'm doing both. I'm impeaching and refreshing. I'm impeaching her
Yeah, you can't do that.
it's
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. So, yeah, she's unfortunately, defense counsel's a little lost.
Yeah.
And there have been a couple times where the judge has sort of, there was one time with the refreshing and so forth that she was specifically told that you need to put this whole section in. Yeah. And she stopped. And even though the judge had told her she needed to do it, she just kept going.
Yeah.
And that's why I said the judge is in there chewing them out right now. You do not get called into chambers mid-trial for scheduling.
Yeah, and I'll say this as well. The judge is responsible to make sure that the wheels of justice keep turning and that they're not spinning in the mud.
Exactly.
If even if it's legal, like even if they have something that's, if they're beating the dead horse, I hate that term, but if they're just rehashing over and over with each minute different instance this has happened, the judge is like, you've proven it. The witness is impeached as she sits there. Okay, we've gotten there. We know that. The judge is in the interest of justice. He can say that. He said, you need to move on.
I don't think he's saying she's impeached. I think what he's probably saying is you're not reading the room. The jury is completely gone. There's probably jurors that are staring off into space, although we would know better once we hear from Selena. Yeah. But I suspect that the jury's just over this, as is everybody else, apparently in the free world. So,
and this might completely backfire on them as well.
I think it will. I think going after a recovering addict is not a good look. I said that yesterday. Yeah. If you want to impeach her and say, hey, you really have a reason to sort of embellish, right? You're getting your get out of jail free card. That's awesome. You can go about that. But to sit here and pick on her and say, oh, 2 years ago you dropped ketchup on your shirt. You're a terrible person. It's ridiculous.
And the irony of her making mistakes, sometimes multiple mistakes in the same question, getting dates wrong as well, it is rich that the attorney herself just can't even figure out what
That's
she's
why
asking.
I keep saying the more that Carmen plays with her and says, I don't recall, you need to show me the page. What's your question again? Yeah. The more flustered defense counsel gets because she has no idea. Yeah. She has an idea in her head. She just doesn't know what to do with it.
Yeah. It's awesome.
This is great an art.
I will say yesterday that the defense scored some great points. When they played that video of the state saying basically, we just need to say anything that will get Kouri convicted, that's a bad look for the state, right? That's like, man, that was great. That was great cross-examination. If they have more of that, bring it now. Because this stuff I don't think is giving them the mileage that they think they're getting from it.
Yep. This is falling as flat as going after her daughter for, overdosing and her education and her, learning disability. It's a waste of court efficiency and the jurors' time.
Is it wrong to file a complaint against the prosecutor for not objecting to that one? Oh my goodness, that was so bad.
I can honestly tell you, besides the defense attorney getting chewed out, I guarantee you the prosecution's getting chewed out. Like, counsel, are you asleep on the job? You could raise an objection or two. What is wrong with you two? Yeah. Awesome. Those conversations actually do take place.
Yeah. Goodman Law, I see you mentally in my head in painter's overalls, up to your elbows in mauve paint on the walls and tan on the ceiling.
Oh, no, it's white.
It's all white, okay.
Nope, it's the basic white. And yes, I am. It's all over me.
Make sure
I don't wear overalls. I just wear my clothes.
You don't want to just be breathing the paint.
I like the smell.
It's fun, but just saying from experience, good ventilation is key. But do enjoy the paint job.
All I can say, I don't know how you did this for a living. All I can say is that I can roll a wall. Mm-hmm. I am trying to do gloss trim, and it is a nightmare. And I'm going to have a contractor come in and fix it.
Is it oil based, or are you doing a latex?
It's Sherwin-Williams. So it's probably latex.
If it smells really strong, it's oil based. If it's not, then it's not. I saw the judge just came back in, so I see his head on the screen.
We'll chat later.
Thank you, Nicole. We'll see you.
Bye.
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 How often do you get a lawyer like Nicole Goodman who paints their own house? That's pretty cool. She's a woman of many talents. All right, a couple people let me recognize really quickly. We got a few new members in here we want to welcome officially. Let's see, where are we? Let's see, right here. Let's see, Weebug says, member for 22 months, OG, woot woot, plus all the months I was too cheap. I claim OG status. You are an OG, Weebug, and I've got to talk to you offline about your question. Lady Tanya, Texas, member for 14 months. Thank you very much. Two Dog Mom, member for 1 month. Kevin Daniels, welcome as a member, as an attorney. Kevin, reach out to me on the burner phone. I'd love to connect on social media if you are on there. We'd like to connect that way. That's one thing I like to do with everyone on the attorney level. Also, Ladybug's mom, I think this will be a moot point after they publish the phone calls and the names. I can't seem to get through to RA on the burner phone. Unfortunately, the burner phone has a single line and one terrible receptionist, and that's me. So I apologize for that. When one person's on, I just can't answer the others. She's a Jill of all trades. Yes. Painting is quite therapeutic for me. It's basically like starting anew. You get a fresh coat of paint on the wall is just...
Being on the record before we invite the jury back in.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lauber, you are still under oath. Okay. Let's invite the jury back in, please.
Okay, Judge Newman, could you do that?
You will bring the jury.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate that. Still waiting for the international burner. We've got Discord for that, Laura, but I'm terrible at staying logged into it. I apologize. I once painted a cinder block building, which is basically a stone sponge. And it took, I think it was 280 gallons of paint. I bought the paint for $11 a gallon, and I sold the paint for $28 a gallon. I made more on the paint than I did on the labor on that job. It was fun. And if you live in Utah, there's a house that I painted that is just absolutely atrocious. I hated every minute of it. I never wanted my name attached to it, but they chose a beautiful redwood home on the hill in Farmington, Centerville area. And they wanted it painted green, like 4 shades of green. And I did. And it's the ugliest thing I've ever seen, but they loved it. Can I show you the street view? Like somebody's house. I mean, it's not my house, but...
Have a seat when you come in. Thank you.
I might find it. I think it's in Centerville. Right up on the mountain. Maybe 1200 north, around that range.
Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lauber, you're still under oath. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right, we just finished going through the interview you had with the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's a little painful, but we got there.
Yes. A little confusing.
All right, yes, I know, I'm sorry. But let's just summarize that interview and then we'll move on. So in that interview, you told them that you bought pills from Susan Kohler 1 time, that you bought pills from Robert Crozier 2 times, and that you bought the same pills from Robert Crozier on each occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in that interview, you said that the pills were left at the Midway house, either in the fireplace or in a cup in a closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know who picked up the pills from the Midway house, correct?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if Kouri picked them up, correct?
No, I do not.
Or if Eric Richins picked them up?
No, I do not know. I do not know who picked him up.
Okay. All right, fair. So 2 days after the interview with the U.S. Attorney's Office, so we're now going to May 12th of 2023, you called Detective Maynard and asked him to come see you. Do you recall that?
I don't recall calling him. I think they were just there.
Well, it might have been a text. You either called him or texted him on your tablet. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
You needed to see him. All right. That's fine, but let's get the May 12th interview out, which is in the binder number 2.
All right.
May 12th.
Move this one so it doesn't fall.
You know, I'm going to take that out of your way.
Okay.
think we're done with that one.
Okay.
Okay?
She's moving forward.
Now, May 12th, what page?
No page yet, I just want you to have,
Oh,
that's the interview we're gonna talk about.
okay.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You can look at the beginning. I'm not positive if it says at the beginning that you asked Detective Maynard to come see you, but maybe you can check that and see if it does say that.
$801. That is funny. T.
And if not, that's all right.
Yeah, it doesn't say that I
Okay.
asked to see him. They were already there.
All right. So either way, you talk to him on May 12th.
I have a Driscoll and a Maynard in both this.
You think they're both there on May 12th?
It says that they are.
Are you on the?
I'm on page 2 or 1.
Of the May 12th, 2023.
Ms. Lauber, would you look at that blue tab and tell me what the date is on the blue tab?
Interview 5/3 of 23.
It's the wrong one. Would you go to the tab that has 5/12?
Way back here. Okay.
Okay.
Now that might make sense now.
Okay, thank you.
Wait for Ms. Lewis's question.
Okay.
All right, well, go ahead and look at the beginning again, and like I said, see if it indicates if you asked him to come see you. What page is that, Katie? Page 3.
I'd say it can. It depends what happens. As long as they follow the terms of their agreement, it doesn't matter if
Line
they're
18.
impeached. They just have to tell the truth now.
Okay, correct.
All right, so you asked Detective Maynard to come and visit with you that day.
Correct.
All right. And part of the reason you wanted to talk to him is you were very worried about being charged federally. Fair?
Actually, he was shocked that they were there.
What do you mean?
Because I told him I had just met with some feds, and he said, "You did." So he was acting shocked that they were even there.
Okay. You still, though, were telling him you were worried about it,
I had told him I had a visit with him, yes.
and that you were worried about what might happen because of that.
I don't recall what
All right.
that conversation was.
So, look at page 7 and 8.
Seven and 8.
The bottom of 7.
Okay.
Oh, I can't see the top, Katie. Is this page 7? Okay.
This one says 8. This is, I'm on
Ms.
7.
Lewis, I need you to ask a question.
I am. I'm trying to find the spot about the question. All right. So on page 8, you're talking with Detective Maynard again about getting it laid out for you. Correct?
On page 7 it says that.
Okay. And that's because up to this point, they'd been explaining to you what had happened, correct?
They were explaining more to me what happened. They've had the data from my cell and everything, correct?
All right, yeah, that's true. They did have your, not all of it though, because you'd lost some cell phones, correct?
No, I've had that cell phone forever.
Well, you told them you'd had a lot of cell phones, and some of the ones that you were using back in 2022 were broken, but they did have some cell phones.
They did have
right?
to, yes.
Okay. So initially, they were the ones that told you that Kouri asked for fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall. That's what they said to me.
Yesterday when you were testifying, we talked about this.
They told me Eric had passed away from fentanyl,
All
an
right.
overdose.
And we talked about that it was the detectives that possibly put the word fentanyl in your head. Do you recall that?
Correct, yes.
Because they are the ones that told you about the fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in this interview, you're telling them you're worried because of all these possible charges that you might get, correct?
Correct.
And Detective Maynard says that the goal is to convict Kouri for aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't a priority. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Can you look at page 12 of that same interview? It's at the top.
Yes, correct.
So Detective Maynard told you the goal here is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not what it says.
Yes, it is on the top of page 12.
The word here is not.
Are you looking at the right spot?
You added a word.
You added a word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, Ms.
I'll read it
Lauber,
exactly.
The question is, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Maynard stated the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder?
Correct.
You're right.
Is that a
I
yes or
added
no?
Yeah, sorry.
I added the word here. So what was it Detective Maynard said to you? Why don't you go ahead and tell us?
It says the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder.
And then he said, the rest of that the next sentence?
Read the rest of what he said?
No. These parallel drug
Yes.
investigations?
Those aren't a priority.
Okay. So they're telling you they're not worried about what you're doing. Their goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Right?
Correct.
All right. And again, you're telling them it was just so much easier when they put the puzzle pieces together for you, correct? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Want to look at page 16?
16?
Mm-hmm. She at the top?
Yes.
Okay.
Line 3? Correct.
Yes. Does that, so now do you remember you talked about them putting the puzzle pieces together?
Correct.
All right. And didn't you also tell them that you were talking to your daughter, Kelsey, and that your daughter asked what was happening and you didn't even know. You didn't know what had happened, is what you told her.
I
Correct?
don't recall.
It's on that.
On a jail call or?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, let me rephrase that. That you were telling Detective Maynard that you had been talking to your daughter and you were like telling her, I don't even know what happened, correct?
I don't recall.
All right, let's look at page 16. Do you see that now?
At the very bottom, yes.
Okay. So you said your daughter had asked you what happened and you're like, I don't even know. Correct?
Your Honor, Foundation, I think at this point, counsel's using this portion of the transcript to refresh a witness's recollection. I think the next question should be, does this refresh your recollection?
She's still reading, so I wasn't quite sure. But are you done
Yeah,
reading that?
The objection is sustained, and
Okay.
also, we're having pronoun and article trouble here. I'm really not sure what this is about. If you can be just specific and
All right.
provide context in your question.
So this is while you're still talking about, laying the pieces together and all of that. And
You have to ask her if that's her memory.
do you remember that, well, we just talked about it. You remember that you had spoken with Detective Maynard about, putting the puzzle pieces together. That made it easier when they laid it out. We just talked about that a minute ago, right?
Correct.
And then you told him, look at line 16.
Ms. Lewis, I sincerely don't want to interrupt you. You have to ask her if she recalls. You cannot ask her.
I thought she said yes, she did recall.
Then there's no reason to go to.
Oh, well, I haven't asked her if she recalled the second part.
Then that's why you can't just read from it.
So, yeah. So do you, I think I asked this, but let me ask it again. Do you recall telling your daughter, or not telling your daughter, do you recall telling Detective Maynard, yes, I talked to my daughter, she asked me what was going on, and I said, I don't even know, or something to that effect?
I don't recall that.
Okay, so if you look at line 16 through line 23.
Read that to yourself, Ms. Lauber, and then wait for the next question.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Just
Does
like,
that
remember what
do
we
you
talked
remember
about
now
in
that you said
Chambers?
that?
Correct, but I'm confused on what she's actually asking me.
What I'm asking you?
What we're talking about in this conversation. It doesn't say exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, so you just don't recall exactly what that was about.
Not
That's
the
fine. If you don't
conversation.
remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't recall what we were talking about. It just says.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
You just said.
It just says it doesn't specifically say exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we'll move on from that then. All right. Why don't you turn to page 20, and then I'm going to ask you a question, and then if you don't remember, you can see what it says there on the page.
Okay.
So Detective Maynard, at the end of this interview, tells you just something to the effect, don't worry, we're going to get you through this so you can get on with your life. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, there's one more interview that you have with the detectives in this case, and that's the next day, May 13th of 2023, all right? And then, okay, so why don't you just have that in front of you? Do you recall that in that interview, during that interview, that's when they really laid out for you about the March 9th drug purchase? Do you recall that?
I don't recall, huh?
You don't recall that that's when you guys talked about the March 9th drug purchase?
I don't recall.
All right, well, why don't you take a look at the beginning of that interview?
Which page?
Just at the beginning.
Which date?
Which date? What
May
page?
13th, the next day.
So just make sure you're at the right tab, Carmen, if you haven't already.
Yeah. 513, okay. Okay, now I'm there.
And forgive me, I interrupted you, Ms. Lewis. The page number that you want to use to refresh your recollection.
I was just asking her to look at the beginning of the interview to see if she recalls that they were now on this day talking about primarily the March 9th purchase.
Is there a
Is there
page
a
range?
page I need to be on?
Can I look at the beginning, Katie? I think it's right at the beginning. Next one. Because you're just chatting at first. Next one. Okay, well, let's start here. On page 5. Page 5.
Okay.
This is when they tell you that they've met with your friend Nick Bonsavage. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall them.
Do you recall, let me ask it this way. Do you recall conversations with Detectives Maynard and Detectives O'Driscoll where you talked about they had talked to Nick Bonsavage about the last purchase that he went on with you?
I don't recall them saying that they talked to Nick yet.
All right, well then take a look at page 5, line 9, 10, 11. Does that, take a look at that. Have you looked at that?
Correct.
All right, so they're talking to you about how they'd met with Nick Bonsavage.
Yes.
All right, and isn't it after their meeting with Nick Bonsavage, It's through Nick, they decide that that last purchase was March 9th. Remember that?
Correct.
Okay, there we go. And at that point, they ask you, is it possible you bought pills a total of 4 times? Once from Susan, 3 times from Crozier. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Let's look at page 13.
Okay, on the page.
At line 7 to Detective Maynard. He asked you if there's a 4th trip, correct?
Correct.
And you said absolutely not. There were only 3, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you've told them again in that interview, I just know totally there were only 3 total purchases. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
All right. Let's look at page 29.
Goodness. Wow.
You now recall you said, but I just know totally there were only 3 total.
Yes.
All right. So again, back on March 13th of 2023, I'm sorry, May 13th of 2023, you told the detectives more than once, not 4 purchases, I know total 3 purchases for Kouri.
Correct.
You told them that 2-3 times, correct?
Yes.
You told that to Ms. Whistler with U.S. Attorney's Office 2 days prior, correct? We talked about that.
Yes.
Yes, okay. But today, you're saying there were 4 purchases.
Correct.
So even though you were totally sure in 2022 there were 3, your testimony now is that there were 4.
Yes.
Okay. All right. At the end of that interview, I think it's page 30. And let me ask you if you remember before we read that. They tell you that they're going to bring you a timeline of everything that happened. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Okay, do you want to take a look at page 30? It's line 16, well, line 11 through 18, oh, 19.
Okay.
All right. So, just like today, the timeline was confusing then too, right?
Correct.
And they said, well, we're going to bring you a timeline to help you figure this all out, something to that effect. They're going to bring you a timeline, correct?
Correct.
Did they ever bring you a timeline?
You pause for one moment, Mr. Blover.
Your Honor, just foundation, we're going to bring you a timeline or something to that effect. We can use the precise words. We have the precise words.
Overruled on this one. Keep
Okay.
going, Ms. Lewis.
So they said they're going to bring you a timeline. Did they ever bring you a timeline?
I don't recall.
So you don't know if you ever got a timeline from the detectives?
I don't recall if they ever brought
All
it
right.
or not.
So it's after this, I'm not sure if what day, and I don't know if you remember, but sometime after this interview, they released you from custody. Correct?
I had to be on ankle monitor. It had to be approved through Judge Maybe to be on ankle monitor. I could not leave the jail without that being on my ankle.
Okay. So they put an ankle monitor on you and they released you from custody, correct?
Correct.
And did you went back to see Judge Maybe, correct?
No, I was not allowed in drug court at the time
Why weren't you allowed in drug court?
because I was suspended for a minute. It was on pause.
Because you were a cooperating witness?
Because what?
Because you were a cooperating witness for the state? That's why you weren't allowed back in drug court?
Yes.
All right, but you did go see Judge Maybe, not in drug court, but you appeared in front of Judge Maybe to get conditions for your release, right?
She already had approved the conditions before I was released.
Oh, so you didn't have to go to court? It was
I still had to go a couple of times. I mean, I still go every 3 months now.
Okay. But let me just ask you, when you were very first released, you put an ankle monitor on, you're released from the jail. Did you have to go see Judge Maybe, or were you just released and you already knew the conditions?
No, I think I had to go in front of her.
Okay. So when you went back to Judge Maybe, she gave you some conditions of release, correct?
Yes.
And one thing they did is they transferred your probation from Wasatch County to Summit County, correct?
I think so, yes.
And your new probation officer became Detective Maynard, correct?
Yes.
All right. So he's now your probation officer. You testified yesterday that you only talked to him a few times after these interviews in May up until today.
I text him every morning still. I still have to check in with him.
Oh, all right. You didn't tell me that. So you text him every morning to check in with Detective Maynard?
Correct.
To tell him what?
I just have to send him a text saying good morning, and he responds back, Lauber, that's it.
Okay. Does he drug test you?
He was in the beginning.
How long did he continue to drug test you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the last time you were drug tested?
No, I don't recall.
Has it been more than a year?
I'm sure.
Has it been more than 2 years?
I'm not 100% sure.
Could it be more than 2 years?
Yes.
So you haven't had a drug test in over 2 years, correct?
Correct.
Even though you are on probation with Summit County Drug Court, correct?
I'm not on drug court.
I'm sorry, I said Summit County. You're on probation with Wasatch County Drug Court.
Those counties are right next to each other.
It's in pause.
It's in pause. Okay.
It's paused.
Go ahead.
It's paused, so therefore I don't have to interact. I don't interact with anything to do with drug court right now.
All right. So you don't actually physically go to drug court because it's on pause until this case is over, right?
Correct. I go in front of Judge maybe every 3 months.
Okay. And every time you go in front of Judge Maybe, well, tell me, what happens when you go in front of Judge Maybe?
They just put it out another 3 months.
Do they ask you when the trial in this case is going to be?
They never have asked me.
All right. But they're putting it off until the trial's over, right?
Correct.
Because what happens is going to depend on if you testify at this trial, correct?
Correct.
And if you testify truthfully at this trial, then you are not going to go to prison, correct?
Correct.
And it's the people here at this table that decide if you've testified truthfully, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, who makes the decision if your testimony was truthful?
I have no clue.
So if you got up here and testified today, I never bought pills from Robbie, I never gave pills to Carmen, would you?
I'm Carmen.
I'm sorry, I never gave pills to Kouri. Would you still be not charged in drug court? Everything would be fine, you'd just be done?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that one.
All right. So one of the conditions of your release is that there were certain people that you were not to have any communication with, right?
Correct.
And one of those people was Nick Bonsavage, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, let me show you.
Are they trying to torpedo her deal? Just out of like vengeance?
7. Right here where it says the defendant is ordered.
Just wait for the next question after you read it as well.
Yeah, read it and then I'll ask you the question.
That is correct.
So one of your conditions was that you were not to have any contact with Nick Bonsavage.
Correct.
You weren't to talk to Nick Bonsavage.
Correct.
But you did talk to Nick Bonsavage. You've been talking to him for the last 3 years, correct?
Correct. It was only until I had the ankle monitor on that I was not to have contact with my kids or Nick Bonsavage. It says right there with the ankle monitor on. I had the ankle monitor on for a year.
Okay. That's not what that says.
And maybe I misread it.
I think you misread it. So these
But
were...
Ms. Lewis, we're asking her about her recollection, so if you'd follow up on that.
All right. So your recollection is it was only when you had the ankle monitor on you couldn't have contact?
Correct.
All right.
Because I had to go back and get permission to even talk to my daughters.
Well, did you have permission to talk to your daughters, or it was just you weren't to see your daughters in person?
I couldn't go down the canyon at all.
Right. And later that changed, and you were allowed to go see them in person?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. But take a look at this again. Does this, and then tell me, did the ankle monitor have anything to do with not talking to Nick Bonsavage?
To install a GPS ankle monitor on the defendant prior to her release. The defendant is ordered to have no contact with Kouri, Darden, Los County Drug Court. Yeah, I'm confused on that, but.
So it doesn't say in there that the ankle monitor is connected to not having conversations with Nick Bonsavage, fair?
I think that's where I was confused, where it combines in the top
Okay.
to the second sentence.
So you weren't to have conversations or contact with Nick Bonsavage?
Correct.
But you have had conversations with him throughout the last 3 years. He's your best friend, right?
Correct.
You talk to him, I don't know that you talk to him a lot anymore, but you talk to him all the time at first.
Yes.
All right, so you didn't pay any attention to that condition?
No, I don't think I recall talking to Nick until he graduated drug court. Because it says that I'm not supposed to have any contact with any people in drug court.
Right, but Nick graduated from drug court before you were even arrested in April of 2023,
I'm not quite
correct?
sure when he graduated.
All right. If in fact he did graduate by April of 2023, you still weren't to have contact with him because he was a witness in this case, correct?
Oh, I don't recall that.
All right, I'm just going to ask you one more time. It says here you're not supposed to have contact with him, correct?
Correct.
And you have had contact with him throughout, correct?
Throughout a couple of years, yes.
Okay.
I don't think that torpedoes her deal. The deal is to tell the truth on the stand, answer the questions, and the deal is answer the questions for the state. So, but I think she's still good.
Oh, let me ask you, yesterday it came up that Kouri Richins wrote you a couple of letters saying you'd completed community service that you hadn't really completed, right?
Yes.
You asked Kouri to write those letters for you, correct?
I asked Kouri if she could, yes.
All right, so you asked her, even though I haven't done community service, will you write letters saying I did?
Correct.
All right, so that's how you got those letters?
Yes.
All right.
And Kouri wrote them. Sort of like Kouri asked for fentanyl,
So,
and Carmen got it.
Carmen, isn't it fair that you really don't have a memory about what happened in February and March of 2022?
What do you mean by that?
Well, when you were interviewed in 2023, you didn't remember what had happened, correct?
Correct. It's a lot to take in.
It's a lot to take in. And you didn't remember it a year after the fact. So you really don't even remember now what happened in 2022 and 2022, correct?
Rephrase your question, that kind of confuses.
You didn't remember in 2023 what happened in 2022, and you don't now remember what happened in 2022, right?
Yes and no.
It's been laid out for you by someone else, correct?
Due to data, cell phone data and everything, yes.
All right, so whatever memory you have is what was, you don't have a personal memory, it was shown to you.
No, I have partial memory.
You have a partial memory.
I have memory, yes.
All right, fair to say your memory was better 1 year after the fact than 4 years after the fact, right?
It is confusing later on, years later, yes.
Okay. And you were using and selling that whole time in drug court?
I was not using and selling the whole time.
The whole period we're talking about of February and March of 2022?
Yes.
Kouri never once asked you for fentanyl, correct?
No, not correct. I mean, yes. Wait, you confused me. Can you answer the question again?
Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, true?
I had told her that that's what Robbie had, and she said, okay, go ahead and get it.
Right. Let me ask the question again. Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, true?
Yes.
All right. And you bought prescription Oxycontin from Susan Kohler, correct?
Correct.
You got light green pills from Crozier sometime in February of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And then you went back and said, give me more of the same, correct?
Correct.
And the last time you went back was after Eric Richins died, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, the last purchase was May 9th of 2020, March 9th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
After, and you know Eric died on March 4th, correct?
It was March 5th he passed away?
Well, I think it was March 4th, but either way,
Sure,
the
correct.
pills were after he passed away, correct? All right. And again, a year after the fact, you said numerous times, I bought pills from Mr. Crozier twice, correct?
Correct.
Now you're saying 3 times, 4 years later, correct?
Correct.
She is wrapping up.
Because that's been told to you because of some data you saw, correct?
Yes, correct.
But you don't remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay.
Witnesses are only allowed to testify about their own recollection. This is
So-
a witness. Their personal
After
knowledge.
you said you were willing to cooperate, and they said you were getting a big jail get out of free card, you got your big jail get out of free card so far, right?
Correct.
Because you have not been in jail for the past 3 years,
Correct.
and you haven't had to go to drug court anymore, correct?
Correct.
And all you do is wait to see how your testimony goes to find out what happens, correct?
Correct.
You're not being drug tested, correct?
Correct.
Even though you're on probation, correct?
Correct.
And your probation consists of, in the morning, you say hi to Detective Maynard, and he says lobber.
We just text back and forth. If I'm leaving town, I tell him I'm leaving town. If I'm here, you know.
Okay, so you tell him if you're leaving town. Are
I
you
still keep tabs. He still keeps tabs on me no matter where I'm at. He has my work schedule. He has everything.
He does have your work schedule.
Yes.
And you've been allowed to move to Las Vegas, correct?
Yes.
So, because of your cooperation, you got out of going to drug court, correct?
Correct.
You got your probation transferred to Summit County with Detective Maynard, correct?
Correct.
You got to stop your drug testing, correct?
Correct.
You got to move to Vegas, correct?
Correct, but I'm not living in Vegas. I'm living here.
You're here right now.
Judge maybe approved me to move to Vegas, but I'm still here in Utah.
You haven't moved to Vegas yet?
No.
Okay. You've been allowed to go to Vegas numerous times to visit, though, right?
Correct.
All right. And you haven't done any time for any of the crimes that you committed, correct?
Correct. I was incarcerated. I stayed in jail for 23 days.
Well,
I mean, that's it.
23 days when you were arrested in April of 2023.
Yes.
And it was during that time period you were in jail because you were getting your story together with Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll.
Yes.
Okay. And the pills that you bought from Mr. Crozier, you don't know what those pills were, correct?
He had told me that he had fentanyl.
You didn't look at the pills, correct?
No, I didn't sit there and play with them, no.
You didn't know what they were, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have them tested?
No.
Okay. You didn't take any, you said?
No.
Correct.
Correct.
You did or you did not sell them to anyone else?
I did not sell them to anyone else.
Okay. You don't know what happened to those pills, correct?
I don't know who picked him up, if that's what you're asking.
Right. You don't know who took those pills, correct?
Correct.
And you have, sitting here today, absolutely no information about what happened to Eric Richins other than that what you were told that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Correct.
Are they going to move to strike your
And
testimony?
you have no idea what happened the night that Eric Richins died.
I do not.
And you have no knowledge if Ms. Richins killed Eric Richins.
I do not.
Can I just have a moment?
Frosty Jenks, woohoo! Jury 34 months. OG.
I have nothing further at this time.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Finally.
Thank you.
Rehabilitate the witness. Here we go. Remind the jury what we do know.
Just listen to the questions. Thank you.
Scott, can you bring up Exhibit 8-11, please?
For the witness.
For the witness and counsel, Your Honor.
Okay. One moment. There you are.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-11 into evidence.
Is this the deal?
8-11 is admitted and published.
Ms. Lauber, can you see 8-11?
Yes, I can.
Do you recognize that? I know you said you didn't earlier, but has Mr. Moffett shown you that exhibit?
I don't recall seeing them yet, but I know they were given to me. They're given to him.
And they're dated, you see, April the 19th, 2024. Do you think they were given to him? Or do you know what day they were given to him?
I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can we see it? Throw it up on the screen real quick.
Actually, Scott, can you put that back up? I think some of the jurors were still reading that.
My apologies.
This is from Mark Moffett, or to Mark Moffett, from Jonathan Yates, Assistant United States Attorney. In exchange for Ms. Lauber's candid cooperation, full transparency, and truthful testimony, U.S. agrees not to prosecute. Null pros.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lauber, do you recall testifying yesterday that you met with prosecutors a few times over the past few weeks to prepare for testifying in court?
Yes.
Was your lawyer present with you every single minute of every single meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall yesterday mentioning that you had anxiety?
Yes.
Have you seen a medical doctor for that anxiety?
Not recently, no. Not
Have you ever seen one?
I did in the beginning of drug court, yes.
That's a surprise to the prosecutor.
Did you receive a diagnosis of anxiety?
Yes.
And did you receive any treatment prescription?
Yes, a non-narcotic, a boost bar.
A boost bar?
I can't remember exactly what it's called.
Can you describe it?
It's just a little white oval pill. Looks like a little bar. I have them in my purse out in the car.
All good.
Boost bar.
Was that your personal physician that you consulted with?
In drug court, yes. They provided one through Wasatch Mental. anybody who needed meds through drug court, they provided her because they were non-narcotic kinds.
Understood. From the time of your entry into drug court in September 2021 until your arrest in April of 2023, did you continue to behave like an active drug addict?
In the beginning, I'm kind of confused what you asked.
From the day you entered drug court until the time you were arrested, did you still behave a lot like an active drug addict?
I'm kind of confused on that one.
Well, did you occasionally use drugs?
Yes.
Did you lie about using drugs?
Yes, an active user will lie.
Right. Were your lies to interviewers consistent with being an active drug user?
Yes.
Have you been clean since you were arrested in April 2023?
Yes.
And that same day you were arrested was the day that detectives, or was it the day that detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose?
The day I was arrested, no.
When was it?
I was in jail for a couple days till they came and see me.
So a couple days.
Yes.
You didn't use in jail, right?
No.
So you've been clean since detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes.
Has your memory become cleaner? Sorry, has your memory become clearer since you've been clean?
Yes.
Has your memory become clearer as you've had more clearer as it relates to everything we're talking about here?
Yes.
Has it become clearer as you've had more time to process your involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
Has your memory become clearer as you've reviewed phone records, photographs, Facebook messages, and other materials with your attorneys?
Yes.
Are there times, though, you still get confused about dates?
Yes.
And are there times you still confuse details between various drug buys?
Yes.
In the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, did those detectives repeatedly stress to you their need to corroborate any information that you provided?
Yes.
And did you repeatedly stress to them how much you loved Eric and how much he did not deserve what happened to him?
Correct.
Do you recall testifying yesterday, and again today actually, where detectives said that you could get a big, giant, get out of free jail card?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said to detectives immediately after that?
I don't.
If I were to show you a transcript of that interview, would that refresh your recollection on that point?
Yes.
Scott, can you please publish 8-59?
That's not how it works.
Page 113, lines 11 through 15.
Is it in evidence, or you're fresh in your recollection?
Ms. Lauber, if you could read that and then let me know once you've read that.
Is it published to the jury?
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
After detectives said, do you realize you could get a big get out of jail free card? What did you tell them?
I told them that even if that was the case, I felt like I still needed to step up and take accountability if this is really what happened to Eric.
Thank you. When considering the 6 or 7 interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, in their full and fair context, do you think that did you think at the time, do you think now that Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard were trying to plant information into your memory?
Your Honor, objection, speculation.
Overruled.
No, I do not.
Do you think that they were trying to help you recall information from your memory?
Yes.
You've reviewed all of those transcripts, and just to be sure, is it April 27th? Do you have the binders up there?
I do have them. But
Is it April 27th?
You may need to help her out.
Well, that's okay. We've touched them all. We don't have to review.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Were all of those transcripts accurate? Transcripts of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll, Maynard, and Miss Whistler?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's marked the April 27th, 2023 interview as 8:57. The May 2nd, 2023 interview is 8:58. The May 3rd interview as 8:59. The May 4th is 8:60. The May 10th is 8:61. The May 12th is 8:62. The May 13th is 8:63.
This is the state saying we have nothing
State
to hide.
moves 8:57 through
interviews.
8:63 into evidence.
Your Honor, we object. We haven't had a chance to go through these transcripts. They're loaded with hearsay. So unless there's time to go through and redact and determine what's hearsay and what's not hearsay, we're going to object.
I'm going to not rule on that motion at this time. There are multiple rules of evidence we need to have a conversation about there. So if there's any other foundation you want to lay, I'm not suggesting that you need to, one way or the other, do that now, but we'll have that legal discussion at a later time.
Understood, Your Honor. I don't need to lay any additional foundation.
Understood.
Ms. Lauber, at bottom. Let me back up half a step. Your Honor, can we have that legal discussion during the lunch break?
Yes.
Because it
May impact what you
may
do.
impact additional redirect.
Understood.
Ms. Lauber, at bottom, did you purchase drugs at Kouri Richins' request 4 times?
Correct.
Did you deliver drugs either hand-to-hand or by placing them somewhere at Kouri Richins' request to Kouri Richins 4 times?
Correct.
Did you testify yesterday and today truthfully to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
What do you think happens to you if you did not testify truthfully?
Everything I have on would be revoked.
And what happens then?
I go to prison.
For how long?
A long time.
No further questions.
Ms. Lewis, with the reservation that Mr. Bloodworth just made on the record about the potential for additional redirect depending on the court's ruling on the state's motion to admit the transcripts, anything further for Ms. Lauber at this time?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Let's just have that discussion immediately, if you don't mind, Mr. Bloodworth. Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. We're not going to recess for lunch just yet. There may be a few more questions for Ms. Lauber. Thank you.
Here goes. I think that was a bold move for the state to come in and say all these things that have been pushed in front of your face that you've had to read from and acknowledge, and you lied here and lied there. We'd like the jury to have all of it, Judge. And maybe it's just them moving for it, even if it doesn't get admitted, that was helpful.
Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lauber, I need you to step into the lobby during this legal discussion with the lawyers. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Stay in the lobby, though. We may have a few extra questions for you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think you did great today.
Yes.
Kouri says, thank you for the water.
Okay.
Hearsay is
current
the
state of
issue,
affairs.
right?
The state has moved to admit 857 through 863, which is a series of transcripts of interviews between of Ms. Lauber by other government officials. None of those were subject to cross-examination, right?
No.
They were all just interviews.
At the time, no.
Correct.
At the time, they were not subject to cross-examination.
Okay. So they are categorically hearsay that will need an exception for, or another rule that would allow them to be admitted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The defendant objects to hearsay. If you would respond to that and then tell me which rule you think they come in under.
Your Honor, the defense has cherry-picked certain statements that Carmen Lauber made to impeach her credibility, to rehabilitate her credibility. The state needs to enter all of the interviews because they show essentially an ongoing iterative discussion which, when you understand the full arc of, it is clear that she is being credible. While she may be confused, she is not untruthful. So the full scope of Ms. Carmen Lauber's statements need to be admitted for rehabilitation purpose. Any other statements by the questions, essentially, right, by the various interviewers, that all goes to the effect on Ms. Lauber.
Oh, wow. That's
everything you say is true, but I still have to contend with Utah rules of evidence. And so they are out of court statements. You could call the other half of those conversations, Detective Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, presumably, maybe the federal official, and ask how this went. And if they didn't remember, you could refresh their recollection. All I need to contend with right now, and it is a genuine question, I don't think I have a basis to just admit them wholesale. There may be a basis for you to ask Ms. Lauber about other prior consistent statements that she's made to rebut the argument from the defense of a recent fabrication. And I'm not suggesting otherwise, but we can't do it through the wholesale. We can't do that through the wholesale admission of the transcripts.
Your Honor, I think I can't. I guess I disagree with that.
I guess how can I overcome the hearsay problem that is being raised? They are out of court statements being made for the being admitted for the truth of the matter, right?
No, they're being admitted to rehabilitate.
Well, but if what she says in the prior things isn't true, it doesn't rehabilitate her. So the truth is what matters, correct?
No, in rebutting recent fabrication, what matters is what matters is the full arc of the discussion to show that this was not a recent fabrication. That if you understand Carmen Lauber's statements, not cherry-picked, but over the scope of a series of interviews over 2 weeks or whatever it is, you can understand that she is credible and not recently fabricated.
I need you to tell me how this comes in over a hearsay objection or through some other rule regarding prior statements of a witness. If they're out of court statements.
80.
80 what?
I don't know. I start with hearsay. They are out of court statement, yes. The state is not offering them for the truth of the matter asserted. In Carmen Lauber's statements. The state is offering them not to say what she's saying back then is true. We're saying the opposite, actually. We're saying that a lot of what she said back then, we're not offering for the truth. We're not offering Carmen Lauber's statements to show that she had 3 drug deals. We're offering Carmen Lauber's statements to show, regardless of whether they were true or not, this is the evolution of the detectives, of her providing information to the detectives, whether or not that information is true. Because the defense in impeaching Carmen Lauber has suggested that the investigators were planting information with Carmen Lauber.
And you can call those people to testify subject to cross-examination to say that's not how it went at all. And the evolution of them was X, Y, and Z.
And I think putting in the transcripts does the same thing, and there's no hearsay problem. The statements that are not hearsay.
There's a hearsay problem.
801 D1A.
Yeah, that's why I asked about the cross-examination problem, right? The prior statement has to have been cross-examined, right? Under D01,
No.
The declarant testified. Sorry.
No, subject to cross without a break.
801 D1A, right?
She testified about the prior interview statements.
Where's the inconsistency?
She has been cross-examined about the prior statements, and the statement is inconsistent with the declarant's testimony.
But that's the foundation you haven't laid.
Defense laid it. That's the funny thing. This would be the argument the defense makes to admit these, not the state.
The interviews are, D1B,
Sure.
Inconsistent with the declarant's testimony. We have that.
But I'm not sure you do. Like, these transcripts are 100 pages long, maybe less, maybe more. There's how many of them? There isn't foundation for all of these statements being inconsistent with her sworn testimony.
Consistent, I'm sorry.
Sure, D1B, that's fine.
D1B is consistent with.
Right, and there isn't foundation for all of them being consistent either. You just have to lay foundation. That's the problem with the wholesale admission. It may be that we just need to do this piecemeal, maybe call Carmen Lauber back. I'm not suggesting that there are not pieces of these transcripts that are admissible. There certainly are likely to be pieces of these transcripts that are admissible as a non-hearsay exhibit. Wholesale admission of them, there is not foundation for that. Yeah.
Your Honor, I think the consistency comes in the arc of the statements. That's where the consistency rises. Sure, we have individual sentences. This is an ongoing interview, right? It might have taken place over the course of several days, but it is an ongoing interview. And to appreciate the consistency of the interview, the giant interview, the jury, that is the consistent statement. That is consistent with her testimony. Her testimony being that this is generally what happened. I might be confused on days. I might be confused on details between various buys. But she is, in the greater arc of her interview, she is consistent. And you have to understand the great arc of her interview to appreciate that consistency.
And forgive me, I just want to make sure the record is clear on the scale of what the state is asking here. So if somebody could please give me the page counts for each of these exhibits.
Looking at it.
And I appreciate that. I guess it is somewhat voluminous. And the jury, it might go back to the jury room and they're like, too much. We're not even touching it.
That's not my concern.
Judge is only concerned with the rule of evidence. Should it come in or not? Exclusion.
Can you just go to the last page of each of these exhibits? And
Your Honor, we're getting.
Okay.
I'm slow. Exhibit by exhibit. I'm getting numbers up.
Okay.
And Your Honor, maybe just to put a finer point on the rule 801 D1B. There is the recently fabricated piece, but really the defense's argument is acted from a recent improper influence or motive. And you know, seasoned throughout the entire scope of the interviews, the defendant is consistent. I'm sorry, Carmen Lauber is consistent in her testimony.
I understand the state's position.
Okay.
I still need those numbers, and then Ms. Lewis, I'll give you the benefit of the record.
I was just going to tell you there's 932 pages of transcripts.
Combined.
Combined, yes.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, anything else for the record?
Oh, I think Your Honor's identified the issues. I agree.
Okay. So the issue currently before the court is the state's motion to admit proposed exhibits 857 through 863, which constitute 932 pages of certified transcript of interviews by law enforcement and other government officials of Carmen Lauber in 2023, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The state has offered those as exhibits. Defendant objects that they constitute hearsay, not subject to any exception. In response, the state points to the definition of hearsay under 801 and argues that these 932 pages are categorically not hearsay under 801 D1B, which states that a declarant witness's prior statement is not hearsay when the declarant testifies and is subject to cross-examination about a prior statement. That occurred here on the record through Ms. Lewis's cross-examination of Ms. Lauber regarding these prior interviews, and the statement seeking to be admitted, the out-of-court statement under D1B, is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut an express or implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated it or acted from a recent improper influence or motive and so testifying. The state makes a persuasive argument that admission of Ms. Lauber's consistent statements from the interview transcripts would be appropriate to rebut the implications by the defense that she has recently fabricated or acted from a recent improper influence or motive in testifying on the record in this trial. But the state simply hasn't laid foundation for a conclusion that all 932 pages constitute statements that are consistent with the declarant's testimony here.
And they're not.
For two reasons. One, I don't have a basis to rule that all of those 932 pages are consistent, and it's entirely possible that many of those 932 pages are unrelated, not consistent or inconsistent, and therefore would be need to be analyzed under a 403 balancing test regarding probative value and things like unfair prejudice, misleading the jury, or wasting time. So, based upon the foundation laid so far, the court simply doesn't have a basis to rule that all 932 pages being offered are not hearsay. In so ruling, the court acknowledges that there is likely portions of each of these interviews that is consistent and would be admissible under 801 D1B. I just don't have that designation in front of me at the moment.
So you have to piecemeal it out.
Ms. Lewis, anything further?
Or
okay.
Call.
May not be the last time we have this conversation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes,
okay.
Doubt it will.
Understood. All right. With that ruling, anything else for Ms. Lauber?
Your Honor, not today. Can I propose, though, that we keep her under subpoena? We will address the interview transcripts and then revisit this.
Understood. I'll tell her that on the record. Okay. May we invite Ms. Lauber back in, please?
Your Honor, can the court advise her that because she's being held, she still can't talk about her testimony?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
It's a great judge. I disagree with his First Amendment restrictions that he put in place for this court. But a great judge, great legal mind. I think if the state had narrowed their request, instead of saying we want all of it in, if they had just said we want pages this through this or this through that, or and really, it would have been messy and very time consuming to bring it in.
Ms. Lauber, if you'd take the stand for one moment, I just need to give you some instructions.
But if they had done that, it would have been much easier to bring it in.
Thank you for your patience. The lawyers don't have any additional questions for you today. We may need to call you back at some point in the next 4 weeks. You'll get notice. You're still subject to subpoena, which means if you get notice that you need to come back, you have to do it.
Okay.
All right? Second, you cannot speak to anyone about your testimony between now and either being called back in or the trial being over. You have to affirmatively avoid talking to anybody about your testimony. Okay. So if anybody asks you about it or asks you about this case, you have to say, the judge told me I can't talk about it. Okay. Do you understand?
Yes.
Can you follow that instruction?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further with Ms. Lauber today?
No.
Ms. Nestor?
Can you also make sure she doesn't watch the rest of the proceedings on television or video?
I would imagine you have better things to do.
I don't watch any of it at all.
But please, if you would not watch any of the witness testimony and not read any news or social media reports about the other witness testimony.
I don't. I stay away from that.
Okay. Can you follow that instruction?
Yes.
All right. Very good. Anything else, counsel? Ms. Lauber, you are free to go today. Thank you. Mr. Moffat, thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth.
Next witness.
May I invite the jury in, tell them we're going to take a lunch break?
That sounds right, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
That's fine.
What time would you like to come back?
12:30?
Sounds fine. Ms. Lewis, is that agreeable?
That sounds fine.
All right. Can we invite the jury back in?
We're splitting the baby. Initially, we started with a half-hour lunch. Then yesterday, we got a 1-hour lunch. Now we're getting a 45-minute lunch. I see Selena right there, just over the top of Kouri Richins. And interesting how the glasses line up in a little tic-tac-toe. 3-3-3. Have a question for you. I've pinched a nerve somewhere in my shoulder and my neck, and it's killing me. And it causes pain all the way down my right arm. I borrowed my Ninja Warrior son's massager to pound on the neck, and it's sort of helping. But I've got a lady that I know in the neighborhood that does massage, and I went to her once and it helped a ton. But she just had a baby. At what point? I mean, she's like a professional masseuse. At what point is it like? I was like, I know you just had a baby. At what point am I like, hey, fix my lady who's carrying around a baby, fix my shoulder? What do I do? How long is the appropriate time to wait to be like, spend 45 minutes fixing my shoulder? How old is the baby? I think a month. It might be a little over a month. I feel bad because she told me to do certain like stretches and exercises. It was the exact same problem last time, and I didn't do any of them. So now I'm like going back and be like, she's like, I told you what would fix it, and I'm like, I know, but just fix it for me. So Pickle Paul will work that out. Is your chair? It's not the headphones.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay standing. I promise this won't take long.
Tells the jury don't sit down.
Thank you for your patience. We needed to handle a legal issue. It was efficient. We're going to take a lunch break. Lunch is either here or imminently arriving. During the lunch break, please do not talk about the case. Please don't read, watch, or listen to anything about this case. Please don't do any internet searches or other research about the case. Please enjoy your lunch break. We'll be back on the record at 12:30. Thank you.
Little yawn out of Mr. Ramos.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we recess?
No, yeah.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, court's in recess until 12:30. Please travel safe.
All right, as people are stepping out of the courtroom, cameras go to the ceiling. We're looking for the seal. We'll find it here eventually. Get Mrs. R.A. licensed as a masseuse. I could not afford her. That's the thing. She would then charge me like the going rate, and I couldn't afford it. But maybe I'll see if she can like do the jackhammer thing on my shoulder. It helps sometimes. All right, let's give it a minute. See if Selena's able to give us a call in from court. She's just stepping out of the courtroom right now. I think the ibuprofen thing might work. No, it's not that she's still pregnant. It's just that she was recently pregnant. Hey, Judge. Mr. Bloodworth sounds like a Bond villain name. The trigger point cane. That's the little hook thing you can... I might have to get one of those. I think the lady, the masseuse, I think she does make house calls. She probably charges more for that.
Call from Selena.
Hey, Selena, this is R.A. How are you doing this morning?
Hey, all right. What a 180 though. Goodness.
Yeah, she made a little bit of a change, but she did hammer on. Did it seem like Miss Lewis went on for too long today?
Oh, okay. Totally 100%. And she had the jury. The jury was lost. She lost the jury. Most of the time through her questioning of her, they were, not one of them were writing any notes, and they were looking out at the gallery a lot. So they pretty much checked out. Like, it was too much.
Wow. Oh my goodness. And she never, did she never just glance over and read the room? I mean, is that...
Obviously, she doesn't read a room. That's what I'm thinking. Because when the prosecutor came on and did his redirect, they tuned in, they were writing notes, they were paying attention. She had to have seen them looking at the gallery and just anywhere but at the witness or her.
Man. That does not bode well for Kouri.
No, no, not at all.
This was the one witness that they could really attack.
Mm-hmm.
And if the jury didn't follow it.
Well, I think it was her style. I think it was her style from yesterday. Her, pretty much kind of vicious style. And then there's more of the same, just going over and over, trying, we heard all of this yesterday pretty much.
Yeah. Question for you. Is there any drama or anything happening in the gallery today? How are the bailiffs? Are they kicking people out, or how is the
No,
lineup this
today
morning?
is very calm, but I didn't take my notebook in because...
Yeah, because of yesterday's artist problem.
Uh-huh. They told us outside there can be no drawing, and just to be safe, I just left it in the truck.
Yeah.
So I thought, if you have any questions, ask me. But it's packed today. There's 2 full rows of spectators, and the ones I've asked, that a lot of them saw yesterday's testimony, and that's why they came today. So.
Yeah. And I was watching Nate Eaton did a live from East Idaho News last night as well, and he was pointing out, he's like, there's room. There weren't a lot of spectators yesterday. He says there are only 12 seats, but if you want to go, you can probably get in. You just have to be there early.
Mm-hmm.
And so were there more people this morning waiting to get in than there were spots?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And more than even Monday, there were, and a lot of them are going to watch your channel. I did a lot of talking about that, and I met a sister of one of our members that lives in Montana, and this is kind of funny. She had said, you've got to find Selena and take a selfie with her so I can have it. She's our court watcher. And so her sister came up when we were waiting outside this morning. Are you Selena? Yes. So anyway, she told me the story about her sister, how she watches you, and she took a selfie, and I have her sister's name and stuff. So that was pretty. But awesome. We were just seeing a lot of them have court TV, and we're like, oh heck no, you need to change court TV. You will love this other channel where there's not commercials and there's commentary, and anyway.
That's awesome. You tell her to send me a text on the burner phone. I'll send her a Recovery Addict sticker. I have a very few limited ones left, but I'd be happy to give one out to her.
That would be so nice. Okay, yeah, I will get her number, and that would be wonderful. So
awesome. Let's see. A couple questions here. The judge called the lawyers into chambers.
Yes, that was about them arguing at the prosecution table, and it could be heard through the gallery. He said, and it was about those that the prosecution wanted to admit all of the interviews and able to rebut her. Well, you heard the judge ruling, so anyway, that's not happening as of now. But he said, let's take a time out, and then he said to the two attorneys, so they stopped, and then he said, okay, it's time for a restroom break, and then he mentioned, and I want to see you two in chambers. So
I imagine that in chambers, this judge is not one to correct publicly unless he needs to, right? So he's not going to bend him over his knee and give him a whooping in front of everybody, for sure. And I think some of that probably took place on both sides for some of the behavior that was going on. So was a little change.
Did you notice too with the judge today? He was a lot more engaged with the defense attorney, like saying, "No, you need to be more clear." You need to.
I fault the prosecution with that. The prosecution should be objecting more, and the prosecution, even when they do object, it's almost like they don't know what the legal reasoning is. They're like, "Judge, really is not a legal objection."
I I think the judge was playing the prosecution role today.
Maybe too much. That might be an issue. There was one point he actually.
I think he overstepped.
Preemptively.
I think he overstepped a little bit.
He came out. He's like, "Never mind. Ask your question. Ask your question." I cut you off too soon. But
yeah, he was pausing her every time for a bit, and then he kind of backed off again a little bit. But the prosecutor did try to get up a few more times today, and do an objection, but they were rare, and he didn't even really know what he was wanting it for, like you said. So I just think the prosecution is weak here, and that could be a big issue.
Yeah. I will say that this is the weakest point in the prosecution's case. It's a key point, which is why they're still, they tried to admit the transcripts to show we have nothing to hide. If you actually look at the whole thing, jury, you'll see that. But they have a lot of strong evidence. There's going to be a lot of stunned faces on the jury when evidence comes out later on in this trial, in Kouri's own words, and from her Google searches.
Right. We still have that. That is yet to come. Exactly.
It's going to be some spicy moments to come, and
I'm not sure how they're going to overcome that.
Yeah, but this is key because the state can't pin Kouri with fentanyl without Carmen.
No, and right now Carmen's off the stand and subject to recall, but that ship sailed. They were not able to. That was not as substantiated. The fentanyl was not. That she did not get that from her.
What we got is we know that before she said no, and now she says yes. That's what we got. That there was inconsistencies before she was she reported differently to investigators, and now she's saying that it was. And the whole question of, did Kouri ever ask you for fentanyl? I think that was a trick question, because in the end the witness said basically no, she didn't ask for fentanyl, but she asked for the Michael Jackson stuff, which I thought was fentanyl, and I told her that Robbie had fentanyl, and Kouri said, yes, get that, but the wording wasn't get fentanyl.
Right.
So,
but then she asked her again, remember, and did get her to say specifically to fentanyl without any other
qualifiers,
things coming in, saying that no, she did not ask for fentanyl directly. So, oh my gosh, what a trial! What a interesting.
It's a great one. It's a great trial.
Yeah, it is. It has.
Have you heard any rumors as to who's going to be on the witness stand later on today? Where are we going from here?
I think it might be I don't know what his name is, but the other guy that was buying for her, or she bought from.
Nick or Robbie? That'd be interesting if we went.
Nick.
If we went there,
I believe it's one of the two. That's what I've kind of heard through the grapevine.
Okay.
And so I hope it is, because that will be very interesting.
I'm wondering if they've already laid pretty much all the foundation right up to the Celebrate extractions for the phones, and then we sort of took this sidestep over to get to Carmen. I'm wondering if we're going to get back to that electronic evidence, which is just it's going to be long, but it's got a lot of juicy bits in there.
Oh, it's going to be really spicy. The only reason I say Nick because the defense attorney at one point said, well, I'll save that question for Nick, so I don't know if it's today, but, it kind of makes sense that they just do that in an order, but then I don't know what they're going to do, but we'll see. I'm just glad it's not Carmen all day long. We were all sitting there thinking, that poor woman is never going to get off the stand. So...
John Davenport, a friend of the channel and a friend off the channel as well, is also in court with you. He's one of our
Yes, I've talked to him.
All right, wonderful. We met up when I went to Utah, and he was there when we did the podcast outside the movie premiere, and I showed up in shorts and a t-shirt to a formal occasion. So John, I can't wait to check in with you again. Can we do it after lunch, John? If you want to call on the burner phone after lunch, that would be great, having an extra.
That'd be awesome.
So I'm going to let you get some lunch, Selena. Thank you very much. Thank you for all you're doing.
I'll talk to you after.
All
okay.
Right, we'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
That's awesome. John, I knew you were going. I just didn't know it was going to be today. But you do send a picture to the burner phone so we can do I Spy with my little eye if we see you in court. John's wearing a blue hoodie and bald, he said. Okay, blue hoodie and bald. Well, I happen to have some screenshots from earlier in the day. Let me see if I can pull this up. Drive C. Users, downloads. Not downloads. Documents. What? There we go. A10 media pool. It's not showing me today's pictures for some reason. Oh, I have to go by date. Today is the 27th. All right, I see you. I see you. Here we go. Let's go full screen. Can I put this up? We're on, you're on 6. Number 6. All right, I see John right back here. This is him. I recognize him. That's him right back there. All right, I see you, John. I'll keep an eye out for you. All right, it's lunchtime. We're going to keep the live feed going. We only have half an hour left before they come back from lunch, right? It's going to be 2:30 Eastern, 1:30 Central, 12:30 Mountain when they come back from lunch, right? Somebody tell me if that's right. And we're going to, no red stripes, glasses, and a toque. No, that's not, where's Waldo? Figured she lost the jury. She droned on way too long. Yeah. All right, cool. All right, 12:30 Mountain. All right, everyone, go to lunch. We'll leave the commands on so you guys can talk to each other with those as well. We'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to keep my my desk visible for you guys so you guys can see the lights are still going. I'm going to go see if I can get my shoulder worked on just a little bit.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Guys, have a great lunch. We'll see you in just a bit.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
In front of the Walmart.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Alex stole it.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Hello, hello.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Hello, hello.
In front of the Walmart.
And now what Murdoch stole it.
I'm not a cat.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
In front of the Walmart.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
I'm not a camel.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
I got a stubby little pencil.
It's not your turn to talk. I'll tell you when you can talk.
Hello?
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
And now let Murdoch stall it.
Bring the jury.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
I'm not a camel.
Hello?
What more do you need to see? How does he do that? If you could just use your words.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
What more do you need to see?
And now let Murdoch stall it.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Hello, hello.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
In front of the Walmart.
All rise. Court is now in session.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Hello.
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
Bring the jury.
I got a stubby little pencil.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
I object.
When are we gonna break for lunch, Judge?
I saw a chicken fight. Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Is that correct?
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
I'm not a cat.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Hello?
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
All right. I'm back. Let me get everything put together. Sorry, lunch was delicious. Lunch was delicious, and now it's over. Oh man. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Looking good.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Yes. Let's see. John sends a pic to the burner. Got it. Thank you, John. Appreciate that. I think you're going back in. You want to call on the next break? That would be great. If it's a long enough break, I don't want you to miss going back in because I know the judge doesn't let you go in between breaks. Are the RA posts automated? The ones that respond, I would say most of them, yes. I can manually type them, but a lot of these posts, like this one here, if you say new, it will respond and say it's time to adopt another addict, and it will please make, and it will put the name of whoever the most recent subscriber is.
From the state of Georgia.
But I'm going to turn the sounds down because we're getting ready for court to start again. Y'all, my hubby is taking a nap between courtroom, and he just heard the hello, and he just opened his eyes. I had to look out the window to keep from laughing. Oh, man. Good times. Okay. All right. Yes, you guys have found all the commands, so they're fun to use during the breaks. We do ask that we don't use them during court itself, as it can sort of distract and obscure the message we're trying to hear, which we like to watch court without breaks, without commercials, and without interruptions. That's one of the things we're big on here. So thank you for your compliance on that one. Who is next on the stand, do you think? Well, I was saying that with Selena, a couple things. We could be going back to having a basically follow the chain of custody on the electronic devices, which I think would take us all the way up to the Celebrite extractions. We could go that way to return to that because there's a lot of testimony to come in from those electronics. Or we could follow this the testimony about the Carmen, the supplier route, and maybe get some of the periphery individuals that were around Carmen on the stand and corroborate her testimony through that. So either one would make sense right now. Let's see. I tried the chicken command. It didn't work. Did you put an exclamation point in front of it? Give me a second. Let me just double check and make sure all the commands are working the way they're supposed to.
When we started 110 years ago?
I think part of the problem is I'm... yeah, it should be working. I house a lot of those audio clips on the same drive that we're recording one of our hyperdecks to. A hyperdeck is it's like a little electronic box you can plug video into and out of, so it can pass through, and it can record there, and it records using that to a couple different places. But all right. It's always interesting watching here and getting app notifications from EDB. She's just getting to redirect now. Yes, she does. Well, she pauses to share stuff, so she ends up going a little behind. But a lot of spice. It's fun to watch her get into the spice over there. We need a review show to show where all those clips, noise clips, are from. Oh man, so many of them are like, I was there when that happened. We've got some that we use obviously in our intro. Bring the jury.
Bring the jury.
That one comes from the Murdaugh trial, which is the second trial we covered. But some of them are like this one was not a cat. This was not something we watched. That came from the internet. But we did watch this one.
I'm not a camel.
So, good stuff. Let's see. Here's a favorite one we don't play enough. Right here.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
Friend Ian Runkle from the True North, Bold and Free. he gave us blanket permission to use that one. He doesn't hate us. He's talking about UPS, the shipping program. All right. We don't get access to Ian's sound. No, I do control that one. I don't give you blanket control. I figured that's the least I could do for Ian. If he gave me permission to use it, I should limit how it gets used to things that are acceptable for him. I don't know. I might give you Ian eventually, as long as it doesn't get abused. I don't want him to be smeared because it is completely out of context. That's why it's so funny. Ian being just the big-hearted person that he is, and just the amazing individual. If you know him and know his channel, what he stands for, what he's striving to do in his personal life, as well as what he does professionally and everything else, Ian's one of the good guys. He's one of the amazing ones. And so taking that completely out of context, like he hates everybody, is sort of funny. All right, welcome back. We're about to get started. The judge should be calling us to order in just a moment. And he's totally joking. Yes. We need to get a geek one. Okay, geek was from yesterday, right? Well, I forget. I have the clip ready. I mean, I have the saved files, obviously. I've got every minute of this court from the moment it started saved. And we'll have the whole thing. Greeners is petitioning that it's G-E-E-K instead of threes, because that is true geekness. What was the geek quote? Meat locker. I thought about that one, Laura. It was funny. I just don't think it will apply in a lot of courts. We're trying to get ones that we can use that apply in several different. Amber clipped it for you, I think, in mod chat. I do appreciate those that clip these. Generally, I'm trying to get an extremely high quality, like a high bitrate recording. So just. It's a massive file for the size of audio it is. And usually when we clip something off YouTube or just record it on our phone or something, it's, I'd say 1/10 of the quality that I need for a soundbite. But it does help me find it. So thank you. Did you make a command for Scott? Can you zoom? Oh, that is a good one, Angela. I didn't, but I should. If someone can give me just the timestamp from my stream, like how far in, if you go back and watch the replay from yesterday of what time that happened, then I'll be able to correlate it with the recording I have, which is different because the recording starts after the stream does, so it's shorter. But I need to get it from the master recording that doesn't have my audio over the top. Kelsey just upgraded to an attorney level. Kelsey, thank you so much. Appreciate your support. Love what you do. We might have to revisit sometime your timelines as you're keeping track of the events as they're moving forward in this court and documenting it all on a timeline. I love the more meat on the bone line. Oh, I didn't get that one either. Geek was yesterday at 2 hours, 40 minutes, 52 seconds. Let me look. Someone with a big ladder is getting on my roof right now. Huh. Someone's climbing on my roof. It's not anyone. We don't own a ladder, and it's not us. I hope they don't fall off. My insurance is not that good. Okay. Videos live yesterday. You said 2:40:52.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Why am I not hearing anything? Could you guys hear anything? I've got like no audio. Guns blazing.
Could we geek out for just a little bit?
Sure.
All right.
Stand by. Let's see if he comes out with guns blazing.
Could we geek out for just a little bit?
Quick witness.
Mr. Ramos.
Very briefly.
Let's see if he comes out with guns blazing.
Could we geek out for just a little bit? Sure. All right.
Anything before we invite the jury back in?
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
We're back.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's invite the jury back in, please.
We're back. All right. Thank you very much. I think I got it. DSN, thank you very much. 36 months. Just got that red courthouse. Thank you, DSN. It would not be the same without you here. One of our true OGs. Now we're back. This is real time. Selena is standing, getting our attention. Looking to see, I'm not sure if I see John. I think John's in there.
You can feel free to have a seat. Thank you.
DSN gifted 5 memberships as well, celebrating the 3-year mark. Kouri is in custody, Joe. Great question.
All right, have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Anna Isbell.
Miss Isbell, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Have a seat.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. What is your name?
Anna Isbell.
Do you spell your last name I-S-B-E-L-L?
Yes.
Do you know who Kouri Richins is?
Yes.
How?
Knew her from high school.
Isbell, I apologize for interrupting. Turn that mic towards you a little bit. You can sit wherever you're comfortable. It's easier to move the mic. There you go.
Knew her from high school. Just living in the same area.
Do you know who Ayden Jeffs was?
Yes.
Who was he in relation to you?
My significant other for 13 years.
Like a
He passed,
husband?
didn't he? And it was a motorcycle accident?
Oh, man.
Okay, I can see you're nodding.
Yes, sorry. Try not to say yes, because it'll start making me cry. But yes, he did.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry. Do you know whether Ayden Jeffs knew Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Did they know each other?
Yes.
How did they know each other?
He did handyman work for her.
Were you with Ayden Jeffs on January the 22nd, 2022, when he received a call from Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Did you overhear that call on speakerphone?
Yes.
What on that phone call, if anything, did you hear Kouri Richins ask Ayden Jeffs?
For something for a client. I don't remember what it started with, the T or a P. We didn't know what it was. I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, I don't know who brought it up or how it got around to that. Ayden was just saying, "Fuck that client. Fentanyl? What? Fuck that. Fuck that."
Your Honor, hearsay.
Hayden's statements, Mr. Bloodworth.
No.
Your Honor,
Unavailable witness.
Isbell, my apologies.
effect on Kouri Richins?
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeff's side of this conversation, as related by Ms. Isbell, that's an out-of-court statement that you cannot consider for its truth. The only reason you can consider it is for context for whatever Ms. Richins may have said in response after hearing it. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir.
I interrupted you. Did you want to say anything else about that?
You can say it again if you want. But
Okay, after Mr. Jeff said that, how did Ms. Richins respond?
Just said, okay, thank you. That's all.
Was there a second call then?
No.
Did you hear any other of the discussions between Ms. Richins and Mr. Jeffs?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Anna.
Afternoon. Don't know about good, but afternoon.
Afternoon. I'm Wendy Lewis. We've met, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say, I start by saying I'm very sorry for your loss of Ayden. I know that's been very difficult for you. Now, you, of course, have been called as a witness for the state, right?
Mm-hmm.
And was there a time a couple of...
yes.
And did they reach out to you a couple of months ago to try and get you to come in and meet with them?
Yeah, I've tried multiple times.
Multiple times. All right. I'm going to show you, just for what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1002.
Mm-hmm.
Anna, do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
Were those text messages from your phone?
Yes.
And they were between you and Detective O'Driscoll, is that right?
Yes.
So your texts are in blue, is that correct?
Yes.
And his are in black?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we publish, that 1002 be admitted and published.
Not an objection, may we approach?
Of course.
all right, so we have an objection right off the bat to text messages between, I'm guessing hearsay? I'm guessing hearsay. It might be a relevance issue, but very little. I mean, this was very, very few questions. We got the name, we got the relation to Ayden Jeffs, her significant other who has passed. We got a couple questions about a phone call between Kouri and Ayden, with Kouri asking for some presumably drug, and we got a date on that, and then Ayden saying F that client, and Kouri going, huh, oh well, whatever. That was basically all we got. Now defense is up, asking about the state reaching out to her, or her reaching out to the state to testify. And we have an objection about the text messages between the state and this witness. Recap that call, please. Yeah, just beep. That's all we had. Lots of bleeps. That takes us to objection number 79 for the trial. It's been a pretty eventful day. A lot of objections. Court still muted as the sidebar is continuing. Yeah, no hesitation whatsoever on the part of the witness. She was asked a question and she answered it. It was... I think she thought the objection was to her language. She came in like a wreck. And, yeah, the objection was not to the language. The objection was was hearsay. What are we supposed to get to this witness? Virginia, I think just initial impression, corroborating evidence that Kouri Richins was seeking to buy drugs from people around her that might have access to them. I think that's all we're supposed to get. Obviously, the date and the time, and is probably relevant as well. Copyright strike incoming. That's why I stopped singing. Deep breaths. I don't know when Ayden passed, but obviously it's a difficult topic even now for this witness to bring up and acknowledge. You're gonna wait. Let's go back. See if we can go back to the witness's face, because I think she can hear what's going on at sidebar, and it might be a heated discussion. It's happening right next to her, right? I know there's some white noise, but it's 2 arms lengths away from her. Let's see if we get any clues here. If we can see the witness again. Long sidebar. Remember, 1 horse, 1 rider is the new rule that the judge is saying we have to stick to. The person is getting off my roof now. Yep, there she is. Oh, wow. Those are some facial expressions. Must be some drama happening there at sidebar. That was definitely a look. Mr. Ramos is standing now. Attorney's getting some water around the water fountain. Looks like some gesturing from the attorneys up at sidebar, and they might be wrapping things up here in just a second. Yep, they're headed back. So but I wonder what was said.
Thank you. You got a glass of water? Okay.
Katie, can you, or Your Honor,
I can do
whoever's controlling the screens?
No problem.
You take it down.
So that's the text exchange that's been offered by the defense.
And it's just that one page?
Yes. Oh.
There we go.
Mr. Bloodworth, no rush. Take a moment, make sure that's what the state regards as, is it 2 pages, Katie? 4. Okay.
Screenshots.
Yeah.
Some of the screenshots sound like they captured messages
I'm sorry, Kate,
multiple
I don't read
times.
that fast. Can we start at the top, please?
Now, I believe that just Mr. Bloodworth is reviewing these messages. He'll then either withdraw or
Next page, please.
Renew his objection. These are the screenshots of the text message exchange. Who is this witness? This witness is Kouri's friend from high school. You can see here
Next page,
on the
please.
screen. Looks like I clicked the wrong one, red pen. I pinned to the wrong one.
Next page, please.
She's here because Ayden Jeffs has deceased. They would have called him to testify about the phone call that Kouri said she was looking for, I don't know, propofol, fentanyl, something. But with him being unavailable, she was in the room and heard on speakerphone the call, so she could testify to it as well. Red, thanks for the fix on that. I'll grab that. And Josh, since you're the latest one, I'm going to grab
Katie,
that
can you
one.
go to the first page, please?
Katie's the IT guru for the defense. Scott is the IT guru
out of order?
for the
I can't figure
prosecution.
out the order. They go, I can't tell if they go backwards in time. They might go backwards in time.
Maybe.
So, as far as I'm aware, the first page is a screenshot that she sent, and then the following texts show what she screenshot. Does that make sense?
It doesn't, but
Does that make sense?
We can
It
just do the
doesn't.
first page if you want. Let me see. Let me see. Oh no. Oh, no, not this one. It's because those are two different types.
pause for a minute. Thank you.
Why don't we just do that? I can do that because it gets confusing. Because I do think it repeats. I had a hard time.
The jury is there.
Well, but it looks like there's stuff above this. That this is a midstream discussion.
Miss Lewis getting called out for cherry picking. It's probably good stuff. I want to see it. It's probably very good for the defense, but I want to see the whole thing.
I'm sorry, Katie. Can you go to the second page, please?
Go back one more page, please. It's the same thing. Go back to the first page one moment, Katie.
Wendy, I think the fourth page is the first. It just has a text message before. I think the fourth page goes forward 1, 2, 3.
We now have 4 lawyers.
Counsel, I'm not persuaded that the first page of this proposed exhibit is in a form that would exist on an iPhone.
Whoa.
Pages 2, 3, and 4 seem more consistent with how
This looks like a
iPhone
fake.
text messages
That's fine.
exist in the world.
That's fine. All right, let's go 2, 3, and 4.
This looks
See
like
2,
a
3, and 4?
fake. It's phony. It's iPhony. It's funny, Greeners.
And if doing some quick math here, it seems like the chronological order is something like 4, 2, 3. Does that sound right, Mr. Bertram?
Yeah. And just the way that I'm looking at it, Your Honor, it appears that 4 should be 1.
Right.
Then it should go to 2.
Right.
And then 3 and 4.
So
and
who's
1
to blame?
is just kind of another
Katie?
screenshot off of.
We're going to get rid of 1. Yeah. So,
Okay, that's fine.
Katie, can you take a moment, carve it up, and reorder it? And then we'll have you take a look at it, counsel.
Let's see if it makes sense this time. I wonder.
In the meantime, temperature a little better? Yes? Very good. Okay.
Toasty warm, Judge. Thank you. Who was Ramos talking to? I believe he was talking to the... Well, now I was going to say the witness's lawyer, but I don't know if this witness has a lawyer. If it was Carmen, I would have said the witness's lawyer, because he's on the sort of the front row there. Maybe an expert? He's nodding.
Yeah, sir.
Sort of in a position of honor. It looks like he's sitting in a chair, not the bench. In front of Gene. So he's right there in front of the family on that first row, which is reserved for media, but the row doesn't start until a little bit to his left there behind Scott. So it could be definitely, I'd say, a legal professional of some sort. These text messages must be good. I'm not aware of there being a still photographer in this trial. Should probably ask Selena if that's the case. Usually, there's a guy that does a lot of Utah court cases that I'm familiar with. He also does some sports photography in the state, and he's been covering this trial in the past. So, but I haven't heard any shutters, which is good because you can do a silent shutter. But there's John. Actually, that's John in the glasses with the goatee. Big shout out to John Davenport, another of our court watchers, wearing the wristband. John gets to wear a hoodie. Yes, he does wear a hoodie. The sidebar for this witness has been longer than the witness's entire testimony. And cross. The mask does look like it's part of the glasses, like they come together in a kit. You know this is juicy. I don't know what the objection the state's going to have here. I think they're going to be able to bring this in. That's Katie, right? With the green sweater. Yes. Let's pick up where we left off. We just finished dropping the F-bomb 3 times.
All right, Your Honor, I think it is sorted. No objection to the current version
Withdraws
of the
his
text
objection.
messages.
Katie, if you'd show it to me.
Wonder if it changed the meaning. If we read this in a different order. 4-1-3. It was the order they were in. Does it change the conversation at all?
Will you go to page 2 for me? Oh, wait a minute. Go back to page 1.
Judge still doesn't like it very much.
Will you go back to page 1 for a moment? My apologies.
That's one we took out, correct?
No, that's
the new page 1.
And page 2.
So, Ms. Lewis, you started with 4, and now you're saying
And
there's
page
only
3,
3.
please.
It's sort of like Carmen. She started with 3, and now she's saying there's 4. It was just an error. They happen.
Okay. I'm going to show this to the witness. If you would lay some foundation, Ms. Lewis.
So, do you recognize this as text from your phone?
Yes.
And they are texts between yourself and Detective O'Driscoll. Is that correct?
Yes.
And his original text at the top was sent in December 30th, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded sometime later, which was sometime in January, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize all of these text messages?
Yes.
And are they accurate as far as you recall?
Can we show our pages 2 and 3,
Yeah.
please?
Yes. The first one, it's 2 different. That's why it looks weird. But yes, they're all. Yes.
Okay. We now move to admit defense exhibit.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, just foundation. There's 2 different phone numbers that appear. I think we just need foundation on whose phone number is who.
One's Detective O'Driscoll's and the other one's Travis.
I didn't understand that answer, Ms. Lewis. Could you lay some more foundation?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. So the first page, the 14353213618, that's Detective O'Driscoll.
I don't know his phone number off the top of my head, but
Do you recognize the text as being from him?
I think that the first one
needs
is
to change his phone
Travis. Because I believe the first one is Travis. I don't know his number off the top of my head.
All right, let me see where there's a
I
second.
didn't save either of their numbers.
Can we move to the next page, Katie? Is that a different phone number? That's the same phone number, correct?
It is not.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that one would be Travis. That
So-
one would be O'Driscoll.
Are you as confused as I am? Detective O'Driscoll headed to the AT&T
Are
wireless
you
store to get
sure?
a new phone
Because
right now.
They say the same thing.
The one is because I sent it to Travis to show him how Detective O'Driscoll was handling himself through this.
Oh, I
That's
understand.
why, yeah.
All right, so the first text is from Detective O'Driscoll.
What is pulled up right now, that one is.
And then that's when you
that's
sent the text.
That one's Travis. I had
To Travis.
screenshotted it to show him.
Why don't we consider these separately?
All right, so let's go to the text, the second page from Detective O'Driscoll. Take out the first page, Katie. Starting right there. So let's, if we could introduce, is that 3 pages now? Or 2?
2.
All right. If we could introduce the 2 pages of text between Ms. Isbell and Detective O'Driscoll.
Would you mind confirming with this witness what these 2 pages are?
And these 2 pages are text between you and Detective O'Driscoll, correct?
Yes.
And the black bubbles are from him, the blue are from you, correct?
Yes.
And that's an accurate representation of the text conversation you had with him at that time, correct?
Yes.
Now we can publish.
I think this is still Defense Exhibit 1007, if we could introduce, or at least mark it as 1007, this particular version.
Say it again. Well, I don't know what it is. How are we marking it?
1002, maybe we can do 1002A.
So, Mr. Bloodworth, Defense Exhibit 1002A, a text message streamed between Ms. Isbell and a number ending 6267, 2-page document.
Can I see the second page?
Of course.
Your Honor, no objection to the admission. We're going to need, though, before publishing to anybody, to redact the phone number except for the last 4 digits.
No problem.
It's okay. It's already on the record because Ms. Lewis read it out in full.
I think that's the only place it appears, right? Is that the top?
Can you do that so we can still see the,
There you go.
oh, that's on the previous page though, right?
And then on both pages, please, Katie.
It's too late. The detective has already had his number shouted from the rooftops.
Okay.
Okay. We just show me page 2 again. Okay. Numbers redacted. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense 1002A, a 2-page text stream involving phone number ending 6267 is admitted. Let me publish. Ms. Lewis, take it from there.
Thank you. All right, now as we just talked about, this was a text between you and Detective O'Driscoll.
Yes.
And he sent you a text that said, so you can make our life easier and answer our calls, we can prep you on what you're going to be asked. Next time I knock on your door, I'll have a warrant and a catch pole for your dog, correct?
Yes.
Now, he was talking about that they'd reached out and asked you to come in to be prepped for your testimony.
Overall.
Overall, okay.
Pause,
And
Ms. Lewis, for a moment.
Your Honor, she misread the text. I know it's up there and the jury can read it for themselves. But they're-
If they can. I mean, it's small. Yeah, can we zoom in, Katie? pause for 1 second. Can you folks read that?
I might have misread because some of it's covered in.
That's, yeah, I think the redaction might have been part of the problem, but.
Can we maybe go to,
I think because we blocked out the number, I can't see
Okay.
the first line.
all right.
Can you unredact and then re-redact, but only block out the part
We'll
we
just
need
let
to?
the jury read it for a moment.
Your Honor, if Ms. Lewis could also turn her mic back on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Brian. All right, let's try again. This is blocked out a little bit, but you'll be able to see it later, hopefully. So until you are needed to testify. So make your life easier and answer our calls so we can prep you on what you will be asked. Otherwise, the next time I knock on your door, I'll have a warrant and a catch pole for the dog. That's what he said, correct?
Yes.
I don't need to be prepped. Give me the time and date and I will appear. He says it's on your subpoena. You ask, is there more an exact date or a date? Do I need to be there February 23rd through March 26th? His response, we could have discussed that if you ever replied, but since you don't want to, you can plan on showing up every day at 8 o'clock. Next page.
Whoa.
Your response, I don't need to be prepped. Give me the time and date and I will appear.
This is
Oh,
repetitive.
so this is the same. It's repeated. It's on your subpoena, February 23rd. Plan on being there every day. And then you say, I would like it over text message so that I have exactly what you say in writing. And again, he says you're legally obligated to show up on the dates and times on the subpoena. So let's go back. First of all, what was your reaction when he showed you when he sent you these text messages?
Don't hold back.
Oh, I was livid. I was very upset. I thought it was rude, inconsiderate, but not how you should treat somebody that did nothing wrong.
Okay. And you were asking if he would give you an exact date to show up to court instead of telling you to be here every day, correct?
Yeah.
And he said, well, no.
Yeah.
You'd be
Should
here
have talked to
every
me.
day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because you didn't want to come in and be prepped, correct?
I didn't want to speak to them at all.
All right, but you never refused to come in and testify because you were legally obligated to do so. Is that fair?
I never refused.
All right. Now, he said that next time I knock on your door, I'll be there with a warrant and a pole for the dog.
Mm-hmm.
Catch.
So he threatened to arrest you if he had to come back to try and talk to you.
Yes.
And he said the next time. He'd been to your home before?
Yeah.
Did your dog attempt to attack O'Driscoll when he was at your home before?
No.
Is your dog a vicious dog?
He's a big dog. He's very protective, especially after Hayden's passed. He's behind a fence that you aren't supposed to open unless somebody that knows him is there.
Did he attempt to bite Detective O'Driscoll?
Absolutely not.
Did he touch Detective O'Driscoll?
I don't think he's ever seen my dog. Maybe through the fence.
Through the fence. So you didn't sick your dog on Detective O'Driscoll?
Never.
All right. Okay, thank you. Now let's go back. Sorry that took so long. You recently completed rehab, right, Anna?
Yeah.
Fairly recently. I mean, it wasn't like last week, but fairly recently. And your drug of choice was alcohol. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You're doing well. No.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
How are you doing in 2022?
Sorry, what year was that even? I base my years off was Hayden dead or not at that time. I'm 2022.
Let me make it simple.
Yeah, give me a point of date.
During the time when this phone call happened, were you sober?
What phone call?
The phone call you're here to talk about between Hayden and Kouri.
I had just got done with dinner, so I think Hayden and I went to Sushi Blue that night. I probably had a drink there.
Okay. So before we get to the phone call, just a couple of other questions. So you said Hayden did handyman work for Kouri.
Yes.
Did he work on a number of projects for her? Do you know?
That I know of, yeah.
All right. And was Kouri good to him while he was working for her?
Yes.
She would help him out at times?
Yeah.
What kind of things would she help him out with?
Just advice, helping with she had helped him get insurance, liability while he worked for her, so that she wouldn't be liable, like those kind of things.
All right.
She seemed very nice to him.
So you said in January of 2022, Hayden got a phone call. He was on speaker, and you could hear part of the call.
Mm-hmm.
Because you did go into the bathroom for some of the call, correct?
Yes.
All right. So is what you heard Kouri say that she was asking him for the Michael Jackson drug?
That was part of it.
Because you didn't know what that was, correct?
Yeah.
And were you Googling on your phone trying to figure that out during the phone call?
Going to, but I didn't because I was like trying to figure out what the first thing that she said because I thought it was a muscle relaxer. And then I was like, what the fuck is Michael Jackson stuff?
So you thought she was asking for a muscle relaxant?
That was what I was thinking she was talking about.
Okay, and then you went into the bathroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And did you ever, at that call, hear Kouri ask for the drug fentanyl?
I did not.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Mr. Bloodworth.
No, sir.
May we release this witness?
We may.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are released from the subpoena.
Yes.
You don't have to be here every day.
You mind taking that glass of water with you? Thanks. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Robert Crozier.
Robbie? Or Robert? So the detective got a bit of an attitude problem. Imagine asking a street level addict for propofol. Yeah, it's where we are now. We live here.
Sir, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
He's got some swagger to him.
Step up here.
In front of Brittany.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
I think he was expecting his entrance music. He's got, are those the Jordans or the Nikes he's got on?
Yeah.
Little armpit mic incident happens.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What, sir, is your name?
It's Robert Crozier.
You spell your last name Crozier?
Yes, sir.
What?
Sir, do you have a criminal drug history?
I do.
Can you please explain it to us?
I had a distribution charge in December of 22, and 2 possession charges in 23.
Were you dealing drugs in December of 2022?
Yes.
When did you begin dealing drugs?
I'm not sure, sometime around 2020, maybe.
And were you dealing drugs throughout early 2022?
Yeah, I was.
Mr. Bloodworth, I apologize for interrupting you. Would you and Ms. Lewis approach for one moment? Just a minute, sir. My apologies.
Judge calls sidebar. Does this have to do with prior convictions and how they're presented? I don't know. Interesting. This guy, I don't think he wants to be here, but he's just taking it all in. I don't think he's sat on the witness stand very often in his days in court. He's got a couple convictions, distribution, possession. This is going to be fire, I imagine. This is Robbie. who allegedly sold the drugs to Kouri through Carmen. Came up with the different pills. He looks like the GTA guy. he may have a computer game character.
Should you take a quick restroom break while I handle a quick issue? Please rise for the jury.
Are we going to find out if the witness is clean and sober right now? Right now. Yeah. We might have an issue.
Have a seat, Mr. Crozier. Thank you.
All right.
We're going to be in recess until 1:25.
Mr. Crozier, if you'll come with me. Bailiff?
Court's in recess. If you want to stretch your legs, now's the time.
Okay, so this is where it helps to have a court watcher in the court. I don't know what's going on. I'm just guessing. Let me just guess. The judge has some concerns about the witness and his ability to testify right now. There's a lot of. I'm not the best judge of this, but let's all of us. Let's all go pee in a cup and see if we're all clean and sober enough to follow court today. I'm just guessing the judge is concerned. I don't know. He stopped the questioning too soon. I'm California clean, so it's a clever name. It might have been something he smelled. He may say, I smell alcohol, or I smell weed, or I smell something. I don't know. But who was the other witness? I don't know. What did he say? Till 1:25? We've only got that's only a few minute break. I think it must be booze. They can easily do breathalyzer. This is just strange. This is the judge's call, and it's the judge does not take lightly that he interrupts the proceedings and the question of a witness. So this is something the judge says we may have a problem here. It was while they were asking about his prior convictions, so it's possible it could just be that. We're getting some audio noise from court. Ladybug's mom gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Does he have a deal with the prosecutor as well? I don't know. That'll be a great question to find out the truth on. Ivan says, sorry for being the narc asking for UAs. Oh, and they've cut the feed entirely. Holy cow. Let's hold tight for a minute while they reestablish the feed from court. Looks like they've... Court's on a break. We are going to get a feedback. Just 1 second. Let me see if we can follow with some of the reporters that are in the courtroom. If anyone knows of any of the which reporters are there today, because it does change from day to day, do let me know. Let's see. Nate Eaton, I don't think he's there. I think he's following remotely. This break's not going to be long enough to get a phone call, I don't think, from either John or Selena. All right. right. He did walk in with a little bit of a swagger, as we like to say, from the treetop trial in the Key West. That swagger. What the hey? Says last week. I don't know. I don't know. We're still in a holding pattern, waiting for the feed to return. Let me go on the switcher. Here, let's see. Media. It's gonna be media 2. Cut. All right. Remind me to cut again when I've just got the thumbnail up on Top Mark Media instead of just showing the satellite link feed, which is interesting because there's a clock on it, but still. How are the months of membership counted, says Miss Greens? They're actually, if you have a month of membership and then 5 months without, and then you have another month of membership, that would be 2 months. Okay, we've got a phone call here.
Call from Contract Air Compressors, Inc. To accept, press 1.
Hello?
Hello, it's Lego My Briefs.
Hey, Lego My Briefs. We got a
Shout out to everybody. It's been a long time since
we got a
I've
little
called in.
business plug in there for some contract air compressors. So,
Yeah, yep, that's one of them. So,
how are you doing?
Good. We're having a little dull moment, and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to call in and go, you're away from
I can't hear you. You're whispering too quietly.
I said you're 25% away from 100.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
big. Okay, we got our court feedback, so that's good.
Okay, good, great.
You fixed
Have a
it.
good day.
You fixed it. Well, nothing's
I
happening
did.
yet, but so you're welcome.
Well,
to
I just let them know that we were waiting, and it's inappropriate to keep us
I
waiting.
appreciate that. It's awfully considerate.
Okay, let's get to 100. Everybody hit the like button.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Bye now.
We'll see you. Bye. All right, the feed is back. We still have that little buzz on the line. That right there. Yep, that's the one. That is coming through on the feed. We'll see if we can get that sorted out. Hope we find out what happened. Well, a couple things can happen. If there is a problem with this witness not being in a state or state of mind where he is suitable for questioning, we'll be on to the next witness. And this witness will probably have some stern words with the judge, maybe off the record. That you could be held in contempt, I think, for showing up in court to testify in court in a state not suitable for testimony. Outstanding warrant? I don't think so. They would. I mean, they do that. Cops will arrest people after they show up for a subpoena, but generally they'll catch them first. Felt that buzzing in my teeth. Maybe that's what it was we were hearing. Is this the boyfriend? No, this is Robbie. This is the source, allegedly, of the fentanyl. We're jumping to speculations here just based on body language and behavior that the witness might. Maybe the judge just wants to ensure that the witness is clean. That's it. But the judge who's sitting closest to the witness detected something wasn't right and called it. Immediately called a break. And that's we're just waiting for the response, the effect. Utah has drug dealers. Unfortunately, no state is immune. Nanny, missed the whole morning. Should I rewatch? Nanny, unfortunately, you are behind. You will need to rewatch. You can start watching now, but it won't make a ton of sense. You missed Carmen. A lot of Carmen that I think you need to watch. Bad Mouse Finals. Sharing a customer service nightmare story there. The stickers didn't work. Can you provide an order number? No, just look me up. Anyone who sells on Amazon knows that their order comes across as a jumbled number of letters and numbers. And ask Amazon for it. Nice. Ivan, what's your take? Just a gut feel. Did he look like he was? Would you have any concerns? I think judge is coming back here. Hold tight here. Here we go. Got some audio. I think the witness is still there from the reflection of the judge's glasses. It looks like he's still sitting on the witness stand, so maybe all is good. Maybe the concerns were unfounded.
All right, jury.
Please have a seat as you come in.
See, clearly, thank you very much for the gifted membership.
All right, please have a seat. We're on the record. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Crozier, you're under oath.
Okay.
Very good, sir. If
Thank
you need
you.
a glass of water, just let me know.
All right.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, are you represented today by counsel?
I am.
And are you testifying pursuant to 3 grants of immunity?
I know that I know that there's immunity. I don't know how many of them. Yes.
Understand. Are you aware of immunity from Summit County?
Yes.
From Salt Lake County?
Wasatch
Yes.
County?
And from the federal government?
Feds.
Yes.
Did your attorney assist you in getting those grants of immunity?
Yes. As far as I know, yeah.
Okay.
That's what he paid. That's what he charged me for.
What is your understanding of those grants of immunity?
That I need to be honest, or they're void, I guess.
Okay. Do you also understand that you have to testify not only honestly, truthfully,
Mhm.
but also fully and completely?
Yes.
And did your lawyer advise you regarding your obligations under the grants of immunity?
I don't understand what you mean.
Did she tell you what you had to do?
She told me I had to come to court and be honest, and
Did she tell you what would happen if you weren't honest?
that the immunity would be void, or so that I could potentially be charged with a crime.
Sir, do you know who Nicole Cummings is?
I do.
Who is she?
Excuse me. She is a girl that I lived with for a couple of months at the end of 2021.
Did there come a time in early 2022 when she contacted you about a friend of hers?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
She asked me if I would talk to her friend, I don't remember her name, and get some Roxy's for her, the oxycodone.
Did you contact Nicole Cummings' friend?
I think Nicole asked her if she could give her my number, and then she contacted me. But I think that's how that went.
Did you ultimately speak with her?
Yes.
Did you text with her?
I think it was mostly phone calls, but yeah, it might have been some text. I don't know. That was 4 years ago.
Sure. When you spoke or texted with her, what did she ask for?
As far as I remember, she was asking for Roxy's, for the oxycodone.
Did she identify what she was asking for by any label other than Roxy's?
No.
Did you at that time believe that Roxy's meant oxycodone?
Yeah, that's the only thing that I know. I know that they mean. Excuse me.
Did you set up to sell to her?
I set up to meet her in Draper.
Did you set up to meet her at a Maverick in Draper?
Yes.
Did you ultimately meet her at that Maverick in Draper?
Yes.
Where were you coming from to get to the Draper?
At that, I think Roy, maybe, or Layton.
I used to live in Layton.
Do you remember how many times you agreed to meet her at the Draper?
Like I said, it was 4 years ago. I remember once clearly, maybe twice.
Could there have been a third time?
I don't think so.
So let's talk about the first time you can recall. Is that the one you recall the clearest?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I believe it was raining that day, and she was coming from quite a distance, so we met in Draper to make it easier.
Once you met at the Maverick in Draper, did you meet up with her personally?
I mean, she was in a car.
Okay.
I went up to the car. She handed me the money. I gave her the pills, and then went our separate ways.
Did you have the pills with you, or did you have to go get them from somebody?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what she looked like?
I really don't. I think she was Mexican, kind of short, but I don't know if she was in a car the whole time. Like, I don't even think she got out because I remember it was raining.
Have you come to learn that her name is Carmen Lauber?
I have heard that, yeah. Like,
you said she handed you the money. Do you remember about how much money?
I don't remember.
You said you handed her pills. What do you remember, if anything, about the pills?
It was like 30 or 40 of them.
Wow. Not the 15 to 20.
Do you remember anything else about that first buy with this lady?
No, she was in like a little, I want to say like a Civic or something, like a Honda Civic, but yeah.
Okay. Were you selling a lot of drugs around this time?
I wouldn't say a lot, no. I sold or got pills for maybe 3 or 4 people. So yeah, I wouldn't by any means say it was a lot.
And was this about early February 2022?
Yeah, I believe so.
Can we talk about the second time?
Okay.
How did the second time come about?
I really don't remember. Like, I'm not even real clear if I had met her a second time. to be honest with you. Like, I know that I met her the one time. And it might have been twice, but I really, you know, like, it was like 4 years ago. So, like, I don't really remember if I met her more than once. But if it would have been the same thing, like, I would have gotten the money from her, given her the things, and left. Like, there wasn't a lot of interaction. We didn't, you know, get a drink together or anything. We just.
It's a drug deal.
Yeah.
Not rocket surgery.
Right.
Had you met her at the Maverick Draper for anything else other than a drug deal?
No.
Had you met her anywhere other than the Maverick Draper?
No.
So am I right that the only times you've met Carmen Lauber is at the Maverick Draper?
That's right.
And the only times you've met her at the Maverick Draper was to sell her drugs?
That's correct.
Do you recall interviewing with Summit County detectives on May the 4th, 2023?
Vaguely. I remember, like, I was in jail. I hadn't been there very long. I was on a lot of drugs at that time, so, like, I was detoxing from those drugs. And I remember, like, going in a conference room and speaking with them, but I don't really recall a lot of the discussion.
Which jail?
Davis County Jail.
That's where I did my Citizens Police Academy. The sheriff's office there. Been in that
Do you
jail.
recall whether they asked you if Carmen asked for blues specifically or fentanyl specifically?
I have read the report, so, like, I know that they did, but I don't remember them saying that to me.
Okay, and by report, do you mean a transcript of their
Yes.
interview?
Yeah.
So you know from reading a transcript of their interview that they asked you whether Carmen asked for blues or fentanyl on one hand or oxys on the other hand?
Yes.
Do you recall how you responded to that question?
Not right offhand. I think I said something to the extent of that I thought I didn't know if they were fentanyl or Roxy's, but whatever she asked for is what she got.
Do you recall your answer to that specific question of theirs, whether she asked for blues specifically or fentanyl on one hand or oxys on the other hand?
No.
If I were to show you that transcript again, would you be able to recall?
I mean, I'm not going to remember it, but, like, I can
Would that help
see
you
it.
refresh it?
I could see, like, what it says. I mean,
That's
nope. But as far as remembering it, that was 3 years ago, or however many years ago, and I was in a rough state at the time that I had that conversation with them.
Scott, can we bring up for the witness, please, 8-46, Tango?
Unplug it, and plug it back in again. The lie detector is acting up. Sorry, guys. We'll get it fixed. Now, I don't know what's making that buzzing noise, but the judge says if you unplug it and plug it back in again, it will fix it.
we moving too fast for you?
No. No, I was reading, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Prosecution doesn't get to choose their witnesses. I mean, obviously you'd want a rocket scientist with photographic memory and a absolutely clean record to be your witness, who had a clear line of sight and observed the whole thing with his all 17 senses. We don't get that. We don't get that. They're working with what they have, and they'll, as they put the pieces together, the picture becomes more clear.
Sir, can you focus in, please, on page 13, line 13?
Okay.
Does that help refresh your recollection on how you responded to the investigator's question of whether she wanted blues or fentanyl specifically, or oxys?
Yeah, but it says that.
It's a yes or no.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, how did you respond
Your
to
Honor,
that?
can I take this witness on voir dire for just one moment?
Not at the moment. You gotta let him answer that question.
That's what she has an objection to. She says he said he won't remember. He doesn't remember. He only knows this because he read about what other people said. I think defense is going to win this one. Before he was shown this document, he was asked, would seeing this help you recollect? And he says, no, I don't remember. I mean, I could see what it said, but I don't remember. So that is a winner objection for sure. I think the judge is going to have to give the defense that win. And maybe voir dire the witness. Because once he answers that question, the damage is done. And then it's sort of too late. I'm surprised they even allowed him to look at the document to refresh his recollection when he said it would not help. I have no memory of that. They just barged ahead with refreshing the recollection anyway. Yeah, if he said it wouldn't help you, you don't have foundation to show him. Yeah, and I guess blame the defense for not objecting. Or, the judge could have stepped in sua sponte as well, as he has previously in this trial.
Sir, when the investigators asked you whether Carmen Lauber asked specifically for blues or fentanyl,
wow,
or oxy,
I'm floored.
How did you respond?
I said that she asked probably for blues, but at that time, Roxy's were blues. It wasn't like it was the slang on the street was, when people bought Roxy's, they were buying blues. It was before, this influx of fentanyl and It also said that so M30s. Yeah, that's what the Roxys were stamped with, was M30s. That's the manufacturer stamp. It's not just a fentanyl thing.
Do you recall investigators then clarifying that very thing with you and asking, it wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s, right? Do you remember the investigators asking you for that clarification?
Well, oxys implies that they would have been Oxycontin to me, but M30s would be fentanyl, or not fentanyl, but Roxys. At that time in 2022, in early 2022.
Well, I think that confusion's what the investigators were trying to clarify, weren't they?
I don't know what they were.
Do you recall the investigators asking you? It wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s. Do you recall them asking you that?
I have read it, but I don't recall them asking me that, no.
But you know that they asked you that from having read the transcript, right?
Your Honor.
Objection.
Asked and answered. He said he doesn't recall.
That is true. And if you would answer that question, please.
And if you would answer it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What?
Do you know that investigators asked you? It wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, that's
answer
what
the question anyway.
it says. Yeah.
Do you recall your answer to that question?
I do not.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the transcript of the interview?
Listen.
Sure.
Sure. Okay.
Scott, can I get
you've got foundation.
846T again?
Defense is over there shaking their head saying, we objected, and the judge allowed it anyway.
If we can stay, please, on page 13. And, sir, if you could read from
Cross might chop this guy into little pieces and feed him
Says
to the
I sold her
fishes.
what? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can you please read to yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you please read to yourself from page 13, line 19, and then we'll switch over to 14 in a second.
Okay.
Okay, if you could take that down, please, Scott. Sir, does that help refresh your recollection?
I mean, no, but I can see what it says, but I don't remember having this conversation. But
Can't go there then. Move on.
When the police asked you whether she was asking for oxys and got M30s, do you recall how you responded?
it says no. She would have got what she asked for. Okay.
He said he doesn't recall.
Sustain.
Move on.
Sir, do you recall whether police asked you if Carmen Lauber knew there was fentanyl in the pills that you sold her?
Again, yeah, it said that.
It's a yes or no question.
Do you recall it?
I don't recall. I really don't recall the conversation with the police at all, other than I had the conversation with them. I don't remember details of it other than what I've read.
Do you agree in the interview generally that you confirmed that you sold pills containing fentanyl to Carmen Lauber?
No, I said that, from what I read, I said that she knew what she was, she got what she wanted. Whatever she asked me for is what she got, but I'm pretty sure it was Roxy's, and it was, the whole questioning with those cops was them kind of telling me what I had been doing.
Whoa. Defense is smiling from ear to ear right now. They told me.
Sir, you've
what to
read a
say.
copy of that transcript.
I have.
Is it an accurate transcript of your interview with detectives that day?
Your Honor, he said he doesn't remember anything about the interview.
Well, I'm going to let him answer it. You're objecting to foundation. Your foundation's overruled. It's a yes or no question, sir. Or, I don't know. I want to be clear.
Okay, yeah, again, like, I don't know.
No further
Can
questions.
we turn now to an affidavit
Get this guy.
that you signed in September of 2025? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Did you swear to the affidavit saying that it was true?
Yes.
Did you read the affidavit before swearing to it?
I believe it was read to me.
In that affidavit, did you say that you sold drugs to Carmen Lauber 2 times in February 2022 at the Maverick in Draper?
I believe it said the same thing I've been saying, that it was once, maybe twice. Like, I don't recall if it was more than that. But
Did you say in that affidavit that one time you sold Roxy 30s and one time you sold Blues?
yes, but again, blues are, at that time, blues are Roxy 30s. Like, they're synonymous.
That was
Yeah.
your understanding of what blues are, right?
Yes.
At that time.
Yes, and if I sold somebody blues, then they were the Roxy 30s.
Did you say in that affidavit that you understood actually at that time in early 2022, that OxyContin was the same thing as Blues and Oxy and Roxy 30s?
No.
Did you say in the affidavit that you sold OxyContin?
No. No, I think like there were notes being made in it and things crossed out, but yeah, I clearly said that's not OxyContin. I never sold OxyContin. I sold oxycodone, Roxy 30s.
So, sir, you've never sold OxyContin?
Never.
What? Oh my goodness.
Scott, can I get 847, please?
He's never sold Oxy. He sold Roxy's. He's never sold fentanyl. I don't know. I
Sir,
don't know
could you
what he's.
please review that. We'll scroll down through all the pages.
I'm not sure if he's impeaching himself or what is going
Scott, can you
on.
go down one?
Apparently, he only sold Flintstone vitamins
Yeah,
and
that's
the
a
recommended
typo.
dosage.
I'm sorry.
Go down again, please. One more to the swearing. Can you go back to the top, please, Scott?
So when you swear to tell the truth,
Mr. Crozier, is that
what do you mean?
an accurate depiction of the affidavit that you signed in September 2025?
I mean, without all of the corrections, yes. Like, as I was sitting in jail and going over it with the defense attorney, she was crossing like Oxycontin out, because I kept saying that's oxycodone. And then she was crossing other words out. Like there was a whole bunch of different words that were put in there that were typos or they weren't the right words. They certainly weren't my words.
Is that your signature?
But whether they were your words or not, is this the one you signed? Is that your signature at the bottom?
It is, yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-47 into evidence.
No objection.
He's authenticated the document. It's coming in.
State's Exhibit 8-47 is admitted. Published to the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Scott, can we just zoom in on the first 4 paragraphs?
See if we can read this here.
So is that first paragraph accurate?
It's in Davis County Jail, over 18.
Yes.
Cole.
Is the second paragraph accurate?
Looking for pills.
Yes.
She told me she wanted Roxy 30s.
Is the third paragraph accurate?
Yes.
Fourth one's cut off. Scroll down a bit.
Scott, can you drop down 1 page and zoom in?
Look at the state. They're glued to their screens here.
Is that fourth paragraph accurate?
No. No, it's got it's got it says oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Is that fifth paragraph accurate?
No. Again, it says oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Is that sixth paragraph accurate?
No. Again, it says oxycodone. Oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Seventh paragraph accurate?
No, because it says that I met with her 2 times, and I'm not sure that I met with her 2 times.
This is a train wreck.
How about the 8th paragraph?
Yes.
He's saying
How do you know
oxycodone
whether what you were
instead of
selling?
Oxycontin.
Were you selling pills at the end of 2022?
I wasn't selling Roxy's anymore. I was only selling fentanyl at that time.
Were you selling pills in late 2021 and early 2022?
I was selling Roxy's then, yes.
How do you know what was inside the pills that you were selling?
Because I had multiple people that had prescriptions.
So you were getting the pills from other people?
Yeah, I had, yes.
Who did you get the pills from that you sold to Carmen Lawler?
I don't recall. Like I had multiple sources that I was getting them from.
So you just had a guy?
I had a few guys.
Doesn't recall.
Paragraph 9. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that accurate with the handwritten correction?
Yeah, the possessing, yes.
Are those your initials next to that possessing it's handwritten in?
Yes.
How about paragraph 10? Is that accurate?
Yeah, yes.
How about paragraph 11?
Yes.
Now he agrees it's
Go
fentanyl.
down to... We can go all the way, just... Okay. Paragraph 12 accurate?
It is.
13?
Now he's saying that the blues are fentanyl.
With the exception of the Oxycontin again, instead of oxycodone. Again, the oxycodone prescription, I had an Oxycontin prescription.
14 accurate?
Again, with the Oxycontin instead of oxycodone.
15 accurate?
It is.
16 accurate?
With the Oxycontin instead of oxycodone.
Now let's scroll down to that's your signature?
It is.
Can we go to the next page, Scott? Is that your signature?
It is.
Now in there you say that you read the foregoing. Did you read it?
It was read to me, yes.
Is the foregoing a power of attorney or is it something else?
I'm sorry, I don't know what foregoing is.
Well, what's above there? The first 3 pages.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
It says right there that I read the foregoing power of attorney and understood the contents thereof. You're telling me that you didn't read it, right?
Saying that it was read to me, and at every time it said Oxycontin, like we were saying, okay, that needs to be oxycodone.
But those changes weren't made.
No, I mean, yeah, apparently not.
Thanks, Scott.
Defense? You want a piece of this? Who's up? Is this Miss Lewis?
Is it fair to summarize your testimony today that you sold Carmen Lauber on at least one, maybe 2 occasions?
Oh, this is still state.
M30s and blues.
Still Bloodworth.
And you believe that M30s and blues referred to at that time oxycodone?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Now he's done. Now let's see who comes up from the defense.
He's Lewis.
He's Lewis.
Do you have a glass of water?
I do not, thank you.
I don't want any of your stinking water, says Robbie. Don't want to put my fingerprints. You'll just take my fingerprints from it. Back then, there was counterfeit M30s on the streets with Fent in them. Yeah, that seems like a very real possibility. You're buying from somebody else. They tell you what they think is the pills are, but you're not chemically breaking them down and doing an analysis in a lab to determine if they actually are oxycodone or something else.
Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
We've met before. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's all a blur. We've met before, right?
Drugs do
What's that?
We've met before.
We have?
Yes. Okay. Just gonna ask you a couple of questions about that first interview. You said that with the detectives that you really didn't remember that interview.
Mm-hmm.
You did say, though, just a moment ago, well, they were just telling me what I'd been doing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
I do.
All right. So during that interview, remember that they just told you what you'd been doing and you just kind of agreed. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I didn't really want to get in trouble. I was already in jail. I had bail. I was trying to get out. I wasn't. And they kept telling me that I wasn't in trouble and nobody was going after me and things like that. But still. I mean, when they originally came and talked to me and were asking me about, I had no idea who any of the people they were besides Nicole. They showed me pictures and I was like, I don't know who that is. But yeah.
All right. Let's fast forward to September of 2025. And you were interviewed by myself and by my investigator, Mr. Bertram. Correct?
Yes.
And were you sober when you and I and Mr. Bertram met?
I was.
And do you recall at that interview you told us you thought you had sold to Ms. Carbon 2 times?
I think I said once, maybe twice.
All right.
Same thing I've been saying.
You said once, maybe twice.
Mm-hmm.
And that the first time was Roxy 30s, which you've explained, right?
I'm sorry, yes.
And Roxy 30s, and we're going to get to this whole Oxycontin, Oxycodone thing in just a minute.
Okay.
But Roxy 30s, would that be 30 milligram oxycodone pills?
Yes.
All right. And you said you met her at the Maverick to sell them. And you...
Yes, Lucas. If you would just add a question mark at the end of these as you go.
Oh, all right. And you met her at the Maverick to sell them, correct?
Yes.
And that you remember it was early 2022, correct?
Yeah, it was around this time.
Okay.
There was snow then, so.
Okay. So can you remember what you were charging per pill for 30 milligram oxycodones?
Like either $25 or $30 a piece.
$25 or $30 per pill.
Oh, let's do the math.
You weren't selling fentanyl at that time, but when you did sell fentanyl, what did that sell for?
About the same.
You sold fentanyl for about the same? Are you aware that there was a time that fentanyl was sold for considerably less than oxycodone?
Yes.
And would that have been earlier when fentanyl first started in the market, or would that just depend on who was selling it?
It just depends on who was selling it.
Okay.
Where you got it from. You know, if you know a Hondo that'll give them to you for 80 cents, then yeah, but.
All right, that's fair.
If you're who? Did he just drop a name?
So, do you recall? Let me back up. So you said that when you sold her, the time that you clearly remember, the first time she was sitting in a car, was anybody with Ms. Lauber?
I don't remember.
You don't remember there being anyone, or you just don't know?
I just don't know. Like if there was some, or if she was by herself. I don't know.
Okay. And then, do you recall saying that there was a time you sold to her when a man came with her?
Yes. I do.
So that would have been the second time that we talked about earlier, correct?
Not sure. It could have been the first time, but probably. Yeah,
Okay.
if there was twice, why not?
Okay. All right. So, if Ms. Carmen Lauber testified that you told her, these are fentanyl pills, I'm selling you fentanyl pills, would that be true?
I mean, if I said it to her, then it would be true, but I don't know that I said that to her.
Well, were you selling her fentanyl pills?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And let's go over that again. Because I know you were using during that period. But why was it that you remembered that in 2022, early 2022, you were selling oxycodone and not fentanyl?
Because everybody was scared of fentanyl in early 2022 and in 21. You know, it was all over the news and people were dying and it was kind of hard to get and people were scared of getting it. And like I testified, I had people that had prescriptions. I had my own prescription and we sold those.
When you said you had prescription and you knew people that had prescriptions, are you talking about oxycodone?
Yes.
Do you remember the milligrams of your prescription?
Mine were 10s at that time.
10s. Did
Yeah.
you sell any of those to Carmen Lauber?
No.
Okay, so you sold somebody else's prescription.
Yes.
And the pills you sold were actually prescription pills from a pharmacy?
Yes.
And do you recall you met her at the Maverick, and do you recall the person that you were buying from actually lived not super far away from that Maverick? Isn't that correct?
No,
You didn't have a supplier that was pretty close to that Maverick?
no.
So you don't recall that you met her there and then you left to get the pills and came back?
I don't remember. I might have met somebody down the street, but I don't remember if I didn't go to anybody's house to get them.
All right, that's fair. So somebody met you a ways from the Maverick to give you the pills?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And those were that person's prescription?
Yes.
Do you know what the milligrams were? Were they 30 milligrams?
They were 30 milligrams.
All right. So at that time, in early 2022, you would not have been telling Carmen Lauber, here, these are fentanyl.
No, I didn't have a fentanyl plug at that time. Like, I didn't know anybody that sold fentanyl at that time.
All right.
Love the vernacular.
And you said if you were asked for blues, that to you that meant what?
Roxy's.
Roxy's. Because before fentanyl became really well known, a lot of oxycodones were blue.
Yeah, and they were the M30s, like from the manufacturers. They were, and I think that's why whoever makes those now, the fentanyl ones, they made them to look just like the Roxy's, because people were taking, a lot of people were addicted to Roxy 30s at that time, so they made them look exactly like that, and that's why people were dying, because they were thinking they were taking a Roxy and they were taking a fentanyl that looked exactly the same, but color might have been a little different.
And those were either being made illicitly or brought in from Mexico, right?
I'm not sure how they come in, but yeah, they were here. Yeah, they
There
weren't.
were-
Yeah, you couldn't get them from a pharmacy for sure.
I'm sorry, you could.
You could not get them from a pharmacy, no.
Okay. So the pills that you sold in 2022 that were light blue, those came from a pharmacy.
Yes.
Do you recall that selling pills that were light green?
If they were light green, they would have been 15s or 20s. Like with the Roxy's, like the lower the doses, like I had a prescription for 10s and they were pink, and then I think the 15s might have been green, and then 20s were gray, I think, and then all of from every manufacturer, they were all blue. The Roxy 30s were every manufacturer, they were all blue.
Light blue?
Yeah, whether they said M30 on them or A22 something or whatever it was, the manufacturer stamp on them.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the affidavit, the one that's been admitted, and then there's a second one that has not yet been admitted. Now, when Mr. Bertram and you didn't type this affidavit, right?
No, I did not.
And Mr. Bertram and I brought these up to you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And we
Yes.
read them to you, correct?
Yes.
And you made some corrections, correct?
Well, I think you had the pen, but yes.
You told me some corrections to make, and I made them correct.
Yes.
And then you signed them, correct?
Yes.
But at that time, let me rephrase that. Then later, you were given an attorney, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
And Ms. Ludkins.
Mhm.
And, is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Ludkins went over these with you again later, correct? The affidavits.
I don't remember if she did or not. I mean, I went from meeting with you from jail and then going to treatment. I was in 7th Street treatment at the time. I know that we talked about them.
You and Ms. Ludkins?
Mm-hmm.
And-
I don't know if we went over it line by line like we just did, but I know that we talked about it.
Do you recall telling Ms. Ludkins, there's a mistake in these? It says OxyContin and it's supposed to be oxycodone?
Yes.
All right. And are you aware that Ms. Ludkins then let the prosecutors in this case know these are correct, except that they say OxyContin and they should say oxycodone?
I don't know that she did that, but I'm sure she did. I don't.
Okay. And so I'm the one that typed OxyContin, correct?
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now that I didn't understand them, but I understand now, what's the difference between OxyContin and oxycodone?
OxyContin is way stronger, and it's time released now, I believe. Like, I think in the 90s it wasn't. And they were having a lot of problems around the country with those. And then they made them time released. The Oxycontin 30s, I believe, are purple, or they're red or maroon color or something like that. But
Okay.
yeah, they have like a gel around them.
All right. So there's a mistake that we put OxyContin, and then you later corrected it with your attorney and said, well, this is right, other than it should say oxycodone.
Yes.
All right. Because you were selling oxycodone,
Yes.
not OxyContin.
Yes.
All right, let me show you, do we have the mark on the new exhibit? Okay. Let's pull up what is Defense Exhibit 1025. You actually signed 2 affidavits in September of 2025,
Yes.
correct? And the state introduced one of those affidavits, correct?
I don't know. They just showed me one.
They showed you one.
Okay, yes.
That's the only one they showed you.
Yes.
Will you take a look at this and tell me if this is the second one you signed?
In paragraph 8, it says Oxycontin again, but
Again, I'm gonna talk about that.
Okay. yes.
Okay, so other than where it says, there's 2 times it says OxyContin when it should have said
Mhm.
oxycodone. Other than that, is this a true statement?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to admit Defense Exhibit 1025, which actually is both statements, the one that was already admitted plus this one together. We can separate them out, but it's the same.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
We do have an objection from the state. I think they should separate them out. Just have the new one in as the other, instead of having the duplicate under 2 numbers. I don't know where this testimony leaves us. Robbie's testimony is a mess. This is weird, and probably, I don't think for legal reasons, like if you were charged with selling oxycodone, I don't think that if you were instead selling OxyContin, it would be a different charge with a greater penalty. I don't think that's the case. I don't think it's like a schedule change. Maybe it is, but Robbie, it's almost like a point of pride. He's like, no, I was selling oxycodones. I know what I had. They were oxycodones, not OxyContin. And so every time it says OxyContin in this sworn statement that he signed, he's like, no, it was not that. It's like a point of personal pride for him to be right about what he had. But then at the same time in his testimony, 2022, he's saying fentanyl was all over the place. Fentanyl, excuse me. And it was, people were scared of it. It was hard to get. It was killing people. And they were mixing it in drugs that were blue that said M30 on them. And so he's buying these M30s that he's saying are oxycodone from people that he says had prescriptions. How does he know that the pills he got from people who they were saying, I'm selling you my prescription, unless he got them in the bottle with their name on it, which I don't think they would sell like that. How does he know those weren't the illicit M30s laced with fentanyl? I'm confused about this whole process here and where this leaves us. Seems like he mostly helped the defense in his testimony, but then threw in a couple bones to the state that gives them enough wiggle room to say, and what we say still fits in your testimony. But, man, it does sure look like they were shoehorning him into that statement and making his testimony fit what they wanted it to be today. OxyContin is the brand name for time-released oxycodone. What a wild day in court. This guy's, he's still just, it's like a firecracker. You don't know when it's going to go off. This guy is just, he's amazing. I'm not saying that in like, Olympic athlete sort of way. He's just, I'm dumbfounded at this. Sidebar is going on for a while. Let's see. I think a simple, he's authenticated the document. It's a signed sworn statement that he said was his. I think just breaking it up from the first one and submitting it as a second statement should solve any complaints that the prosecution has. He wants immunity but don't want to be tied to the death. Is he trying to get it both ways? Oh, Mike Ladd. I didn't know this. We did hear the term, I thought it was Honda, but it could be a slang term from someone from Honduras, indicating that that was a route that some of the drugs were coming from. Lindsay, we're just trying it for this trial. We normally do break up at lunch, but for the duration of this trial, we're working all the way through lunch. It changes some things on the back end for what I can do with the video after the fact, but that's it. I don't know if he'll lose his immunity deal. I think it's pretty hard to lose one of those. You basically have to get up on the stand and refuse to answer questions. As long as he said what he said he was going to say and answers the questions, I think he's good. How does he know he didn't test them? Unless he was using them himself. And I imagine a heavy user would, notice a difference if they suddenly switched drugs. If the OxyContin suddenly became fentanyl, I'm sure the high would be different for sure. It seems like the prosecution would like to just subpoena that sworn statement as their witness and not this guy, and just disregard everything he said on the stand. Jury, only believe the sworn statement because he signed it. It's right there. So, sidebar ongoing, and it's lengthy. It's already 4:30 Eastern time. We might have a little break for the jurors here.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Yep, I remember. Excuse me. NC Nanum says, my daughter-in-law's friend died of Roxy laced with fentanyl. Dealer went to prison for it. I believe it was 2021, 2022. Yeah, this whole idea that I always called blues Roxy's, but then later that same year, everyone called blues fentanyl. That sounds like some sort of, he's trying to protect himself. I wouldn't have sold fentanyl. I was scared of that at the time. I don't want to be connected with the death. It seems like he's distancing himself from it a little bit. AJK Consulting says this prosecution has embarrassed themselves. How can this happen in America? Well, the prosecution can't choose their witnesses, right? I mean, they can to some extent, but they have to choose from what's available.
So let me just get us back to square one here. Katie, if you would go back to page 1. I'm going to hide this for just a moment. Ms. Lewis, it is queued up though if you need it.
All right, let's actually go to page 2 though, Katie, because you just read this, right, as you were sitting here. All right. So do you recall a meeting with prosecutors in this case in April of 2025 to discuss your testimony?
I do.
And that was before you met with myself and Mr. Bertram in September of 2025.
Yeah. Yes.
And at that meeting, did you tell them then that you never did sell fentanyl to Carmen Lauber?
I told them that I'm pretty sure that I sold her Roxy's, and not fentanyl.
Okay. So you told them, excuse me. You told them basically the same thing that you said in September of 2025 and what you're saying today
Yes.
in your testimony. And did you sign a sworn affidavit that that in fact happened?
I did.
All right. And were you sober when you met with the prosecution in 2025
I was.
to tell them that I never sold her fentanyl, I sold her Roxy 30s,
Yes.
oxycodone?
Oxycodone, yeah.
Okay.
There's the foundation. Now let's see if they can bring that
When
up.
you met with, or not met, I'm sorry, you talked to your friend Nicole, what did she tell you? No, let me rephrase that. What was your understanding of what Carmen Lauber wanted? She said, I have a friend who wants some pills. What was your understanding of what that friend wanted?
That she wanted Roxy's. Roxy's, I'm sorry.
So again, you didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022.
That's right.
You had no access to it in January, February, March of 2022.
No.
When you did start selling fentanyl, what color were those pills?
Like almost purple.
A really dark color.
Yeah. Yeah, they were very distinctive.
Okay. So not light blue, not light green.
Mm-mm.
Did anyone ever ask you for the Michael Jackson stuff?
I'm sorry?
I think that answers my question. Nobody ever asked you, Carmen Lauber didn't ask you to sell her the Michael Jackson drug.
No. No, it was that,
Do you know what that is?
what do they call that? Prohypnol or something?
Propofol.
Propofol, there you go. Yeah, I've heard of it as I've watched the Michael Jackson thing when he died, but yeah, nobody's ever asked me for that.
Michael Jackson called it his milk.
Do you know if you can even
I don't,
buy that on the street?
I doubt it.
Okay.
It seems like they would keep that under a tight lock and key.
All right. All right, I'm just going to summarize and then we're going to be done, okay? So, when you initially agreed with detectives that you might have sold fentanyl, you were high, you were coming down, and you don't remember saying that specifically. True?
That is correct, yes.
And when you met with myself and Mr. Bertram in September of 25, and you said you were selling only oxycodone, you were sober, correct?
Yes.
And you were being truthful?
Yes.
All right. When you met with Mr. Bloodworth and his investigator in April of 2025, you were sober?
Yes.
And you said you were only selling oxycodone in early 2022.
That's correct.
You sober today?
I am.
In fact, congratulations, you just finished your treatment program, right?
Thank you, I did.
What was your sober date?
August 26th.
Of 2020?
25.
25. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Robert, I want you to look at the jury. I want you to tell them, are you telling the truth here today?
Yes, I am telling the truth.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Mr. Blood.
Mr. Crozier, how were the pills that you sold to Carmen Lauber packaged?
They flipped the witness.
They were just in a bag.
Those little tiny clear Ziploc bags?
I don't remember, but a Ziploc bag or something, yeah, they were in a bag of some kind, yes.
Like one of those little bags you get with a spare button on a shirt?
Well, I don't think you can't fit 20 or 30 pills in a little bag like that, so they were probably a little bigger than that, but yes.
And you got that bag from your plug, right?
Yeah, from one of
the guys that sold
Yes.
you the pills.
Correct.
You did not get that bag from a pharmacy, correct?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness from the subpoena?
We may, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Crozier, you're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Ledkins, thank you.
Got a little swazier as he walks out. See ya. Taking my water with me.
Is this a good time for a restroom break? I don't know how long the next witness will be.
Yeah, Your Honor. Next Witness, maybe 30 minutes from the state.
Why don't we take a restroom break? Thanks, folks.
All rise with the jury.
Wow. They're considered jewelry bags? Like the ones diamonds come in, right? For those of us that shop for just bulk loose diamonds, which I'm sure all of us do. Cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Blutterworth, anything before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be in recess until 2:45. Thank you.
13 minutes. Cross-examination, I never would have expected the state's witness to be asked by the defense on cross, will you look at the jury? Is everything you're testifying to, are you telling the truth today? Yes. Thank you. It was their witness. They flipped the witness. Oh, my goodness. The state called him just to impeach him, but they still want they need his sworn statement in. The first one, not the second. Oh my goodness, that is wild. I have to say, on the truthfulness meter, he did not rank as high as Carmen did for me. I'm struggling with that. It didn't seem as right.
Call from
Katie?
Hey, Katie, this is R.A. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing all right. How are you?
My head's spinning.
It's a lot. It's a lot. So I've had 5 unsuccessful back surgeries and live in pain every day. So I take an extended release pain medication and an immediate release one.
Okay.
And it is hard nowadays for doctors to even prescribe them because the DEA won't let them. Or they make it harder for them to actually prescribe them for patients who need it. So if I were to have to go to a different pain management doctor, they wouldn't prescribe me the same medications that I'm already on. So it's like...
They'd say you're pill shopping or doctor shopping or something, trying to...
Yeah, it's like that. And then there's times when I go to the pharmacy and they won't have it. And so I have to call other pharmacies to be like, I need my pain medication. And it makes you feel kind of crappy because you're like, I'm not abusing it.
We've heard about you. we got the notice from the DEA. We were expecting your call. Yeah. So that's terrible, especially for someone who has long-term ongoing pain. I mean, short-term, I think the prescriptions are easier to come by. They're smaller amounts, and but
I was taking quite a big dose actually of the 2 of them. But I didn't they kind of scared me. And I'm like, what if I accidentally take more than I should? If I take it and I forgot that I took it. And I'm like, I'm going down. So I got myself down to the lowest doses, which is great. And it's still making me, I could still get up and do stuff. I hurt all the time still, but I can live.
Wow.
So it's like, yeah.
I don't know. Today has just been wild. There was a time when I thought the judge should not allow something in, and he completely ruled opposite me, which I have to go back. I don't even remember the facts of the case. I'm just dumbfounded. It just seemed like a no-brainer. Even Kurt was on my side as well. I don't know. There's just been a few things today, and then flipping this witness of all witnesses for the defense. Why do you even call him at that point? I mean, just
well,
let the
I'm
defense
wondering,
call
will they actually take his immunity away?
I don't know. I think it would be hard to take his immunity away when he answered all the questions.
Yeah.
But and I also think the state knew he was going to say everything he said today. I don't think any of that was a surprise.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but.
All right, I see the judge, so I won't keep you any longer. But
all right.
I just thought, I know these pain medications pretty well. It's like it's no fun, but you know, Carmen, I adore her because she really does seem to be on the straight and narrow, and I can't do anything but respect that. Yes, anybody in recovery, it is amazing because I know that it's hard. So it's like, go you.
Yep. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for the call, Katie.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Good talking to you.
You guys have a good one.
You too.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Not sure if we're going to get either John or Selena on the phone, but no, I don't think he loses immunity, says Ashy. Let's see here. Which is why he knows he can just say whatever he wants to know to distance himself from Eric's murder by saying, no way fentanyl was sold to me. That's what I felt the strongest in this, is that as he figured out that they were trying to link him to a death by drug overdose that was fentanyl, he's like, oh, no, that wasn't me. I would never do, I wasn't selling any of that. It sounds like he was later that year for sure. So, I mean, it's not like he had like a huge, moral opposition to fentanyl. But I think he's trying to not be the source that took someone's life. And I'm not sure if that is for the legal implications of that, or if that's for just the personal, the weight of carrying that on your shoulders. But that's the feeling I got. All right. Our favorite super chatter is on the phone. Ivan, how are you
Nobody's
doing today?
losing their deals. Nobody's losing any deals. Okay, like that's the reason these immunity deals are such a heated contention point of boiling whatever. Nope, that's why you can't just offer these things and then pull them.
Right.
Nobody's losing any deals.
It would basically take somebody to
lying
deny
on
or refuse to answer questions on the stand to break the deal.
Yeah, unless he refuses or you can prove he's lying on purpose. Good luck.
Yep. Which is like proving perjury. You don't see it done much.
And that's why I think the reason I like Robbie is I don't like, people who, that's not my point. The reason I like Robbie is because I like seeing everybody react to, sometimes this is the kind of people you have to make deals with to get people convicted of murder. Like
it's the sausage making process that we're seeing behind the curtain, and it's messy. It's very messy.
Right. It's not a Disney movie. No. It's sometimes it's real life, and sometimes real life hands you guys like Robbie. Anyway, love y'all. I'll talk to you later.
Do you think it's possible that he was selling Roxy 30s that were laced with fent in that time
I
period?
think Robbie probably sold whatever he could get his hands on, like every other dealer.
Yeah. Interesting. Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate it. Good talking to you, my friend. Love you, man.
All right.
Bye. Oh, man. Let's see. I need to get either popcorn or dinner, says 4M. Michelle's Mixed Media Madness. I get both sides, says 130. MKY. Agreed, Ivan. Yes, Ivan, agreed, says Ashy. He sold whatever there was to sell to get money for his own drug addiction. He was using and abusing and selling as well. He was slinging them and, he was doing it all. Let's see. Betty Swallow, says, I've moved from guilty to wavering not guilty after the sister and the last two witnesses. These are tough witnesses. On credibility-wise, these are tough witnesses. They have a lot of marks against them, things that the jurors can weigh as to their credibility, reasons why they might testify the way they do, incentives to testify the way they did. There's a lot of credibility issues there. But the state is not done. This is day 5 of a 5-week trial, as somebody said in chat just a little while ago. We've got a lot more evidence, and some of the evidence all by itself might make a few of you say, I've seen enough. Yeah, that right there, that's enough for me. So let's see. No personal attacks on Robbie like there was on Carmen. Oh no, defense was a completely different animal. With Robbie, they were cheering on his sobriety, congratulating him on graduating from the program, and wishing him all the best in the future. And no mention of his family having any drug addiction, or if he had any mental illness or none of that. That's because he was a defense witness just in the middle of the state's case. Do you understand what a sworn affidavit is? Oh my goodness, he's got a couple of them, and they're different. They contradict each other, and they're about the same things. But the second one didn't come in. Did you notice? I thought they laid additional foundation after that long sidebar, but defense did not admit it.
Call from
Rudy's Faring.
Rudy's Faring, hello. How are you doing, my friend?
Good. How are you?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
I just have one comment. I put it in chat, but You know, they keep talking about fentanyl wasn't prevalent, and I realize different areas of the country. You know, I was a firefighter in suburban Chicago. We were dealing with fentanyl. You know, I retired in 2018, and we were dealing with fentanyl overdoses for a good, I want to say, close to a decade before I retired. I mean, it was part of our continuing ed and EMS and everything. So, you know,
I'll tell you just from what I know about Utah, the I-15 corridor that comes up through Las Vegas all the way through the state north is a thoroughfare for drug trafficking. It is a big route for drug trafficking, and if there was a new drug on the streets that was making waves around the country, it was coming through Utah as well. Not all of it comes through Utah. I mean, there's many different routes. There's through Miami and Florida and all sorts of stuff. But it was definitely, that would have been one of the places it would have shown up earlier in the epidemic, not later.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like, you know, the defense attorney said it the other day that it wasn't prevalent at that time and all that stuff, and I find it hard to believe. I find that the credibility of that to be weak. So that's all I had.
Yep, good input. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right,
we'll see you.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye. Oh man. Jury noticed that treatment too. I'm sure they did. They saw the stark change between the two. We live in a smallish community in southeast Washington. My nephew died in March of 2020 by a fentanyl-laced pill.
Call from
Melissa Kyer.
Hey, Melissa. This is RA. We've got just a moment here. What's on your mind?
Okay, all right. I have a son that's been a drug addict and alcoholic for 25 years.
I'm sorry.
He's 40. He's 42 now. Yeah. No, I mean, it's just something that affects people.
Yeah, it does affect you. So I'm sorry for that.
I also have a daughter that is a drug court probation officer with her master's in counseling and social work.
Oh, wow.
And she has a great turnout and a great graduation rate. But I understand both sides, and my husband was a state cop.
Your family reunions must just be epic. This is
no, I don't. I haven't talked to my son for years.
Man. I'm sorry. So, that's quite a spread. You've got people on the extremes of both.
It's quite a spread. Wow. But I understand both sides completely. I understand Ayden. I understand the other side.
The addiction side.
It's like I'm kind of like in the middle. But another thing, I wanted to ask you if you got my text.
Yeah. I've been getting a ton of them. So I probably got them. Have I responded? No.
Okay. No, it's about a gift. Never mind.
Oh.
I'm sending you just a couple little tidbits of healthier stuff that I think you'll like.
Okay. My doctor would probably
because you can't eat a freaking jar of pickles filled with sugar and bourbon. Come on.
I don't think it's actual bourbon. It's not like you could get drunk from the pickles.
No, my husband ate so many one night he got sick from it and never ate them again.
Well, last night on the podcast I ate these soup drops from Progresso, and that will make you sick. These were terrible.
No, that looked horrible.
They're worse.
And I was
holding back
online.
I was holding back because I had I not been live, I would be like, get me the bucket. I need a bucket.
Yeah, I need to boogie.
Yeah, that was so bad. It was so bad.
That looked horrible. And I was actually looking at them online because I love chicken noodle soup, but I usually make homemade. Mm-hmm. So it's a little different, you know.
Yeah, it's in a crock pot with the smells all day long as it's just simmering. Oh, that's the best. Love
it's wonderful. But I
Melanie,
just wanted to tell you that I made my husband beef ribs. And he's been eating those for 2 days. And I said, I'm not cooking tonight. I'm going to eat my red lentil soup. He said, awesome. Well, I'm going to eat your ribs. I said, I don't want them. Nope. But anyway, I wanted to let you know that I completely understand both sides, but I'm leaning towards believing Carmen.
Yeah.
I really am, because this guy acted like he barely knew her.
Yeah, there was a lot of, I mean,
inconsistencies.
Maybe I got tainted by the way he just swaggered into court, and that set me off.
Yeah.
It might have been that, but
And
the judge is looking at us here. Looks like we're about to start.
All right. You have a great day, okay?
Melanie, thank you very much. Appreciate the call. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Sorry to cut and run there, but we do want to catch every bit of court without talking over it for you.
Jury, please.
Jury's coming in. Yeah, no way Kouri will take the stand. That would be just the worst possible thing she could do in a trial, I think. Ivan, we have a wild melting pot of fans here. That's completely accurate. But I'd say friends instead of fans. We're a fun community. If you're new here for the first time, do consider subscribing. It makes it so you can chat in chat with the rest of us. So you have to wait 5 minutes. That's so we can keep the trolls out. Because trolls actually die after being muted for 5 minutes. So that helps. But do join us. We'd love to have you say hello and get to know you and watch court with you.
Have a seat. Thank you.
Just like soup guy. Stephen Colbert tested those?
All right. Have a seat. Ms. Shervnak, the state's next witness.
It's too late. It's too late. They didn't tell him not to. They didn't tell him not to. They weren't supposed to show the undercover. Oh, man. Why did it take so long? He was an undercover cop. He was a former undercover cop. He's now either working a desk job or something else. But the court, it was not in the decorum order. It was not in the decorum order that I didn't see anything about not showing that. Man. If he just parts the beard differently, no one would recognize him. Red Pen says demonetization jar starts here. Not demonetization. It's this is I would agree 100% on the state. 100%. Who called it to cut the cameras? The judge did. This trial has been a roller coaster ride. Utah at its finest. Good thing we've got 2 court watchers in court. 3 seconds ago, he was an undercover cop. Gailey May says, can the judge just stop all streaming? Gailey May, yes, unfortunately. Some states, it's harder. Some states, the judge has to articulate the reasons why. Utah is not one of those states. The judge can just say, it's causing a problem for court. Done. I don't care that we've got, $600,000 worth of satellite trucks parked in the parking lot and, all this money invested and time and everything else. It's just, no, don't want to deal with it. Out. It can happen. I don't think we're done for the entire court. I think instead we have, oh my goodness. I might actually be getting an update from my contact. Hang on 1 second. How far are we into the day? We're over 6 hours. Oh my goodness. We might have a problem. Let me check and see if we have something coming in. Nothing yet. I'll watch for it, though. Melly had a good question. Melly, why did it take them so long to say anything? They obviously were not paying attention. Finish now, start new one. It won't change. It won't change anything for us. We're the same. What happened? My phone died. Well, I'm waiting to get word to see if we need to pull video. The judge could order that, and even though we banished from the state, even though we are clear across the country, we abide by the decorum orders. We agree to that. Yeah, it's quite public. It's way too late to pull it. It would be petty, but it might be one of those better late than never things. Dealers are watching cops for live PD, not court, in my opinion, says just Stephanie. Trina, what I would do is I would pull the entire video for the day, and pull it, download it, edit it, and repost it as a video on demand, not as a live. So we would save everything up to that, cut out this portion, and continue. But I can clip it out, not right now. And this is not a my fault thing. I can't clip the VOD live because we're over 6 hours. That's a YouTube thing. It won't let me. Hello?
Hey, Recovery Addict, it's Kurt.
Hey, Kurt, how's it going?
Hey, Kurt. I'm good. How are you?
Well, not bad. I was doing great. Well, we had a court to watch. Now we don't. But I think it'll just be this
You
witness.
seem to be having a better day than the prosecution right now.
Well, both of us are now in the hot box. So I don't know. I would feel terrible if I had just called Robbie and the state flipped him, ending their testimony, ending their cross-examination with, "Can you look at the jury and testify that everything you said is correct?" Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Lord have mercy.
That's terrible.
I tell you what, man. I think for my money, the housekeeper and the drug dealer are like the linchpins of this case, and so I think both of them are seriously compromised. So I'm about ready to throw in the towel and say that the state is boned, just because I don't think they can get anywhere. Because for my money, those witnesses are the essential linchpin. Without that, you don't have a tie to get the drugs into Kouri's hands. There's no physical evidence otherwise.
They do have some testimony. I mean, they have their testimony. It's just the jury gets to decide if they're going to, the weight of that testimony, right? Because they've been impeached or, in
No, I understand that. I totally understand that. The jury could look past those things.
So it would pass a judgment of
and all the rest of it.
Motion.
I don't think you're going to get that far. I don't think you're going to get that. For my money, I think that both witnesses, I think the witnesses are essential. I think they're critical. I think without them, the state doesn't have a case. And I think both witnesses are pretty heavily compromised. And I think I'm about ready to throw in the towel at this point and say, I think you have reasonable doubt, basically, at this point.
Yeah. I don't know. It's day 5 of a 5-week trial. We haven't got to the Google searches yet. Those are pretty bad. So
the Google searches and other evidence, like the walk the dog letter and stuff like that, is not helpful. That's like the last thing that they have, and that's all, of course, witness words from the defendant's own mouth, which is the best because juries love confessions or perceived confessions more than anything else in the world. It is their favorite thing. The text messages, the walk the dog letter, stuff like that, that might be what gets them home. But they're in a pretty weak position right now.
Yeah. If we have corroborating testimony given through the Celebrite of Kouri's phones, though, that corroborates the actions of these two witnesses, of Robbie and, or I guess Robbie by extension, but Carmen, and the traveling times and when she went to the house and things like that, wouldn't that help? Wouldn't that give it credibility? Wouldn't that be enough?
I suppose it helps as much as it helps. I mean, it corroborates when certain things happen in a timeline, but not necessarily what those things are. Because those will corroborate when calls were made and stuff like that, but they won't corroborate the substance of those conversations.
Yeah. Interesting.
So I don't celebrate that. It does very much for me.
Well, I
don't know.
I'm still here for the spice. There's a lot of it coming, and I think yes, this is a circumstantial case, right? This is we're going to get a lot of circumstantial evidence, and the only connection that the state has that puts fentanyl in Kouri's hands goes through Carmen and Robbie. And you just
That's what I'm saying.
You just saw the quality.
That's my point.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that's my point.
But I think that all the rest of the picture that the state's going to build, and they're going to build quite a picture, makes that fit very well. So even if you don't really trust those two on their own, I think as an island of evidence, I think the rest of it can get you there.
Yeah, well, maybe. And then the defense, it depends also a little bit what the defense is really trying to do. Because right now it seems like they're trying to do a death by 1,000 cuts strategy. Because, nothing really matters, but maybe they're just trying to, chalk up a whole bunch of things and hope it matters in the end. But at least in opening, they seem to suggest they had something better to be doing with their time. That they were really able to use these witnesses and, make them their witnesses and all the rest of it. So if they're really able to do that effectively, that'd be great. But right now, it's like these two witnesses are key witnesses because the only way to get the drugs in the hand. And right now, both witnesses are kind of, well, first of all, with the male guy, it's like he doesn't remember anything. As I was saying in chat, I was like, I can't even believe this guy's on the stand. He doesn't remember anything. He has no memory of anything. Why is this guy even testifying?
The only thing he was 100% sure of was oxycodone, not OxyContin. That's like the one.
Yeah, no. So I can't remember. I read it. I was told it. His entire testimony is hearsay. Why is this guy on the stand? The judge should have thrown him off the stand and stricken his entire testimony, basically, for my money.
And you called it in chat as well.
Who is this guy?
There was a point where defense objected, and it was on refreshing his recollection, and then getting a response to what he said to a question that was asked in this interrogation. And he's like, no, I don't have any memory of it. I don't remember. It wasn't, they were telling me basically what they wanted. And you don't recall that?
Yeah.
And then the state basically got that sentence read to the court over the defense's objection, which was sustained by the judge. So it was bizarre.
Yeah. So that witness is basically a total disaster for me. I just basically discount all of his testimony because he didn't give any. The prosecutor was the one testifying, not the guy on the stand. So his testimony means nothing to me. And then, the housekeeper, her testimony is all over the map. How many times did I talk and what did I do and what conversation changing her story.
Carmen, to me,
it's all over the map. Kouri's story's been consistent the whole time.
It was. I'll give you that. It was almost too consistent, like she had it all planned out from the get-go type consistent. But
maybe.
But I'm maybe that's enough. But Carmen to me sounded more confused, that she was having trouble remembering the details based on the different occurrences. So she's like, whether you put it in the shoebox, in the coffee cup, in the house in Midway, or if you put it in the fire pit behind the house, or who drove where, which direction, those little details I don't think really mattered. I don't think the jury cared about that as much as they're like, we believe that Carmen picked up drugs at the request of Kouri Richins and that she wanted the stronger stuff and she got her stuff. I think Carmen may have told some fibs in her testimony, specifically about
a little bit
about the drugs. Nobody becomes a drug mule without taking a cut, right? No one volunteers to take that risk repeatedly without there being something in it for them. And it was, I gave my friend some.
You don't know a lot of pro se drug mules, or pro bono drug mules.
Pro bono. We're just out here helping society, helping everybody get high. No, I think that there was something in there, and to that extent, I think that maybe Robbie was telling the truth about the price of fentanyl. The price of his Roxy 30s, $25 each. That's $1,000. That adds up with the math with what we hear that Kouri spent, but Kouri gets half the pills, and her friend who just, sure, I'll drive you halfway across 2 counties to this afternoon, spend all day driving and come back. There's something in it for her as well. I think that happens, but I'm just hopeful. I've got my fingers crossed that this issue will be sorted out, and once this witness takes off the stand, that we're going to be back on the air.
Yeah. Well, as we all know, the standard, of course, is beyond a reasonable doubt. So, when you're thinking about what that means in terms of percentage of confidence, I usually say, well, it's like 99% confidence. So, like, am I 99% confident? No, not right now. I'm not. There's just problems that manifested, and there's just not enough reliability and there's at least a key part of the puzzle that's missing. So, for me, I think the state's falling short, but maybe it will get better. We'll see.
I'm hopeful
right now, I'm
that
not
there's
super confident.
Good evidence still to come.
Also, the defense lawyers, although at the risk of, just so I can give both sides some, bash them over the head a little bit, defense lawyers have been so condescending and annoying for a lot of the time. I'm not really big fans of theirs either.
Yeah.
Somehow they come off as belittling, patronizing, and infantilizing a lot of time, asking very banal questions that don't go anywhere. And I really don't like them. And so, if the jury really dislikes the defense attorneys as much as I do, that could wind up sinking their ship too. So there's always that.
Yeah. Well, we like to hate defense attorneys because of the people they represent, right? We like to sort of paint them all with the same brush and say, well, clearly, who would defend somebody like that? Ms. Lewis defended Brian David Mitchell, who was the homeless kidnapper who kidnapped the girl out of Salt Lake and took her as a wife for 9 months. Elizabeth Smart, there's the name, Elizabeth Smart. So she's defended some pretty reproachful people, and we like to paint her with a brush because of that. But at the same time, anyone who is charged with a crime is just that, just charged, and they're innocent unless proven guilty. Not until proven guilty, but unless proven guilty. And so there's a presumption of innocence. I will tell you right now that if I had to vote on the jury, I would vote not guilty for Kouri Richins. The state has not proved this case in any way yet. There's a lot of just question marks. But good times.
Yeah, and some of those question marks don't feel like they're salvageable right now. Because
I don't know. Who else can they
call? Both agreed, like, these witnesses are key witnesses for this. They don't have anything else to make this piece of the puzzle.
They've got the one girl who was the passenger who got high in the car with Carmen going to Draper and back, left, right? Other than that, there's really nobody alive that was in that circle that witnessed those events that can testify to that, unless they've got something electronically that we just don't know about yet, that maybe from Kouri's side or something that was recovered.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you guys go, and I'll let you deal with chat, who apparently is yelling at me and disagrees with me.
Well,
so
we have people on both sides. No, it's
sorry
good.
to be annoying.
Kurt from Uncivil Law, a fellow YouTuber and a lawyer as a good one at that. So thank you, Kurt. Appreciate you very much. Thanks for the call.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay, I just got the order. I have to stop the live stream and restart it. We've got a judge's order there, so I asked that you hang on just 1 second. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Let me play the music. Give me a second. I'll build a new one here. All right, we're gonna do a quick dip. Stop this one as well over on Top Mark Media. We'll be right back here. All right, we'll be right back. Court's not over. The feed will resume in just a few minutes. Thank you. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Bye-bye.